year. She said, don't you worry if I disappear. I told her I'm not really looking for another mistake. I called an old friend thinking that the trouble would wait, but then I jumped right in. A week later returned. I reckon she was only looking for a lover to burn, but I gave her my time for 2 or 3 nights. Then I put it on pause until the moment was right. I went away 4 months until our paths crossed again. She told me I was never looking for a friend. Maybe you could swing by my room around 10. Baby, bring the lemon and a bottle of gin. We'll be in between the sheets till the late AM. Baby, if you wanted me, then you should have just said she's singing. Don't win my love. That heart is so cold, all over my own. I don't wanna know that, babe. Don't win my love. I told her she knows. Take aim and reload. I don't wanna know that, babe. And for a couple weeks I only wanna see her. We drink away the days with a takeaway pizza. Before a text message was the only way to reach her. Now she's staying at my place and loves the way I treat her. Singing out Aretha all over the track like a feature. And never wants to sleep, I guess that I don't want to either. But me and her, we make money the same way. 4 cities, 2 planes the same day. And those shows have never been what it's about, but maybe we'll go together and just figure it out. I'd rather put on a film with you and sit on the couch, but we should get on a plane or we'll be missing it now. Wish I'd have written it down, the way that things played out when she was kissing him, how I was confused about. Now she should figure it out while I'm sat here singing. Don't win my love. That heart is so cold, all over my own. I don't wanna know that, babe. Don't win my love. I told her she knows. Take aim and reload. I don't wanna know that, babe. On my hotel door, I don't even know if she knows what for. She was crying on my shoulder. I already told you, trust and respect is what we do this for. I never intended to be next, but you didn't need to take him to bed, that's all. And I never saw him as a threat until you disappeared with him to have sex, of course. It's not like we were both on tour. We were staying at the same hotel floor. And I wasn't looking for a promise or commitment, but it was never just fun, and I thought you were different. This is not the way you realize what you wanted. It's a bit too much too late, if I'm honest. And all this time, God knows I'm singing. Don't win my love. That heart is so cold, all over my own. I don't wanna know that, babe. Don't win my love. I told her she knows. Take aim and reload. I don't wanna know that, babe. Don't win my love. That heart is so cold, all over my own. I don't wanna know that, babe. Don't win my love. I told her she knows. Take aim and reload. I don't wanna know that, babe. Turn around.
Every now and then I get a little bit lonely and you're never coming around.
Turn around.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of listening to the sound of my tears.
Turn around.
Every now and then I get a little bit nervous that the best of all the years have gone by.
Turn around.
Every now and then I get a little bit terrified, and then I see the look in your eyes.
Turn around, bright eyes.
Every now and then I fall
Turn
apart.
around, bright eyes.
Every now and then I fall apart, and I need you now tonight. eclipse of the heart. Once upon a time there was light in my life, but now there's only love in the dark. Nothing I can say, a total eclipse of the heart.
Well, good morning, NADA 2026. How's everybody doing? There's two people that are doing good. We're going to try that one more time. Okay, hold on. You guys, wait. Okay. All right, you ready? Ready? They're ready? Ready? Got it? Okay. My mic was on, right? It was working? It was good? It was sounding good? Okay, all right. Well, good morning, NADA 2026. How's everybody doing? That's what I'm talking about. Now, listen, I don't know about most of you, but I came from snow to be here today, as opposed to last year when I came to snow for NADA in New Orleans. So I'm super excited that obviously the weather's better. You all look phenomenal and great. My name is Errol Bomar. For those of you that don't know, I am your NADA live stage host. I'm super excited to have you here. This is our NADA live stage living room. So you can feel free to make yourself comfortable, enjoy your food and beverage, make sure it finds its way to the trash can as you leave the living room. If you want to kick your shoes off, that's fine, as long as you don't have holes in your socks and your feet don't stink. If your feet stink, keep your shoes on. That's it. Those are the house rules. With that being said, I want to encourage each and every one of you to remember that you are not just attendees. You all are automotive leaders that are shaping the automotive industry. And so as you embark on your NADA 2026 journey, please make sure that you get each and every piece of information, of networking, of connection that NADA has to offer. I can tell you from firsthand experience, coming year after year, there is so much that you can glean from here. Let's do a quick check. Is there anybody this is their first NADA? All right, welcome, welcome. Okay, good. All right, anybody 10 or more? Ooh, okay, 20 or more. Oh, I got a hand over there. All right, anybody more than 20? How many, sir? How many, sir, for you right here in the front? 40. Wow, that's phenomenal. There's a lot of things that have changed in the industry in that time frame. What about you over here, sir? How many? 25. That's phenomenal. Okay, so for my first timers, 45, 25, you can see, right? And just imagine of all the things that innovated, changed in our industry in that time frame. But also think about all the connections that you're able to make year after year. So, as I mentioned at the top, make sure you get everything that NADA 2026 has to offer. Download the NADA app if you have not done so already. If you're still using the 2025 app, just delete it and download the new app. There's a new app. Make sure you have it. Has a race car on it, okay? How many are planning to go to the welcome event this evening? Okay, good. I will see you there. Here's the rule, okay? Tomorrow morning, we're looking to tomorrow already. Make sure that you are ready to rise and shine and not caffeinate and hope, okay? There's a difference, all right? So make sure that you're ready for tomorrow. I'm excited for tonight, but we are going to go ahead and kick off our live stage programming. So here's another rule that I wanted to make sure that you all are aware of. When I introduce and bring people up on stage, the number one rule is that you are to applaud for them as if they are your neighbor, your brother, your friend, your family member, your sister, anybody that you know, that they are your favorite person in the world, okay? You might not think it's an easy thing, but it's not easy to get up here. And so we want to make sure that everyone that touches this stage and joins us to share the information and wealth of knowledge that they have, that we make them feel warm and welcome. So, with that being said, this is our first guest, so you all have a big task ahead of you. Is everyone ready? All right, so do me a favor. Help me welcome up to the stage Eric Dreisbach, ladies and gentlemen. He is the NADA 2020 Dealership Group Consultant. Eric, hello. It's been 2 years since I've seen you.
I know it has been.
Please
Sure
come on, grab a seat.
That's
All right, so for those that don't know, the topic here, and you can see it behind us, it's very dramatic. The DRP or not the DRP?
That is the question.
That
yeah.
is the question. For those that don't know out there, Eric, please tell them, explain. First off, let's start with the basics. What is DRP? And then we'll get into the question.
Yeah, so DRP stands for Direct Repair Program. And it started in the late 70s with Allstate. And basically what the idea was is that Allstate would send dealerships business, collision business, if they would agree to a discounted price, discounted rates, discounted parts, and And the idea was good. In fact, it's very similar to what the HMOs and PPO programs for the health insurance industry has done. And so since that time, it really started getting this foothold in the late 90s. And now it's very commonplace for dealerships to have a direct repair program for their collision center work. The problem right now is, though, is that there's been such a discounted rate that dealers are really starting to ask, is this really something that I want to be involved with going forward? And it's not an easy question to answer.
Right.
In fact, there's really not really a one answer fits all kind of mentality.
Okay, so with that in mind, what are some of the considerations that as a dealer is looking to navigate that, what are some of your top, let's say maybe 3 or 4 things that dealers should be looking at to ask that question, should I DRP or should I not DRP?
That's excellent. So the first thing I would ask is, do you need the extra work? And if I would ask the dealers in the group here, they're going to say, yes, we all need extra work. So really maybe a better question is how far out are you scheduling your service appointments or your body shop appointments? If you can schedule those customers within a week or so, you probably could use a little bit of extra work in your shop. If you're scheduling out 3 or 4 weeks, then maybe you don't. And so maybe it'd be better to maximize each one of those potential or those customers at your shop to do the work as opposed to trying to fill the shop. The second part is, if you got the extra work, are you able to get the throughput through the shop? And so right now, of course, we think it's hard to hire service technicians. It's even harder to find a good qualified body technician. So with that being said, even if you got the extra work, could you get that work through the shop based on your current programs and processes that you have in place? And if you can't, then it doesn't really make sense to also give a discounted rate to the insurance companies.
That's really good. And I think you hit the nail on 2 things that I think are very important, both from the dealer standpoint and from a consumer standpoint. And that's really just service level expectation, right?
Yes.
You kind of mentioned if you're, scheduling a week out versus 3 to 4 weeks out. I think knowing your industry of what your consumers are expecting, of how long their vehicle's in that service department, could also help with this decision. Let me ask you, Eric, is there, in looking at that metric, is there kind of what you've seen as an industry standard, or is there a certain sweet spot to say, this is where you can say yes or no, or how can I better determine that with those factors?
Yeah, so what I would recommend that dealers do is, first of all, we do a program in our 20 groups. We've got 3 collision center 20 groups. And what part of the homework is I have them evaluate where the source of their customers are coming from. Most body shops do not know. In other words, was this customer, did they come to us because we sold them the car initially, or did they come to us because they were referred to us by the DRP insurance agent? And if you don't know that, then it's really going to be hard to make a educated decision. And of those customers that were referred to you from the DRP, if you sold those customers in the first place, would they still come to you? And that's also part of the equation. So I can't really say that there's a one-size-fits-all, but we really need to evaluate. And by evaluating where your source of your customers are coming from initially, that will help you make a decision whether to be involved with the DRP.
Yeah.
So the advantages, of course, is you might get extra business, but the disadvantage is you have to comply with the rules and regulations from the insurance company.
And that's a great point that you brought up. I think when I hear you say extra business, I think a lot of dealers out there are going to go profitability, right? Or the potential for. So how does, from your experience of what you've seen, is there something when I'm looking at the possibility of increasing profit or having more profitability through, my departments, how am I evaluating the DRP versus non-DRP specifically as it relates to profitability?
Yeah, so that's a good question. I guess what I would recommend is that let's start by making sure that we're taking care of our own customers. And what I mean by that is when in the 20 group, I will, in front of dealers, I will often ask, how many have a body shop? And they'll raise their hands. Then I'll ask them, how many of you know where your body shop is?
Right.
And a lot of dealers, it's really kind of tongue-in-cheek, but a lot of dealers don't really pay much attention to the collision center. So if you don't know where your body shop is and your people don't know where it is, how do you expect your customers to know where it is and that you have one? So I think we can first start off by every vehicle that we sell, we got to let them know that we have a state-of-the-art quality collision center, and let's gain a foothold on our own customers in the first place. And you might find that if we're able to do a good job with that, we wouldn't necessarily have to have a DRP to fill in the cracks. I don't want to come off sounding like I am not that I'm an anti-DRP, but I have seen lately, especially one of the larger ones, where even if you have an agreement with your DRP, they're coming back. One of the largest ones is saying that, oh well, market conditions dictate that we're going to actually reduce your rate by $2 or $3 an hour from what our agreed upon contractual price was initially, because that's what the market conditions are today. I find it hard to believe, because really a lot of the insurance agents, the insurance companies are really kind of setting some of the marketplace there. So I think we just got to do a better job of not only gaining our customers in our shop, but also working on our processes in our place to get those customers through the shop more efficiently and better.
And yes, I hear that, Eric. And I think two things that I heard you say that I think are important is, I think you specifically mentioned it. You said you're not anti-DRP, but I think what you are is anti-blanket, right? It doesn't work for everybody. It's not the best use case for everyone. It's more so like you need to evaluate specifically what works for you, right? And I think that's true with a lot of things. But let me ask you, because one of the other things that you drilled down in was talking about the agreement that you have, with the insurance company and things of that nature. If someone is considering, to DRP or not to DRP, what are some things that they need to be aware of? Are there certain mandates or specific, parameters that they're going to have to follow if they do decide to go the DRP route? Can we talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. I think one of the things you can first expect is that the labor rate that they're willing to pay is going to be roughly $10 or $15 an hour less than what the market rate is in your market. So you have to factor that in. Second thing is a lot of the DRPs are going to have you put aftermarket parts on and maybe salvage parts or used parts on the vehicle, as opposed to using the OEM parts. And I think most of us that have collision centers knows that if you put an OEM part on, it might be a little bit more expensive, but you're going to have a better quality job and you're going to have better throughput through the shop. But you have to realize that going in that you're going to have to make some of those concessions. The advantage, though, is that there is a carrot of having less time for approvals. In other words, the DRP is going to say, be more likely to approve your repair quicker. And so that way, then the cycle time, which is from the time the customer drops the vehicle off to the time they pick it up, we call it key to key, that cycle time might be shorter for a DRP than a non-DRP. I can tell you this, that the DRPs are the ones that are paying attention to that metric, though. And so I don't really know, I don't have a good feel of whether we actually have a shorter cycle time, or whether it's just being more paid attention to with the DRP.
That's a very good point, because I think you're right. It almost seems like if you do have, let's say, the DRP in place and you know that you have these cycle times, it creates a higher level of awareness throughout your entire shop. And so if you're a non-DRP, you still have to kind of, balance that to know where you're at. What about from looking at the DRP or non-DRP? Is it and because I'm not familiar, is it an all or nothing scenario, or do I get to, as a principal, can I say, well, this client is DRP, this client is not, or how does that work when people are coming?
That's an excellent question. So roughly right now, the latest survey from Fender Bender was that about 35% of the collision centers do not have a direct DRP association.
Okay.
Roughly 30 to 35% have DRPs that generate more than 60% of their business. So it's kind of a range, but I would say that our recommendation is that you don't have more than a 25% reliability on any single DRP.
Okay.
So because markets can change, insurance companies can change, and so you don't want to necessarily have all your eggs in that one DRP basket. but it's kind of arranging. So, yeah, you might be a DRP for State Farm, for example, and not for Allstate. So you can still take care of those Allstate customers, but you just don't have then that relationship. So you have a little bit freer time of asking for the appropriate dollars that it takes to do the repair.
That's really big what you just said, because when we started talking, you said it kind of the whole idea originated with Allstate, right? And to just use them as an example. But what is going into this is there's so much that you really have to evaluate, because again, if you're talking about being a DRP agent, now you have to identify, well, who's the most popular insurance in my area? What company are my clients using? And now you're going back to your deal jacket to say, okay, what proof of insurance did I get? When I'm selling these vehicles, you really have to drill down to, like your point, your clientele, because if you're, a DRP for State Farm, but only 5% of your clientele are using State Farm, the other 45, 50% is using a different company,
that's
you're not helping your case.
That's exactly.
Wow.
Exactly. So and the differences between the insurance companies and their programs are, they're different. There are some insurance companies that have a really good grade when it comes to their relationship. So, there's some publications out there that'll actually kind of grade the insurance companies. What's ironic is that it does seem like the insurance companies that spend the most money on fancy celebrities are the ones that score the lowest on their reports. So if you're considering a DRP, what I would certainly recommend is that you take a look at the grading system for the insurance companies and to see who's the player in the marketplace, and how well they're going to treat you as a partner in this repair as going forward. So now I think State Farm is the largest insurance company for auto repair right now,
okay.
And I think they'll continue to be for a period of time, but they are also ones that are also putting the squeeze down on some of their claims and some of the repairs.
Interesting. Now, what about when I enter into the relationship for the DRP? Is there a time frame? Is it a contractual commitment? How does that work if I do say, or let's say I'm a dealer and I say, I think I've done my homework and I've kind of gone through the things, I want to try this DRP thing. How does that process work if I'm evaluating it? Am I looking up a year, 6 months?
Yeah, so I think most DRPs are at least a year, but everyone is a little bit different. So, but I would be reluctant to sign an agreement for longer than a year and evaluate that. Because if it's not working for you, then you probably is not a good relationship. If it is working, then you can continue on and continue on with that relationship. But like I say, everyone is a little bit different, and I just wouldn't want to necessarily be locked into a long-term commitment, because as explained a little bit earlier, is that some of these DRPs are actually they're renegotiating the labor rate based on what they say the market conditions are and
Right.
reducing. In fact, and some of them are actually dictating where to take their vehicle to a customer, which is most states have a right to repair law. So customers, and they may not know it, but they do have a right to get their vehicle repaired anywhere that they want to.
Right.
And so I think that's part of what we need to do as dealers, to get that word out right from the get-go, right before the accident happens. Because let's face it, the first thing a customer does when they get into a wreck is they're going to call their insurance agent or their insurance company. And the insurance company is going to kind of guide them. What we want them to do is to call us, call the dealer. Let us make the arrangements. Let us fight that battle for them, and be on the customer side. But regardless of whether you're a DRP or not to DRP, the main point is, I guess, I want to make is that when you write this repair and you've got the repair procedure in place, that is how you're going to fix the vehicle. You're going to make sure that the vehicle is safe, that is within the manufacturer's specifications, the guidelines, regardless of what the insurance company is going to pay. So you got to fix it the right way. That's
Right.
That's the bottom line. And if the insurance company is not going to agree to pay that, they want to still put on used or aftermarket parts, then you still want to fix it the right way, because should there be a lawsuit, which there are a few, you want to be on the winning side of that lawsuit by fixing it the right way. The insurance company is going to not have they're not the experts in how to rebuild this vehicle. they are the experts in how to pay for the vehicle. I guess that's just
That's it. Yes, absolutely. Now I can definitely say I have a ton more questions. I know we've got a little bit, just over a minute. So for those that are like me that have more questions, because there is a lot that you can ask to figure out, where can they find you, or where can they source and get more information to really be able to make that informed decision of to DRP or to not?
Yeah, so they can certainly reach out to me. I'm going to be at the booth here this week at the NADA show. I've also got a presentation to do on Thursday on process, but feel free to reach out through nada.org. I'm a 20 group moderator, and like I said earlier, 3 of our groups are collision center groups, and we've got room in all 3 of those groups if you are interested in coming by and seeing what a meeting is like, and all the information that is being shared by all these dealer collision centers. It's truly amazing the breadth of knowledge that comes out of these meetings. It's really fantastic. But yeah, so have them feel free to reach out to me at the booth, and I look forward to chatting.
That's good. Now, one question I've got to ask before I let you go, and this might take you for a loop, so I'm preparing you. Okay, so strategy versus solution. Do you feel that the DRP, can it be used as a strategy? So let's say I have a collision shop, and like you said, I don't know where it is, my clients don't know where it is, and I want to inject some business into that collision shop.
Yes.
Or solution, where I have a long-going body shop, but maybe economy, things have changed, I'm not seeing the clientele. How can DRP serve as either one of those, a strategy or a solution?
Yeah, it could be a good strategy. I mean, as far as strategy, it could be a good bridge to get to where you want to go. So if you're a newer shop and you need the business, and you can get the business through the shop that's been sent to you, then the DRP makes some good sense. And so if you look at the overall repair and the dollars that means, if you can keep that cycle shorter and more throughput through the shop, then overall the gross profit or the profitability of the shop might be better. So that could get you to the bridge of the next one. But what I'd like to see is that all of our shops could operate without a DRP, that we don't have to discount our work. It's kind of ridiculous, honestly, that when you look at the labor rates for a body repair is about 1/3 as it is in our service shop, which is kind of crazy. It's a lot. It takes a lot more skill and a lot. It affects the safety of the vehicle a lot more so than in the shop. But why our rates have been so low for so long, it's kind of astounding. So trying to get back to answer your question, you can use it as a strategy to get to the next level. But ideally, the overall long-term solution, I feel, is to make your shop better and make it well known, especially to your own customers. We are all new car franchises here. We've got a whole host of customers that we're delivering vehicles to every day that if they knew that we had a collision center, probably would bring their vehicle back to us. No one has the expertise on the manufacturer's repair like the dealership does. And so I think if we can maximize that, then we can kind of get away from the control of the DRPs.
I think that's a great answer, and I love that, and I think you're absolutely correct, right? It is part of something that needs to be part of the process. It needs to be a part of just the normal everyday conversation, so that way the consumer or the client coming through that door knows that from your car turning from a new car to a used car to no more your car, we've got you covered, and everything in between.
Yeah.
And I think that's a big thing that we need to get a better job of conveying, because you're right, that's a part that in so many cases is getting dropped and left on the showroom floor, of just not even mentioning it.
It just kind of drives me crazy a little bit because, as part of our delivery process, when we deliver a customer a new car, we walk them to our service department, have them schedule a service appointment, but we do not talk at all about our collision repair. It's like, by talking about a collision repair, we're gonna have them get into a collision? No,
right.
It's kind of ridiculous. But if they knew that we can provide a quality repair and to bring the vehicle back to us right from the get-go, I think that'll go a long way for having us fill the shop when we need to have it filled.
Absolutely. Well, before we get out of here, Eric, remind everyone one more. Oh, I've got a question.
Oh.
Yes.
Was there anybody in your 20 group that quit DRP and survived?
Let me repeat the question. So his question was there anyone in Eric's 20 group that quit or stopped doing DRP to better thrive and survive?
And the answer is yes. Yeah, so and they're still doing very well. Now, granted, claims are down about 22% this year, and there's a lot of reasons for that, and we don't have enough time to get into them. But yes, they're able to maximize each. The total losses they can still get some income from, where if they're a DRP they couldn't. So it does make a lot of sense in a lot of cases. I do have some dealers that are actually looking to add a DRP because they just don't have enough shop input. So it's a combination of both. Yes, thank you.
Great. All right, and then last time before we get out of here, remind everyone where they can find you. I know you said you're going to be Thursday. You're doing something.
Yes, I am.
Tell them one more time.
But if you just come to the booth, ask for Crash. That's my nickname at the NADA for some reason. But you can come out to the booth. I'd be glad to help answer any questions. And I'm, like I say, I'm here all week, and I've got a program I'm doing in I forget what room it is, but anyway, I'm going to.
If they download the NADA app, they can find the room very easily, right?
That's exactly right.
Eric, I've got to tell you, I don't know that I'm ever going to call you Eric after this. I think you're going to forever be known as Crash to me.
I did
Maybe
not
EC. We'll figure it out.
Okay.
But thank you again for being here. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
So, I don't know that we answered the question to DRP or to not DRP, but I think the answer is that it is dependent upon your solution for your dealership or your strategy for your particular house. So again, as Eric mentioned, make sure you come inside, visit him at the booth, find out more, download the app, check out where more information and sessions are going to be. We're going to take a quick commercial break. Yes, we do have live commercial breaks. So check out the screen and I'll be right back.
Welcome to NADA Show 2026. We're excited to have you here in Las Vegas, where innovation, learning, and connection take center stage. If you haven't already, download the NADA Show app, your one-stop guide for schedules, maps, and updates throughout the week. Now it's time for what makes NADA truly special: education, the expo, and networking. You'll find all of this and more in the North and West buildings at the Convention Center. In the North building, start your morning at the main stage, where dynamic speakers offer energy, insight, and inspiration. For education, you'll find the exchange sessions, where attendees share peer-to-peer experiences on leading topics facilitated by NADA subject matter experts. And there's so much to see and do on the expo floor in the North Hall. The Dealer Learning Lab offers bite-sized sessions with key dealership takeaways. The Relaxation Zone is comfy seating, calm vibes, and a quick break from the buzz. And the NADA Sips Lounge offers coffee, conversation, and connections. And what's more, the North Hall has a whopping 145 first-time exhibitors among the mix. Over in the West building, when you walk into the lobby, be sure to stop at the live stage, full of lively panel discussions and interviews with industry experts. For education, choose from dozens of workshops and dive into our Spotlight series and super sessions to drive dealership success. And there's plenty to see on the expo floor in the West Hall. The redesigned NADA Pavilion, where you can maximize your NADA membership. The Dealer Manager Lounge, a quiet retreat for quick meetings and catching up with colleagues. And the brand new product discovery stage, offering live, engaging 15-minute demos. And the EV Power Pick, your Q&A hub for all things EV. And don't miss the NADA Foundation auction to benefit K9 Companions, helping fund service dogs for kids, adults, and veterans with disabilities. Take a pause for a great cause. Thursday at the Open Lane booth in the West Expo Hall. Throughout the week at franchise meetings, dealers and managers meet face-to-face with OEMs. Franchise meetings are held in both the North and West buildings, so check the app for schedules and locations. 2 halls, 1 great experience. We like to think of North as fueling attendees with cutting-edge innovations, while West delivers proven solutions to keep your business in the fast lane. Thanks for helping make this the auto industry event of the year. Make sure that you share your feedback in the NADA Show app. Tell us what you loved and what you'd like to see more of in future events. And plan now to join us for NADA Show 2027 in Orlando, happening February 17th through 20th, 2027.
Set the standard for sales excellence and pinpoint customers most likely to trade. Create the ultimate lane experience and set your dealership apart with integrated solutions powered by data. Grow lasting relationships and turn customer churn into loyalty. And establish your brand with Affinitive advertising, with media placement, search, social media, and more. Affinitive, elevating the dealership experience.
Expect to see a lot of AI at NADA. Bolt-ons, bots, and even AI agents, like me. But no one has the DAS X factor. We're AI native, with AI built into the foundation of our platform. We set the standard for AI native sales and service communications that drive revenue. From AI search to our customer data and experience platform, everything we do improves the consumer experience. That's the DAS X factor.
We're celebrating the industry at Allegiant Stadium Thursday night, February 5th. Get your party pass and see our newest tech in action at the DAS Technology booth.
Credit card fees cut deep into dealership profits. That's why over 1,000 dealerships trust DMS, powered by Priority. With DMS's automotive expertise and Priority's connected commerce platform, dealers can save up to 75% on processing costs through compliant surcharging. Learn more at PriorityDMS.com.
Well, welcome back again for everyone that is just joining us. We're excited to have you here at NADA 2026. Once again, my name is Errol Bomar, and we are going to keep this fun going all day long. We're here until about 4 o'clock, so make sure, again, hang out, make yourself comfortable, phone a friend, tell them to make sure they come by. Also, I mentioned it before, but I just want to make it clear, when you're downloading the NADA Show app, so make sure that if you have not downloaded, let's do this. How many people have downloaded the app for 2026? Okay, good. Okay. For those of you that have not done it, there is the NADA normal app, but there's also the NADA Show app. And so you want to make sure that you download the NADA Show app. That is the one that will get you to all of the areas, events, sessions, breakouts, floor plans, everything that you want to know. You want to make sure that you have that downloaded. Okay? Sound good? All right. Now, we're going to keep this show rolling. Is everybody ready to get into high gear? Because I am. So do me a favor. We're going to next have the NADA Dealer Driven Podcast live. That's right. We're doing it live. And it's a conversation with the 2026 chairman, Rob Cochran. So please do me a favor. Help me welcome up Cameron Wilson and Michael Hayes. Let's give them a big round of applause. Bigger, 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 bigger. There you go.
Thank you, Errol. Good to see you.
Good to see you, too. Welcome.
Hey, man.
Good to see you.
How are
We're
you?
going up high. We're going up high. Enjoy.
You want me in the middle?
No, you're going to be in the middle. That's it. You're the man.
Good morning. Welcome to Dealer Driven. I'm Cameron Wilson.
And I'm Michael Hayes. Today we are lucky, as you heard to say before, that we have the 2026 Chairman Rob Cochran from Number One Cochran in Western Pennsylvania joining us today. Importantly, to talk about where we are as an association going forward and as a dealer body. So let's get started.
Rob, welcome to the show.
Thank you
for joining us.
Great to be here, and we have no snow here. Weather is nice in Las Vegas, so it's a lot nicer than Las Vegas than when I left Pittsburgh. So
Absolutely. So if you could just give us a quick personal history and talk a little bit about your family dealership and also how you got involved on the NADA board.
I'm second generation. I grew up in Pittsburgh, and my children make fun of me because I've never left. I didn't even leave for college. I stayed in Pittsburgh for college. I got involved with our family business right out of college. I graduated at 21, and within a couple of years, when I was 20, maybe 23, my father fell ill, and he was with us for a couple of years after that. But so things transitioned very quickly for me. and as so many within this industry, you kind of grind through times that are challenging, and that where you kind of test your mettle. You get people aligned around you. You get teams aligned around you, and that was the case for me. You get into a routine and structure, and so we've had a series of various periods of growth within our company. We now have a number of stores in Western Pennsylvania, as far east as Johnstown, and as far west now as Youngstown, Ohio. But it's still a fairly concentrated area. A lot of great team members, a lot of people really doing great work for our company. From NADA's standpoint, I think it's been 6 years that I've been on the board. I was involved with the state association in Pennsylvania, the PAA. Mike Smith, who was my predecessor, a great dealer from Johnstown, came to me when he was ready to transition and said, "You should follow me at NADA." I got involved, and I got involved with industry relations and a lot of the OEM engagement, and then here I am as chairman of the association. So it's an exciting year. There's certainly plenty to be working on, and as you know, the team within NADA, from Mike Stanton down through everybody, the dealers and the managers of the industry should know that the people within NADA are very, very, very talented and very, very committed to our cause.
Thank you. That's so kind.
Yeah, it's always fun to hear.
Yeah.
Thank you. So okay,
I wasn't talking about you.
We know that. Short timer. So anyways, when you're thinking about where we are as an industry and as an association right now, how would you frame the moment in time right now, looking at your 2026 year?
Well, it's a great moment. It really is a great moment when we think of my assessment. And as I move into this role, and you have a year to come in and try to have some influence, right? It's a well-oiled machine, and what can we do to improve it, enhance it? When I look at NADA, the policy front, when we look at last year, right, on the policy front, with what we were able to accomplish, Mike Stanton, Paul Mitri, the exceptional job that they do, we know that the CARS rule, the FTC CARS rule, that would have permanently disrupted how dealers and how lenders and how the industry works, and brought a lot of burdensome regulations and cost on how we engage with customers. It was a real challenge. We aligned, we created a strategy, we aligned with the Texas Auto Dealers Association, and we won. We won in court, and it was a big victory. NADA led that strategy. When we look at the Congressional Review Acts that targeted the CARB and getting to one national guideline for mileage and for fuel economy. Certainly all the OEMs were heavily involved in lobbying, but NADA again was leading in that cause. So we have a lot to be proud of from a policy standpoint. The team from a policy standpoint really, really talented and good, and all the right connections. We've been involved in the tariff discussions as the volatility starting in April with that. So a lot of great things on the operations front. With kind of how NADA drives our business, you all have done a great job with 20 groups and with dealer consulting and all the ways that we've grown that business. The show becomes bigger and bigger every year. That all those are revenue generators for NADA. So from that standpoint, those parts of the business are in the association are doing really, really well. If there's an area, as I connect with Mike Stanton and the board, if there's an area that I would push, it's in longer term strategy, and it's in saying there's all these, and walking through all of these different variables that we're facing, and what does that impact? How might that impact dealers and how we operate our businesses in 3 years or 5 years or 7 years? And so some of the things that have occurred, as we go back just a couple of years, we had, from a strategic standpoint, some of the OEMs, there was chatter that the dealer model was more expensive. And this gets into direct-to-consumer risks and liability and all those things. The dealer model was more expensive. So we commissioned a third party with Oliver Wyman. They studied it. They studied the franchise model. They studied agency model. They studied direct-to-consumer. And it was not, as might have been alleged, well, it's a $2,000 or $3,000 difference. It was not a $2,000 or $3,000 difference. The difference was in the hundreds on the distribution. And when you added back the value the dealers provided in terms of being able to get the deal done, working with lenders, grassroots, having somebody that people could come connect with when there was an issue in their ownership experience, it tilted the value equation to the dealer model and the franchise model. So we know we have the most efficient, most customer-driven model within the industry. As we presented that, some of the questions from some of the OEMs challenged us on the customer and what does the customer want. Ultimately, it's what the customer wants, and we all know that. So, from my standpoint, I've pushed the board to get more in tune with longer-term customer wants and needs. So we've commissioned another third party, and we're just getting that feedback in now. But really trying to identify what are the pain points, the tension points in the system that we all participate, dealers and OEMs both participate in to deliver a great customer experience. Some of it candidly will be on dealer behavior and these things. How do we make the process faster? Whatever it is, these 2 or 3 things, and some of them, I'm convinced are on OEM policies, incentive policies, whatever that is creating too much complexity in the system. In a system that is working over time, customers are going to want it to get faster and faster. How do we get some of the clunkiness out of that? So it starts with getting the right data and the right customer research, and then prioritizing. I'm sure there'll be a lot of information, prioritizing the 1 or 2 things that we want to work to advance over the next year.
And I truly believe everybody that's here absolutely believes in a great customer experience and is looking for everything we can do to make that better.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the biggest. As we talk about how do we protect the franchise system, it clearly, the ATAEs and the state franchise laws and all the things that we have to be so focused on, but also how do we make it better? Sometimes the best defense is a good offense. So how do we get more in tune with the customers? How do we get more aligned with the OEMs and getting to that? And they're not, a lot of times it's not easy discussions, but it starts with good data and rallying around, here's what we're hearing and here's the action that we want to pursue.
And to that point, before I get to Cameron, is the agency model that's so big in Europe is starting to unwind a few places, I understand.
Isn't it? Yeah, it is. It's not. It's clearly not all that it's cracked up to be, as everybody's finding out.
Right.
So, Rob, tell us a little bit more about some of the challenges or opportunities you see coming forward in this next year.
Well, I mean, there's always challenges. We're focused on. I mean, we talked about direct to consumer. It's disappointing with what's going on. We're aligned with the state associations. We have to vigorously defend that. It's when we see some of our own, whom we have had relationships with, that are all of a sudden competing against us. Mm-hmm. It triggers emotions in all of us. It's frustrating. It's disappointing. It's like some of them we even talked to the people who were leading divisions 5 years ago, and we were, here's where we're going, and now they've changed colors and they're competing against us. So it's from that standpoint we have to be vigilant. We have to be aligned, and we have to be united as an industry, because back to the previous comments, we offer the best system for our customers from a cost standpoint, from a customer experience standpoint, and we don't want that to be altered. beyond that, continuing on the, there's still work to do on EPA. There's still work to do on bringing that to hopefully a final conclusion, at least until there's a new administration, and we likely have to do it again. But we've made a lot of progress there. And there's always there will always be curveballs thrown. I've had people, as people that have been in this role, you never quite know what you're going to get until you get into the role and things change. So and as we talked about, a big focus on strategy, longer term strategy, getting that greased in the system, but there can be curveballs beginning next week that we'll have to react to.
Absolutely. Well, and I know here at Show there is an absolute ton of workshops that are going to be focused on AI, and I know that's a hot button topic of yours. So will you talk a little bit about what you're planning on focusing on from an AI standpoint?
That's a good question. So the AI, we spoke about the customer. So the strategy, we talked about customer experience. The second bucket of that is AI, and we have started a task force within NADA that involves a couple of outside subject matter experts, big thinkers, smart people, a couple of people within NADA that have a lot of experience and a lot of expertise in the area, and then several dealers. I'm on the committee, and I'm the least qualified to be speaking about AI within the group. But I would just say, again, when you look at where it can go, and from my standpoint, it's a series of, we could go out on the floor, right, and we could ask dealers, what do we think? And there'll be one dealer that will say, well, it's going to be all this change, and in 5 years there'll be a completely different business model. There'll be another dealer that would say, I don't see that much change. We've been doing it this way successfully. Maybe it'll be a tweak. But beyond that continuum, NADA should be able to create a sense of scenario plans. What if it's more progressive with the way it changes over 5 years, and how can we arm our dealer members to better respond to that, and what might be some of the implications with OEM policy if it progresses more rapidly, and if it doesn't progress more rapidly, what are some of the incremental changes and benefits that we can get from AI to make us more productive or more connecting with our customers. So it's not, to me, it's not black or white. This is going to happen or it's not going to happen. It's a series of things that could happen. So how do we get smart people just speaking about those scenarios and putting us in position to prioritize again and create plans around the things that we would, the more likely of the scenarios.
So then, putting all those things together as chairman of NADA for 2026, put that into your vision, your game plan for how we're going to approach some of these opportunities and the things that you personally would like to ensure that during your tenure we have a game plan in place that we're moving forward.
Well, yeah, those are the game plans. The game plans, the customer experience, and all that comes with that. And that's a monster, right? We'll get feedback as a board. We'll have to begin to disseminate that feedback and ruthlessly prioritize. We'll have all this feedback. What are the one or two things? There might be 10 steps over a period of years that we said, okay, we should begin to try to move on these. But what are the one or two things that really in the near term we want to focus on? That's a lot of work. Well, in a 65-member board, that's a lot of work. To have those discussions and try to work to create that kind of alignment. And AI is similar. It may not be quite as complex, but it'll be similar. And here are the different areas that we can look at, and what do we want to prioritize and move forward. In any board structure or management structure, it's those discussions and it's that prioritization where much of the work and the strategy comes in. So that'll be it from my standpoint. That'll be a key focal point. There'll be other things again that come up, but I don't want to have a laundry list too long because it'll dilute the focus. The focus is continue our strengths with policy, great team, Paul Mitri, many people don't know who he is, but he and his team just do an exceptional job in protecting our interest. The operations group, again, show and dealer operations doing a great job, but how can the association become more strategic and anticipate where the business model might be in 2030, 2032, and what we can do to get there.
Let's talk a little bit more about the customer experience, because it's going to be such a big deal when we get all that information. But how do we overcome the fact that our industry, when you look at the Gallup poll, and only 6% of people trust salespeople with high honesty and ethics, yet when you look at customer satisfaction on the people who actually bought a car, it's actually pretty high. The last number is almost 80% fully satisfied with the entire process.
Yes.
How do we get those two things closer together so the press stops picking on us when they're trying to use an example of bad customer experience?
Well, that is for the industry, that is a billion-dollar question, and some of it is perception and reputation. We know that the hard data points to we have. The customers that have dealt with us, certainly on the service end, we create a better service experience than the direct-to-consumer.
Mm-hmm.
We know that. But we also know within the current service experience or sales experience, there's still things that we can do to make it better, and that requires, in some cases, better education, better alignment with the dealer members. Here's where the customers want to go. But in a lot of cases, better alignment with the OEMs and what their policies are and how their policies may be enhancing or detracting from our ability to really take optimal care of the customer. So it is, as you look at what customers want, it would be no surprise to anybody that transparency, speed of transaction, all of those things, and that pushes us to to address where is some of the friction in the current process, and how can we get better at that.
Great.
So Rob, if you don't mind, will you talk for a minute about the importance of getting involved with your state or metro association?
Well, it's essential. It's because the biggest defense that we have as an industry lies with our relationship with our state associations and the franchise laws that protect us and give us impetus to go invest further in the industry, right? So if dealers are out there and they don't have a strong alignment with their state ATAE and they don't know who he or she is, it should be priority number one coming coming out of this convention. The ATAEs all meet as a group. I think actually I'm going over there this afternoon to speak with them. So there's this sense of we've got NADA and that we all work separately. That it's not that the state associations, the ATAEs do not. It's not NADA is not a master group of these groups. We're all independently driven, but we're working toward the same thing. So there's over the years there's been tighter and tighter alignment and communication with all of the parties, with working on with the interest of the dealers at hand. But the system only works when the dealers are involved and driving it, and
right.
not sitting back and saying, well, I hope somebody else goes and does that, because as there's consolidation in the industry, it puts more and more requirement on those of us that are participating in it to go get involved and do something.
Absolutely. And in case our listeners don't know, all of the franchise laws are state by state.
Correct.
It's not a national situation.
No,
so every single state, every single ATAE is managing their own franchise laws.
They are. Every state has their own specific franchise laws. There's, obviously there's some similarities because they're aware of, one state's aware of what might occur in the other state. That's why there's alignment and communication. But each state works on their own.
Yeah.
One thing, Karen and I working with various different chairmen when I was on the board of directors and seeing how much time the chairman gives of their life to the year.
Volunteers.
Volunteers, that's right, volunteers. One thing that I want is, how excited is everybody back home not to have you around for 200 days this year? I'm just curious how that's going to work, both personally and professionally.
I don't know. Is that personally? Is that a question for my wife, or is that a
could be.
question?
I'll save that one for her.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's you. Let's talk about the team.
Yeah, I would say I'd say this though about that.
And we're recording this, by the way. I just want to make sure.
I talked about my father, and so I've been in this position with our company. Working my best, doing some things well, making my share of mistakes, as you know, as we all do. But it's been over 30 years that I've been in the same position, and so this role with NADA for me is it's not that I'm not involved. I'm heavily involved with our operation still on a daily basis, but it's given me perspective. It's almost like a mini sabbatical, and certain people in careers, they'll say, I'm going to do that. To me, as I look at what I want to do over the next 5 or 10 years or whatever it is, I think this experience will hopefully help me, provide me more context and position for me, put me in a position to be able to create more value and share more value and more expertise with our team as we look to do, as our, the number one Cochrane team, as we look to do maybe what's next for us.
Great answer, Rob.
Absolutely.
I'll think about my wife.
So, Rob, what are you looking forward to most while you're here at show?
Well, there is an energy that is unmistakable with the show, and I've been coming here for a long time, and you see so many people. There's so many connections. You make new connections, or you re-engage with people that you may not have seen before, and all of that just creates we bring a number of our people, and we've always done that. Bring a number of our people out, and it just puts we're grinding out January, fighting through the snow in Pittsburgh, and then all of a sudden you're here. You're looking at the balance of the year. You're able to get great education or go see key vendors and partners that we're working with, and so all of that happens within a condensed period of time. It's a great kickoff. So for me, it's just feeling that energy and that enthusiasm around an industry that we all care so deeply about.
And I'm sure when your team gets back, they are fully energized for the year ahead.
They are, and they're energized, and they might be a little too energized later in the evening tonight. But that's all part of it. It's all you're celebrating with people you're working with. You're celebrating with partners that you come see here. You're brainstorming on ideas that can help improve your business or somebody else's business, and that's why we do this. That's the magic of this kind of event, and what NADA and the team has done for years in building this into a bigger and bigger event. It's really second to none. We're speaking to the Brazilian dealers. I think it's 45 countries. I believe that's the number I saw. 45 different countries coming here just to observe this, so they can learn, and they can also take some ideas back to their own areas as far as how they can replicate this. So it's really, really impressive.
It's a big show.
Great show. Well, that's all the time we have for this episode. Let's everybody thank our chairman for 2026, Rob Cochrane.
Thanks, Scott Green.
And hope you're all enjoying Dealer Driven Podcast. Go online. We have lots of episodes posted up there. Please feel free to share any thoughts and ideas about what you'd like to see next. For Dealer Driven, I'm Michael Hayes.
I'm Cameron Wilson. Keep your dealership in drive, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Credit card fees cut deep into dealership profits. That's why over 1,000 dealerships trust DMS, powered by Priority. With DMS's automotive expertise and Priority's connected commerce platform, dealers can save up to 75% on processing costs through compliant surcharging. Learn more at PriorityDMS.com.
right, well, good morning once again, everyone. Welcome to NADA 2026. How's everybody doing? Good, I like that, I like that. Okay, so if you don't know, we are already on the move. We are already on the go. Now, most of you have paddles out in your hands, right? All right, there you go, good. All right, here's what we're gonna do, because it's all about fun. It's all about high energy, high octane. This is the automotive industry event of the year. So we're gonna make sure that everyone else knows that, all right? I've got my camera here, and this is gonna go really quickly. So here's what I need everybody to do first. Turn it to the green side. So find the green side, because we are all gas, no brakes. Green side, all right. And then what I'm gonna do when I press record, I just wanna hear you. I just wanna hear you make enough noise that they can hear us in the other hall. Is everybody ready? We're gonna do this in 3, 2, 1. NADA Live 2026, let me hear you! Over here this side, don't know that, oh, come on. Boom, that is what I'm talking about. We are shifting gears, we are having fun, and we are making sure that we are gonna get everything that NADA has to offer for 2026. How many people were in New Orleans last year? I'm glad we left the snow there. That's all I have to say about it. If you weren't, you would understand why I'm so excited. It took me 36 hours to make a 4-hour trip last year. So I'm super excited to be here this year, back in Vegas again. There's a ton of things to gain. Make sure if you haven't already, download the NADA Show app. That way you can make sure that you don't miss a thing, and you can also make sure that you get to where you're trying to go, because there's some great directions to help you find locations. All right, with that being said, we're gonna keep it going here on the live stage. So with that same energy that you just used, I'd like you to help me in welcoming up our next guest. So please give her a round of applause. Let's give her a hand for Sega Woku from TikTok Automotive. They didn't, nope, they didn't.
Did a good job.
They didn't hear it. I said give them the same energy. We're gonna try this one more time.
All
All right, just stay right there. You don't have to go all the way down. Okay. I know you guys can do better than that. She's a guest in our living room, right? So we're gonna try this one more time. Okay, we're gonna try this one more time. Let's make her feel welcome. Everybody ready? All right, so let's give her a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome up Sega Woku from TikTok Automotive.
Thank you.
There you go. Stage is
Awesome.
yours.
Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. Like my host said, my name is Sega Woku, and I lead the automotive vertical at TikTok. And this is such a precious moment for me because I actually started my career on the NADA floor over a decade ago with one of the channel partners sitting here. Shout out to Turnkey. All right, so for today's presentation, I want to start out with a simple observation. The shopper funnel is moving faster through traditional funnel. They're learning, they're comparing, they're researching, they're building confidence before they show up on your showroom floor. So today I'll walk you through what that journey looks like on TikTok, and what dealers can do to show up earlier, build trust faster, and earn the visit. You got your paddles out, so we're gonna go on to the first question. Let's make this a little interactive. For our first question, do you think car buyers only come to TikTok for entertainment? I see some truth in there. That's right. This is false. Car buyers might come to our platform to be entertained, but for auto, entertaining brings them in and intent takes over. People start using our platform to learn, research, and get a decision faster. Let me show you how that shows up in real behavior. Introducing Car Talk. This is not passive scrolling. Behind me is shoppers actively figuring out things in real time. When you look at Car Talk, you look at research and questions. First car, mom talk, electric car. What are they gonna do next? What matters to them is the intent that comes with it. This helps them decide the communities they're gonna interact with on our platform. And the platform becomes their shopping process. Which brings us next to assumption. TikTok only influences the top of the funnel. True or false? All right, I see some green there, but a lot of reds. That's right. This is false. Here's what's changed. Shoppers don't separate content from commerce anymore. Discovery happens, then research, then they do comparisons. Shortlisting can happen right after. Now I'm going to put some numbers behind it because we know dealers love numbers. So this is our new road to purchase. First, discovery. 75% of our shoppers say they discover new vehicles on the platform. TikTok is often where they get interested, it sparks the moment, and someone says, I really need to look into that. Once the spark hits, people move right into research. 80% of our shoppers research vehicles on TikTok. Research today looks like quick, high signal learning, walk-arounds, real owner point of views coming, what I wish I knew, pros and cons of buying this vehicle, and clear feature explanations. TikTok loves to learn about the techs in every vehicle that's displayed on our platform. Then the mindset shifts from do I like it to which one's right for me. So this is where we go into comparison. 38% of shoppers on TikTok compare vehicles on TikTok. This is where shoppers pressure test the trade-offs, right? We're talking about features, value, brand, and is this a real fit to my life currently? I'm a mom of two, and I own a Mercedes GLC, and I'm constantly going to TikTok to figure out, am I gonna switch to EV, or I'm gonna stay in gas because I really love the Tahoe currently. But of course, my child is 7 and is very interested in the Cybertruck. And sorry if there are any Tesla members, I'm probably not gonna be driving a Cybertruck next year. So then we'll say we get to the shortlist moment. And this is a number that's really important. 51% of our shoppers select their vehicles on TikTok. This might be shocking to you, but it happens every single day. If you show up here with credibility, clarity, you're not just chasing the shopper later with constant advertising. You're meeting them while they're deciding right then and then. So what is TikTok doing for the shopper emotionally? 3 signals that explain why this works. 80% of TikTok says TikTok builds confidence in their knowledge about vehicles on our platform. 81% say it increases interest in new brands. And we love this because we're a team of conquesting. This is all about conquesting, so make sure you understand that our platform helps you become a conquest driver as they're discovering new brands on the platform. And 79% say it helps them identify the right vehicle on the platform. So we're not talking about awareness anymore. It's decision support at scale happening here. Now here's where it gets practical for our dealers sitting in the room and our agencies that are supporting them. 82% of TikTok shoppers say dealership ads are extremely to moderately helpful. That tells us shoppers want dealer information when it helps them actually make a decision. They're not anti-ad. I hear this all the time. Like, they don't like all the car ads. That's not true. They're just anti-wasted time because you're fighting with a ton of For You entertainment on our platform. So what do they do next when they feel helped? They look at test drive reviews, explore dealership promotions, they read dealership advice from their peers and other creators, and they actually search for local dealerships on the platform. Which leads to a truth about creative. And I'm just got here first day and we're already talking about creative from the elevator to all the way down here. So I'm really excited. And I'm gonna ask this question back to you, so get your paddles out. The best performing dealer content doesn't feel like an ad. True or false? Should be easy, guys. Should not be seeing any red. That's right. When it feels like commercial, people move on the platform. And when it feels like help, people actually lean in. So what makes people lean in? That's trust. You have to build trust. And here's how trust gets built. Trust is built through storytelling on the platform. It's a mix of, it doesn't have to be fancy, right? It has to be human and specific. Who this trim is for, what people ask about payments, what to know before you come into the dealership. That's when trust actually turns into action. Shoppers know exactly who they trust. They trust auto enthusiasts, they trust auto experts, they also trust brands they're loyal to. But they trust everyday creators that are creating content on our platform specific to the auto industry. And you're thinking, okay, what do they trust? Not only who, but what do they trust? They trust short form video. It's easy and quick to capture. They trust car companies and car comparisons. They trust recommendations and tips and advice. So your content lane is clear. short, comparative, and helpful. Make your content the moment someone says, okay, I get it now, that's the car. Now let's connect that into performance, because at the end of the day, when it comes to tier 2, tier 3 advertising, even tier 1, we're talking about performance day in and day out. Here's a structure. POV is simplify choice, build trust, and then drive action. The tools are our automotive ads that are supported by Smart Plus. And if you don't know yet, please make sure you get with our teams and your channel partners, because auto ads is performing really well, and we have fantastic case studies that we can walk you through. The result is stronger performance and higher quality leads. Great content earns attention, and Smart Plus helps convert that attention into measurable outcomes very efficiently. So let me land this with a simple idea. Car shopping is personal on our platform. People are imagining themselves in the driver's seat before they step into your lot. Our job is to show up in that moment and make the next step really, really easy for them. And now I want to bring out the experts, because I'm sure you're sick of hearing from the platform side, so we can actually talk about the real life work and how that's impacting your dealerships and how your agencies are making it even more easier. So please help me bring on our panelists, and I'm sure they're going to need a much bigger applause than the ones we did earlier. So come on in. All right.
Here we go.
Wow. Introduce you. You ready?
Yeah.
Awesome.
What a dream to be up here. What a dream to be up here. What a dream to be here.
All right. Well, I'll try to make sure that we can get through all the questions, but I can't promise anything because you've heard from these three guys, and they have a lot to say. Okay, I'll start out with introductions. Say your name, tell us where you work, your role, and what is currently on your For You page.
All right, so my name is Art Peer. I'm the VP of Media Strategy at C4 Analytics. It's a fancy title for a not-so-fancy guy. I grew up in auto and grew up around it, so, excited to be here. This is the Super Bowl. And what's on my For You page? So, dad jokes, the first thing. Lots of dad jokes. And then Vines, the old school Vines. And it's probably because I bought fresh white Vans. So now it's like, damn, Daniel, back at it again with the white Vans. Oh my God. So yeah, that's what's on the For You page.
Love that.
Yep.
Good one, yeah. Kevin Butler, VP of Audience Strategy and Activation at Cars Commerce. Basically, just means I lead our media network as well as our audience operations for the media network as well as Dealer Inspire. What's on my For You page right now? It's actually a lot of dads.
We connected on that.
Dads of TikTok, girl dad, everything you can think of about just following the memes of kids and their dads. So,
good deal. Hey there, John Fitzpatrick with Force Marketing and our family of brands. We have a brand called WeDrive that helps in the mail, email, and text space, and then acquired Gulf States Marketing back in 2001 from Gulf States Toyota Distributors. That handles all of our retention business. We're helping dealers figure out how to have customers for life. So everything that we're doing is all around customer lifetime value and bringing the best data and tech that we can to the forefront. On my For You page, a lot of motivational speakers. I'm big on that. Cooks and different recipes, so we can look at how to cook in different things of that nature, and then different plays. So I'm coaching my 10-year-old in basketball right now, and so we've got different play sets that we'll be watching from other 10-year-old AAU teams.
I love that.
Yeah, it's good.
Community for everyone.
Good engagement. Yep.
Yeah, it's awesome. Okay, well, let's get right into it. Is everyone ready?
Let's do it.
Awesome. So most dealers have a big creative team and any video to start. What's the simplest way a resource-strapped dealer can see real results on TikTok, and can auto inventory ads work with just an inventory feed and photos?
You need a phone and a hook. That's it. You need a phone and a hook. That's really, you don't need a full creative team because you talked about it earlier. It's about trust, right? Building trust on this platform. It's short-form videos. People want to see the feature, options, benefits of the vehicles. They want to see the screens. They want to see the massage seats. And they want to understand the value that they're going to get by purchasing that vehicle. So you got to show them that, right? You really have to show them that. And you have to show them that in your voice, right? In your dealership's voice.
Yeah, no, I think completely agree with that. If you're doing video creative, it's got to be, you said it earlier, lo-fi, natural, that's what really resonates on the platform. But you also mentioned automotive inventory ads, which we think is definitely something that's going to be big for TikTok and also for our customers. So it's because very limited resources needed. It takes your normal feed, images, as well as all the information, and that definitely is driving impact and driving action post-exposure. And you couple that with also partners that have good audience data that you can then connect both the context with, that's very engaging with highly receptive customers based off that data, and you got like a win-win situation there.
Look, everyone at your dealership should be on TikTok. Every single one of them. Why? Because when we buy cars, we buy from trust in someone that we know, right? We know that about this business. It's the referral business. Oh, I know someone that works at ABC Toyota, whether they're in sales or service. Well, imagine if that sales or service individual was going all day, every day, TikTok, come to me. If you're thinking about you're buying your next car, we're walking through the selection. It is part of the daily process. Yep. Why? Because our audience is there. The audience is on TikTok. Pull away all of the political crap, okay? TikTok. Think about it. Look around your living room. Look around any Gen Zer, which by the way is absolutely spot in for customer lifetime value, right? You're thinking about it, someone that's 14 to 29 years old. They're on TikTok. They're on it a lot. I got to tell you something. I use TikTok a lot. It's hard to admit. It really is, okay? Yeah. Yes, I am a major user. It started out, I need to figure this thing out, but it turned into so much more. It's addicting. Yep. It's addicting. And so I would say the quicker that auto can really lean into this is understanding it's not one person at the dealership that's tech savvy or that's younger. It's everybody. Yeah. And when we get there, watch the power of what TikTok can do. And by the way, you don't believe me? Look what Google did. Look what Meta did. Fill in the blank.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, guys, and we keep going back to this whole like Gen Z demographic, but our largest growing demographics are the millennials and the boomers. The amount of 50 plus users on the platform that I am engaging with right now is probably really scary. And I am 2 seconds away from seeing my mom on there. That's my biggest fear.
She's on there now. She's just not telling you.
All of our growth audiences are on TikTok.
Yeah. Yep.
So yes, there's massive opportunity to scale, but you also think about women, Hispanics, African Americans. It's where all of our growth audiences that we need to be intercepting with our messaging are right now, and it's only growing. So.
And they're using it as a search engine.
Yep.
They're using it as a research search engine to see if that's something that they want to then go search either on Google or on Perplexity or on ChatGPT. And they're using trusted voices, and you can be that to influence them.
So it's just such a big part of the horizon, and really excited to have you guys. Okay, so beyond views and likes, because this is really important to dealers, what proves TikTok is driving tangible business outcomes for your dealers?
Well, you got to use the pixel. We've got to track conversions, right? Because ultimately, we've got to measure whatever platform, insert platform here, based on business KPIs for you, right? We've got to move more metal in this zip code. We've got to use our pump in, pump out reports and our sales by zip to understand how the impressions are then driving traffic to the site and then driving action on the site and then ultimately driving leads and sales. So we've got to use the pixel, and we've got to use smart AI plus, right, campaigns to target folks using TikTok's amazing audiences.
Yep. And I completely agree with that. It's driving VDP views, driving site visits.
Yep.
Anecdotally, we work with a large dealer group who actually had people coming into the store referencing their TikTok ads that we are running for them as part of a reason for their visit. So obviously it's a sample size of one there, but the proof point for them is causing to be like, yes, this is working. It's giving us a net new audience. That's also big too, is the unique reach that we're not reaching from Meta and Google, because this is a scalable, unique audience.
Yeah, we think about all of this in 4 A's. We think about audience. Certainly you have an audience that's untapped. We think about attention. Where is that attention of said audience? And when you think about, as a dealer, think about audience, sold, never service, service, never sold, high APR, trade-in value, all of the different segments inside of your audience, DMS and CRM. And then think about where's their attention being spent. Once we figure that out, how do we automate? You guys have now figured out how automation can work, which was something we challenged you with a year or two ago, right? You came back to the table, you said, all right, here we go. We can now scale. And then attribution's the next one, right? If we're day trading in attention, then we should be working as, just like your wealth advisor, hey, we got to move from one stock to the next. What I'm seeing is that just start with $1,000, right?
Yep.
See, you'll quickly see that needs to be $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000. And it blows me away that still today in 2026, you have a first mover advantage on TikTok. Think about that. A first mover advantage on TikTok in the auto industry.
From
Big deal.
discovery to purchase.
Big deal.
That's the whole thing. You get the full funnel.
I mean, it's exactly why we see it as, well, that's why we're your first channel partner, right, at C4, because we see it as the ability to show ROI, right? And that's ultimately what you guys need back, right? 50% of my marketing doesn't work, or 50% does. Which 50%? Well, now we can track it. Now we can track it.
Love that. This is a paddle question. A
right.
persistent myth is that dealers' customers aren't on TikTok. Based on what you witnessed, what's the single biggest misconception dealers still have about the platform and its audience? So, for the first part, your customers aren't on TikTok. True or false?
Oh, it's a red.
Just the all red. Okay. And then for the second part, based on what you witnessed, what's the single biggest misconception that dealers still have about the platform and its audience?
It's about engagement. It's about engagement only, right? You can't measure it. And I need to have a crew. I need to have a salesperson, to John's point. Like, I need to have a salesperson that's tech savvy, and he's going to run that for me. And it needs to be content all the time. It needs to be funny content or whatever. No, you need to talk to your buyers. And they're at different stages in the process. And they have different voices, right? So we need to meet them where they're at. And you don't need a film crew to do that.
Yeah, and just what you said there, just how pervasive it is.
Yep.
The audience isn't there. Well, we know the audience is there. So we tap into our Cars.com audience and push it into TikTok, and how much scale that we have there to operate for both Dealer Inspire and for the Cars Commerce Media Network. The audience is there. And like I said earlier, the growth audiences of women, Hispanics, multicultural, Gen Z, millennials now too. Everything is scaling and growing.
Yes.
It is there. So I think that's a big misconception that we definitely work with our partners to overcome.
I can't figure out why more and more dealers are not telling us absolutely we need to be on TikTok. I'm telling you, I can't. That's just my honest answer. I can't figure it out. The data supports it. It's now scalable through your product offering. I cannot figure out why $1,000, $2,000 a store, and if we're being honest, we spend that in pizza on a Saturday for fixed ops.
No.
We're not talking about a lot of investment here to get a massive audience. I can't figure out why it's not a no-brainer. Yeah, John, turn that on. And it requires, well, let's figure out a business case, or let's figure out, what are we really trying to get out of that investment? And the metrics are there, the attribution model is there, the buyers are there. Jump in and go. Let the machine work. We did it again. We did it with Google. We've done it. We're doing it with Amazon. We're doing it with Meta. All of these other media partners that provide an audience are there, but for some reason we're hesitant on TikTok.
Creative is not your hurdle.
No.
It's not your hurdle. Creative is not the hurdle. Don't let it stop you from finding ROI on the platform, because we can use AIA. We can use created content with your phone. A phone and a hook. That's all you need.
Yeah.
And guys, you said this earlier. Where we started 4 years ago, when you started testing TikTok, is not where we're at.
Oh.
We've become very efficient, right? The platform has done a fantastic job of giving you that efficient result that you're looking for. We've opened up signals, and we've also, to your point, made creative a lot easier, so it should not be a hurdle. And maybe it's an NADA 2026 effort. So hopefully all your dealers will be on the platform after today.
We'll try.
All right, next one. Consumer discovery has changed. With so many buyers now using TikTok as a search engine, how must a dealer's marketing strategy evolve to meet this new behavior?
Features, options, benefits. Like, show them the vehicles. We know, all of us in here, know that car buying is an emotional process. I have to see myself sitting in the massage seats or heated seats, see myself using the 12.5-inch screen, see the leather seats, see the black on black, and I'm talking about my car too much, but I have to see it. So show them that, right? It doesn't have to be, the funny TikTok stuff. Not saying that stuff doesn't work too, but it doesn't have to be that. Meet them where they're at, show them the vehicles, the features, options, benefits. Is back to that. Follow the process, like you guys all know, and talk about your vehicles. Talk about why to buy from you. Talk about why to buy from you.
No, and back to social search. I mean, the consumer journey, or how they research, how they shop, is changing. Social search, AI, everything that's happening it can be scary, but it also presents a lot of opportunity. And you need to figure out what is that holistic media plan, that marketing plan that you're doing to intercept those consumers, that audience, wherever they are in their consumer journey.
Yeah.
That's the biggest part. That you need to make sure you're there.
The search component's interesting, right? Because if I think about my own user interaction with the platform, and we were, learning different recipes, right, to cook as a family, right? Which one might sound better than the other. Well, now, when we want to cook something interesting, we're not going to Google for the recipe. We're going to TikTok. Yep. So at what point does that behavior go, well, wait a second, I want to start looking at this vehicle that I saw in the pickup line, right? Because I know that's where my wife gets all her ideas. She's like, the pickup line, this, that, and the other. By the way, myself, too. Yeah. I do the drop-off, she does the pickup. And so... And that you're sort of interacting in real time, and then you jump on, and you're not going to Google to ask that question. It's more comfortable to ask the question and interact with the folks on TikTok. Why? Because TikTok is going to serve that to you. Instead of the advertiser having to find the audience is finding the advertiser. Think about how powerful that is. And I think that's the piece that we're missing here, where we're getting caught up in like TikTok and all of the headlines that TikTok has had, and we're not realizing that the audience is there, and they're growing every single day. And that's what I'm passionate about, seeing where this is. By the way, it doesn't make a difference to us when we're analyzing a dealer's budget where it is. All we care about is what the data looks like. Where's the investment dollar giving the ROI? And we're going to advise that that's where it shifts. The media outlet, no offense, it's irrelevant to us. It's just whether or not the investment is there. And so as we think about day trading attention for all of our hyper-local marketplaces, I think it's really important that this is something that you consider.
And it's our job at Tier 3 to create demand for our brand. And then you capture it using search, right? So we have to create demand where they're at, like you guys talked about. And you talked about
where the audience is.
Right, where the audience is. And you talked about the full journey, right? Nobody looks at one ad or one video and then gets in their car, drives straight to the dealership. It is a journey. They're going to be on TikTok. Then they're going to see your AI ads on Meta. And then they're going to search for you. Then they're going to see some CTV ads. So they have to see you in all these different places so they can create trust with you.
Love that. This is the last question. 2 minutes at the buzzer. 1 minute at the buzzer. To end this, complete the sentence for me. Ultimately, TikTok helps dealers win because
it drives performance. It drives performance. It's going to drive VDP views. It is going to drive leads. It is going to drive sales. It drives performance.
Yeah. For me, it reaches an untapped audience. You aren't reaching many of these people today, so it's bringing you front and center, intercepting them where they are engaged. Because again, you're highly engaged when you're on TikTok. So I think that's the biggest thing. It's the audience that you need to be reaching.
I think it's simple. I think it's what we're all searching for. It's connection.
Yeah.
I think it's that simple. Don't overthink it with, it's got to sell me or help me service cars, or I'm overanalyzing one metric over the other. Ask yourself, can you connect better in your hyper-local marketplace through the audience platform that is TikTok? If the answer is yes, try it out.
Love that. So you guys heard it here. We have performance, we have the audience, and we have the connection. So hopefully we'll see a lot more dealers on the platform. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
My name is Adriana. I didn't have a car for like almost 2 years. Back in March, I was very fortunate to receive a vehicle from Vehicles for Change, sponsored by NADA. It's changed my life drastically. I don't need to borrow a car. I don't need to spend hundreds of dollars on Ubers or Lyfts. We can just get up and go, you know, going to doctor's appointments, dropping my daughter off to daycare. When I have projects I need to work on at work, I can go into the office now. Not having a car was a very, very big issue. My son wanted to go to football practice, so now I was able to finally sign him up. He won the first game. He scored 2 touchdowns, and he is very, very excited. It's made a big, big impact for us. And I don't ever want to go without a car ever again. A car is mobility, a car is freedom, and most important, a car is a blessing.
We launched Jerry 1.0 in the beginning of 2024, and the number one impact that Jerry has had on dealerships over the last 2 years is driving more revenue. What we learned is what makes a great AI employee for a dealership is the same exact things that make a great human employee. They're great at their job, they know it inside and out, they know your business, they know the playbooks, they follow them, and they're coachable. The result of everything we learned has allowed us to build capabilities and coachability into our AI employees that doesn't exist in the market and nobody else is working on. And I cannot wait to show you what we built.
All right, that was exciting. Okay, I have a question, see who knows this. Does anyone know why the smartphone went to therapy? Want to take a guess? Lost its TikTok. See what I did there? Now, for those of you that are new to the NADA living room, yes, there will be dad jokes told frequently. I actually store them in my dada base. See, 2 for 2, man. I got to keep this going up. But all jokes aside, we want to make sure that you're, of course, having a great time. This is one of my favorite times coming up, and we're going to get to it shortly. But I wanted to remind you all that if you have not done so already, make sure that you download the NADA Show app. There you will find the valuable information that you need to navigate you where you're looking to go, but also it will help with making connections. So if you have not downloaded the NADA Show app, make sure you do so, and also make sure that you opt in for the contact portion of it. So there is a portion where you can opt in for others to be able to see your contact information, and that's a great way to make sure that you're able to network and keep the networking going. Obviously, there are a ton of people here, and sometimes you might meet someone that can help you or have a great question or aid you in some way, but you want to make sure that you can continue that conversation at a later date. And one great way to do that is to make sure that you and them are both visible in the NADA Show app, so that way you can find them at a later date. All right, now with that being said, it is time. It is time. This, ladies and gentlemen, if you are not familiar or have not been here before, this is a section that we call our student pitch competition. And so this is featuring students from Northwood University. And so, of course, what I want, yeah, there you go, I like that. What I want each and every one of you to do is, as they come up to the stage, I want you to make sure that you give them a round of applause, cheer them on, and make them feel warmed, welcome, and encouraged, because they are our future leaders in the automotive space. With that being said, let's get this thing started. To help me, I'd like to welcome up our moderator, Anthony Rinaldi. Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Come on up, Anthony.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the NADA Show, and welcome to the Northwood Student Pitch Competition. So we have 7 contestants, and they have 2 minutes to share their pitch to our 3 judges about how they can change the auto retail industry. They will have 2 minutes, and our judges will have 2 minutes of Q&A. The winner of the competition will win a $500 Visa gift card, a comp to NADA seminar or professional series, and a personalized trophy. So let's come up and meet our judges. We have Scott Doobie of McGovern Auto Group, Bobby Sight of Rob Sight Ford, and Savannah Sims from Sims Auto Group. All right, so let's get this competition started.
Okay. All right.
Welcome, Max.
Hi, Max.
Hello, everyone. My name is Max Hart, and I'm a junior at Northwood University studying automotive marketing and management, and I love retail automotive. Especially excited about how the industry is moving. I believe car companies like Carvana has changed how people buy cars. But I believe that there's a smarter, more personal way to buy cars. Carvana made car buying fast and convenient, but something important was lost. Trust, transparency, human connection. Too many buyers felt like they were dealing with a website and not a business that really cared about their purchase. My goal is to rival Carvana and other big retailers such as create a modern, digital-first car platform. Keep the convenience of online buying, but bring back the dealership experience. Real people, real service, complete honesty. Customers can do everything they want. Let's meet our customers where they're at, whether they want to take a fully online approach or come in and meet with our sales associates. We still have access for experts with test drives, trade-ins, and advice. I've seen the industry from multiple angles. Merchandising at Bishop Automotive, sales at Sutherland Subaru, head logistics chair, and domestic divisional of the Northwood University International Auto Show. These roles have taught me about inventory management, logistics coordination, and customer relationships, and how everything connects and runs and intertwines together. How I'll make this happen is building a strong online platform. From smart partnerships with dealer networks, create a team focused on transparency.
I think
Time flies.
Oh, wow.
Big believer in what you're saying. The human connection that we have in the dealership space is everything that we strive for and what we build ourselves on within ADA. I'm not sure where the change is from what we're doing today, but conceptually, I'm on the same path as you.
I'm curious how you differentiate what dealers are welcome on your platform and not welcome based on their ability to uphold the transparency and integrity in the process.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And honestly, I think keeping the platform very open, but also having moderators to make sure that they are upholding that transparency with someone moderating everything that's going on. Through obviously a rating system on customers going through there, and then depending on what channels they're choosing, whether they're choosing to buy fully online or engaging with our sales associates in store and in the prospecting process.
I love what you're saying. I have just one question. Are we keeping the vending machines or are we getting rid of the vending machines?
We're getting rid of the vending machines.
I don't know. Have you seen those cotton candy vending machines in the
those are
dealerships
fun.
lately? I think they're so fun. I
Those
think
are
that's just like leans into the fun and transparency in the process.
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Max.
Great job.
All right. I think we need a rate.
I've wanted one of those.
Tap on. There you go.
Alrighty, good morning everyone. With your TikTok paddles, if you still have them, who here has seen a customer states on an RO that is confusing or doesn't make sense? I see a few. Awesome. So I've seen firsthand how vague sentences in an RO can turn into lost time, frustrated technicians, delayed parts, and disappointed customers. My name is Logan Wilmot, and I am an automotive aftermarket management student at Northwood University, and through mystery shopping over 70 independent repair facilities and 40 dealership service departments, I've noticed the same thing. Different brands, different processes, but the same problem, and that is that the breakdown starts before the vehicle even arrives. Service advisors are trying to translate vague customer descriptions into technical language, and technicians are trying to diagnose vehicles with this incomplete information, and customers assume that everyone is on the same page. They are not. That is why I created WrenchBot. WrenchBot is an AI-powered chatbot that engages customers during the service scheduling process. Instead of a single open-ended question, WrenchBot asks guided follow-ups like, when did the issue start? Where did the issue start? Does it happen when braking, accelerating? Are there any warning lights or recent repairs? Behind the scenes, WrenchBot organizes those answers into a clean, technician-friendly summary and flags potential parts that may be needed. By the time the vehicle arrives, the advisor and technician already have context, direction, and a stronger starting point. The result is faster write-ups, better diagnosis, higher fix-it-right the first time rates and shorter cycle times, and a better experience for customers and employees alike. WrenchBot doesn't replace people. It makes good people better. The future of fixed ops isn't just more technology, it's better communication. I'm Logan Wilmot, and this is WrenchBot. Thank you.
Wow. Nice work.
Thank you.
Well, I've got a great question for you, or I have a question for you. It sounds great. Love it. The biggest problem in the service drive is not asking the right follow-up questions. How do you train the bot? Where are you getting the language model for training the bot?
Absolutely. So the great thing with AI is machine learning. So what's fantastic is that we can have AI learn from those phone call conversations between service advisors, service schedulers, and the customers that come in. So through that, the AI can learn from all of the different conversations that are going on between the service schedulers, service advisors, and the customers to learn from that and know what questions to ask.
What if the wrong questions exist in those conversations? Like, let's say the right questions are never asked. How does the bot become aware of what the right questions are?
Yeah, absolutely. So through the way that the AI would work, the bot is able to see the questions that it asks. It really learns from the questions that it asks. So in asking the customer one specific thing, the customer responds from that. The AI will then be able to ask a smart follow-up question based on that, if that answers your question.
Gets closer. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I love it. Is this something that you want to integrate into existing scheduling platforms, or is it something that you want to create your own platform and system with?
Yeah, I think, at least from everything that I've seen in the retail automotive space, is there is a lot of technology and a lot of standalone different technologies as a whole. So I think being able to integrate would be the best way to go forward with it, because there are so many different platforms that being able to integrate with those different platforms would really create a pretty smooth experience.
Right.
Is this a text-only platform?
So originally, when I have thought of it, yes, that would be something that when you're going to the dealership website and scheduling a specific time, then WrenchBot would come up and be able to answer those certain questions for you. But I do think that with a lot of AI calling services and things like that, where AI can actually pick up the phone and talk to customers, I think that's something that could be very easily translated from a text-only into more of a phone call option.
I think about when my vehicle makes a sound and I can record that, or I can take a photo of the error message and I can't recreate it. I think it just eliminates a lot of those comebacks that are clogging up our service drives.
Absolutely.
Great job.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Good morning. My name is Donald Anchek, and today I'm going to talk a little bit about why and how dealerships should incorporate social media into their marketing and prospecting process. In 2026, social media is virtually synonymous with marketing, and with my prior marketing experience at Mike Savoy Chevrolet and Volkswagen of Troy, Michigan, I truly believe you cannot have a great marketing campaign without it. With hundreds of millions of people scrolling on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and other social medias in the US every day, dealers and their salespeople have an excellent prospecting opportunity. Having a presence on social media gives your potential customers a chance to get to know you and your brand before they ever even step foot in your dealership. You get to show them the human side of the dealership, which can make the thought of visiting less daunting. Social media becomes especially beneficial for prospecting when you incorporate more comedic, funnier videos into the content you produce. While a vehicle walk-around or a post sharing customer feedback is beneficial, it will not reach as wide of an audience as a funnier video will. These videos are going to end up in the algorithms of people who are not actively searching for dealership content, opening the door for these viewers to follow you and then see your walk-arounds and other serious professional content. And then when they are in the market for a new or used vehicle, you will be the one showing up in their feed and you're going to be their first call. Now, as I did mention, it is also beneficial to do some serious professional videos, such as walk-arounds and sharing customer experiences. If you have a cool or interesting car in the lot, that's something to make a video about. It'll increase your chances of finding a buyer for the vehicle, especially if it's a unique, niche vehicle. Have a happy customer buying their dream car, that's something to post about. This will allow potential customers to see real customer experiences as more than just text in a Google review, but as a real person who is satisfied with your customer service. You can also use your comment sections to interact with potential customers, receive feedback, and answer questions while directing the customer to your website. Now, don't expect to see massive results overnight, as it takes time to build a following. But if you stay creative, study the trends, and consistently upload, you'll be able to grow your social media into a prospecting goldmine. Thank you.
Great time.
Right on time.
Yep.
Well, there's one expert on this stage with social media, and it's not myself or Scott Doobie. But I do know that with social media content in my dealership and from a dealer's perspective, it can be daunting to create content on a schedule and what to post, when to post. You know, how does that creative process look like for you? How do you suggest dealers go about it?
Yeah, so I think a lot of that initially is just, studying what other dealerships are doing and just studying kind of general trends. A lot of what I did with Mike Savoy was just analyzing what other dealerships are posting on TikTok, what's working, what's not working for them, and trying to, emulate some of the success other dealerships were seeing. One video we did, for example, was our social media and events coordinator that I worked with, Maya Drojewski, did a video with one of our salespeople at the Volkswagen store where she walked up to the salesperson and said that, it was, the line was, "My boyfriend doesn't like my car, I have to return it." And the salesman says, "All right, well, let's find you a new one." And then it's them scrolling on Google looking for a new boyfriend. And that got 20,000 views on Instagram alone, not even counting views on TikTok, Facebook, and elsewhere. And so that's really where I found that, having, and when you see successes like that, looking at how you can duplicate that, how you can replicate that in a way that doesn't just recycle the same content, but modifies it, makes it better. Because once you get that boost of a massive amount of views, you want to try to see how much of that you can maintain. And so I think a lot of it is just trying to stay very organized, studying the trends, and just, really exercising your creative, portion of your brain.
I have a question around the compliance and the brand standards for the OEMs. How are you making sure at scale, like you said, it's a lot to keep up with, it's a lot to stay organized, and we have our day-to-day jobs within the store?
Yeah, so I mean, with brand compliance, making sure obviously what you're doing, the brands are happy with, that's where, getting some insight from management comes in handy. So going to, the general manager, the sales manager, and saying, "Hey, I have this idea. This is what other dealerships have done this. What do you think? Is this something that, you would approve of? You want to make sure that, management obviously is happy with what you're putting out, and that it's something that the brand is happy with." And so, especially with comedic content, you got to be careful with that, because you want to, you don't want to upset the brand. So yeah, definitely just, I think, confiding in management. They're going to be very knowledgeable about what the brand wants to see, what the brand likes to see, making sure that you are properly representing the brand. So I would say confiding in management.
Wonderful.
Savannah stole my question.
All right.
Thank you very much.
All right,
Great
perfect.
job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, handouts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elijah.
Thanks very much. I like the paper.
Hello, my name is Elijah Smith, and I'm an automotive marketing and management student at Northwood University. Today, I want to start by asking a quick question. How many customers do you think actually check their car's owner's manuals after buying a new vehicle? Probably not too many. And because of that, dealerships lose meaningful connection with customers within the first year of ownership, losing loyalty, service revenue, and future trade-ins. Today's vehicles are packed with technology, but customers often feel overwhelmed and disconnected from the dealerships that sold them their cars. They turn to random YouTube videos to look for help instead of the dealership. That's where DriveSmart comes in. DriveSmart is a dealership-based app that starts with one simple thing, the VIN. Customers scan the VIN, and DriveSmart automatically knows their exact vehicle. DriveSmart then shares Step-by-step video tutorials made for the customer's needs. No guessing, no searching, no confusion. Customers learn how to do basic things like checking fluids, using Apple CarPlay, and even driver assist systems. DriveSmart is also very good for service scheduling. Customers can schedule appointments in seconds by syncing with the dealership's live service schedule. It is also beneficial because they can use the live service status to track their vehicle along the way. Customers don't have to get stuck waiting to know when their vehicle is ready, how much time is left. It's all directly in the app. DriveSmart also syncs directly with the dealership's trade-in process, so customers can view cars for sale at the lot before they even step foot. Dealerships gain higher service retention and future customers. Customers gain satisfaction and convenience, and manufacturers gain brand consistency across every dealership. Instead of being forgotten after the sale, DriveSmart stays directly in the customer's pocket. DriveSmart bridges the gap between the customer and the dealership, one VIN at a time.
Incredible. I don't know if you guys noticed, he did all that with no notes. Fantastic job.
I love it.
I think you're on a great path. I look at a lot of different manufacturers and OEMs and the way that they connect applications and phone apps to vehicles, and I think that they're doing a lot of what you're saying, but what they aren't doing is providing instructional videos, things like that. So I think really what your concept is really great. I just think that it's something that maybe you could go to an OEM and say, hey, let's take this Ford Pass application, take the Ford application, let's keep all the scheduling you have available and all the connected features, but let's add some instructional videos to help improve the customer experience.
For sure. Yeah, for me it's kind of difficult because it's like I wanted to combine a lot of different things into one app.
Absolutely.
Because that's what I struggle with. Like some of the dealerships around me, like they might have like something that texts you like for the service updates, or like you can obviously check their website to see like other vehicles they have for sale, but there isn't really like one website that could fit all the boxes for the customer. So that's what I was looking for.
Yeah.
Especially when dealerships have their rewards programs, I could see that being a great add-on there, as well as being able to purchase like extended service plans and reminders there. Well done.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So all the video is going to be VIN specific as well. I mean, how are you going to do that? Is that AI generated content? How does that happen?
Yeah, for sure it could be. So it's like I find like it's like teaching like my grandparents like how to use their new car. Like
easy now, easy.
They don't know how to like set up their phone or even like change some of like the heating and cooling stuff. So it would be specifically that way. Instead of you find a video that fits exactly your car, you're not trying to find a car that's 5 years older on YouTube.
Yeah.
Like it's exactly what they're looking for. So
great, sounds great. Can't wait to look.
Love
at
it.
Thank you.
Thank you guys very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Charlie Bauer, and I'm a sophomore at Northwood University studying automotive aftermarket management. Before I start, I just want to say thank you to Northwood University and NADA for this opportunity. And today I'm going to be talking about technician retention and how to improve your fixed ops department. So there's a couple different strategies. The first one being the technician. So I feel, going into fixed ops departments, sometimes the technicians feel that at the bottom of the totem pole. So improving that, rewarding their successes, giving them further training, things to really benefit, your service department to really help it grow. Secondly, talking about the efficiency of the service lane. So if a customer were to come in and, a couple of the speeches before, hinted on this, but, if they have an issue, having your service advisor or someone there, to fix that issue before it's larger, and having to write an RO and complicate things some more. Other than that, measuring the technician's success, like I said, rewarding their, successes, if they can turn, vehicles quickly, and having an open door policy as well with your service advisor or service manager just builds that retention rate of technician. It is one of the largest problems the industry is facing, and I feel that having that open door policy really makes the technicians feel that they're a valued part of the dealership and they are a profit center of the dealership, and they're one of the most important parts because they keep customers' vehicles on the road. A lot of these strategies that I'm talking about, they're low cost to implement inside of the dealership. So obviously, it takes a lot to implement these processes, But with that cost being so low, the long-term profitability, there's so much that on the service side that you can gain. And like I said, retaining those technicians, will go leaps and bounds for your dealership and for years to come.
Well, I love the topic. I mean, I think, fixed ops and technician retention is a widespread problem. Obviously, everybody standing out here will agree with that. When it comes to honoring your technicians, what's something concrete that you can do for them besides creating an open door policy, better communication? I mean, what's just like one simple thing that you can do to honor a technician to make them feel recognized and important?
I think tracking, like I said, tracking their successes throughout the week, like seeing how many vehicles they turn. If there's 5 or 10 more, that week, bringing them in and just saying, hey, congrats, you were really efficient this week. But also furthering their training. So, if they're kind of just in the middle of the road, as you say, giving them the training to become a master tech, whether that be, engines or transmissions, that sort of thing. But just giving them those tools and kind of a roadmap to the success to really look at, here's what a year looks like down the road. Here's 5, 10 years down the road. So really building that plan so they stay at your dealership longer.
One thing I love when entering a new store is identifying what motivates each individual around the store, and if it's drawing a map of the shop and everything they tell you about their kid that plays softball and where they went to school and what they care about, but then what are they working towards and like what motivates them? It may be getting off early on Thursday to go lead the Boy Scout troop, or it may be, just turning more hours and making more money. What is that motivating factor? And I think having a tool to log that and not let time pass, because we all blink, you blink and then it's month end and we start all over again. And so I think this would be really helpful.
You said reward a couple of times, Charlie, and I think Bobby tried to tease that out a little bit. What is it you think are the right, besides an attaboy, which obviously go a long way, but beyond that, what is the reward system that you're thinking about?
It could be monetary, compensation. That kind of gets into the way technicians are paid and improving flat rate or going to a salary plus bonus, hourly plus bonus, which obviously is a different conversation. But like I said, that further training and giving them a roadmap, it kind of shows that you as a dealer are looking at long-term success for them.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Great job.
Thank you, Charlie.
Have you ever wondered how many customer problems go unsolved simply because people can't see them in time? Hello, everyone. My name is Alexandra Kinney, and I'm a student at Northwood University studying automotive marketing and management. And today I'm pitching an actual idea that I built while I was doing an internship at Epicor Software. And that's using metrics and dashboards to create visibility that transforms how the automotive retail industry serves its customers. One of the biggest challenges in any automotive organization, whether it's a dealership, a parts distributor, or an aftermarket service provider, is visibility. When teams don't know what's happening in their workflows, issues slip through the cracks, customers become frustrated, and leaders only discover problems when they've already escalated. As my manager put it, every case in a queue is someone's personal business, and without visibility, no one can manage their business effectively. That's where the dashboards come in. Dashboards give automotive organizations the ability to track the metrics that matter, like time to respond, time to resolve, aging cases, trends across customers, and signals that indicate when a reoccurring issue points to a bigger system problem. When the right metrics are used, the data tells the truth, and that truth helps teams improve faster. What I'm proposing is a scalable, adaptable dashboard framework that any automotive retail operation can use regardless of its size. It's not limited to technical support. The same visibility applies to sales performance, parts logistics, service bay efficiency, and so much more. Dashboards help individuals, teams, and entire organizations understand what their customers need and how to serve them better. When automotive businesses have this level of insight, they can resolve issues faster, reduce downtime, identify patterns before they escalate, and evolve their operations in a measurable and data-driven way. And in an industry as interconnected as ours, improving even one organization's visibility strengthens our entire automotive ecosystem. Thank you.
Great presentation style, first off. Thanks very much for that. Question for you about, I love dashboards, a huge believer in dashboards, a very visual person when I do analysis. But where's the data coming from that you're talking about, that you're going to present?
So in our systems, like at Epicor, we have our own dashboard framework, our own software called Epicare. And so all of that is stored in our, it's like we have it stored in our system. So when I go to create dashboards, I choose the file I want it from, where it has like our cases transferred, things like that. So we pull it from our own systems and build the dashboards based on that.
But in an automotive environment, a lot of the things that you're talking about putting on the dashboard aren't necessarily tracked in our DMS, right? So resolution times, open cases, that's not necessarily tracked in the DMS. So I'm wondering where you think in automotive we're going to generate that data from to
I think you need to
present?
track it. I think keeping track of all your details, it's going to make you more efficient. I think that if you have, I know you may not have it right now, but track that because if you can see like if this is taking too long and it's a trend across all of the things, you make things more efficient to streamline that process.
Okay.
I mean, I think that what you're getting at is we need to figure out how we're going to track it, and then we can go from there. But conceptually, great idea.
I think every team has different goals, so being able to customize a dashboard for even sub-teams within a store would be very helpful.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, it's okay.
We could share. No, please, Bobby. I want you to have it.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maggie Nelson. What if getting your car fixed is just as easy as ordering an Uber or getting DoorDash? Right now, it's not. Most people drop their car off at the dealership and spend the whole rest of their day wondering, has anyone even looked at my car yet? How much will this cost me? Or why hasn't anyone even updated me yet? Did they forget about me? This uncertainty is incredibly frustrating for customers, which ultimately results in the industry's biggest challenge today, lack of customer trust within dealerships. The data backs this up too. According to Zip2, nearly 80% of customers feel frustrated during service due to poor communication. And Cox Automotive reports that customers who service at a dealership are more than 74% likely to buy their next car at that same dealership. Those frustrations and bad experiences lead to lost service and lost sales. This is an opportunity. That's where DriveFlow comes in. DriveFlow is a digital concierge service platform that completely modernizes the dealership service experience for customers, from check-in all the way to delivery. In the DriveFlow app, customers will schedule their service just as they would order food. So they would choose pickup or drop-off. They can do that either from work or from at home. And once the car is checked in, everything happens digitally. Customers receive real-time updates such as MPI complete or repair in progress. And technicians and managers send video MPIs showing exactly what needs attention and why. This is huge because studies show that over 60% of customers prefer video explanations because it builds trust and it speeds up their decision time. DriveFlow removes that friction across the entire service department. Advisors are more productive and they can handle more ROs at a time. Technicians spend less time waiting and more time fixing cars, as we know they love. And dealers boost their efficiency and they raise their CSI scores. And most importantly, at the very root of the problem, customers actually are enjoying their service experience again. At the end of the day, DriveFlow is built for the modern day customer.
Great job.
Thank you.
Great topic. Huge believer in transparency. Huge believer in video inspections. Huge believer in concierge service. Things that we do in our store currently. How do you help dealers who maybe don't implement these type of strategies and establish a process that is really sustainable for them to continue on with?
Yeah, so I believe in in every single dealership, there's one dealership at an OEM that is doing the best, and you have to look at why they're doing the best. Maybe it's a software that they're doing, maybe it's something they're doing with their employees, and so we would strive to get this. We had talked to OEMs to get this in every dealership that we can, and then also dealerships too. And so we'd have those flagship dealerships that are doing an amazing job, and we'd get DriveFlow in those dealerships and show them how to use a platform. Really stress the importance of MPI because I think MPI is just so important, like video MPI for dealerships. So really just getting that in there and then sending people to like show them what's going on, and then maybe even like at one of the flagship like dealerships, having a dealer, like having someone from each dealership go in there and actually like watch what's happening, and then see like the reception of the software with like customers, and seeing like how they like it and just how they can utilize it better.
Yeah, I mean, one addition, and I'll let the rest of the panel talk. I would say that I would recommend you have to have a champion of this process and a coordinator. Otherwise, it just doesn't work.
Right. Totally agree.
I could almost see like our mobile service coordinator being the one who runs the process and handles all the tickets throughout the day. But it reminds me a lot of Domino's and like kind of tracking the pizza, that whole marketing campaign they did back in the day. But I'd be curious if I was a consumer and, you know, you and I are having drinks on Friday night and you tell me about your experience at the Ford store and you use DriveFlow. As a consumer, can I go on DriveFlow and find a dealer that is in my area? Or is it only once you've already established a relationship with a dealer?
Yeah, so actually you can like find different dealerships on the app, and also something that's really important is that once you have this platform, it can sync to different dealerships. So say you have a Subaru and a Toyota and you go to 2 different dealerships, something really important about this software is that you can have multiple accounts even for multiple cars, so that you don't get that lost service. You can see your history, and then you can like look up areas or like dealerships in your area to see where you want to get your car service, and then there's like a ratings in that, so you can see like how highly rated each dealership is. So that's also integrated in the app.
While you were designing this, did you do a gap analysis and look at other software that's available to us already, and then DriveFlow somehow fills a gap in what's already existing out there?
Yeah, so I actually did look into some other apps that do this, and there are some other apps that do this. However, they're very different. So something I really strive for when I was making DriveFlow is making this really easy for the consumer, because I think at the end of the day, the consumer is what's important. Like, we're trying to advertise and we're trying to get people in dealerships because there's a lack of trust within customers going into dealerships, as I'm sure we all know. So something that's really important is how this interface is looking with consumers. And so I did some studies and looked at like some different apps to see like the reception that they have to these apps. And so I developed that picture that I showed you I just thought of like the best process that would be great for customers. And the other apps and platforms that are out there, they're not super like consumer focused. So I think this is really heavy on consumer side. Like the dealerships and the OEMs, they'd want to employ this in their stores because customers love this. And I mean, everything in our life now is like digitalized, from like buying food to like TikTok, social media, shopping. So I just think it will really like combine all those elements in something that the customer...
Can you just pick one thing about the UI on your app that you think is the most consumer friendly?
I think the most consumer friendly thing is the video MPI, because I know like when I get my car service, the dealership I go to, they don't have video MPI, and sometimes, I mean, like as a girl, I'm going into the dealership and I used to not really know what was going on. Granted, I worked in a dealership last year, so now I can kind of call them out. But anyways, like going into the dealership and not knowing what's going on, especially as a female, I think is really important, because if you can see like, oh, it looks like my brakes are bad, or oh, like my tires need to get rotated, you can actually see that and have someone explain it to you, where it's not just like them saying all these things and you're like, oh, they're trying to upsell me. So I think it's really important, the video MPI, they see what's going on.
The 2 screens that I think stand out to me are track your service, and I know you all can't see it, but it's very clean. It just says, you know, checked in, MPI complete, and it goes through each part. And the last piece is the payment and delivery, because I think our mobile payment systems just aren't clean and consumer focused. So I love those 2 screens.
Yeah, thank you.
Great job.
Thank you very much.
Really well.
Appreciate
really
it.
cool.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so now the judges have the fun part of taking some time to select a winner. But before we get there, as the judges tally their scores and get everything together, I would love for you all to give all of our student pitch competitors a big round of applause. It takes a lot to prepare, to get this ready, and it's amazing. You know, one of the things that I think is interesting that we don't necessarily think about because we're in the moment is that we literally are a part of history, right? As most of you well know, NADA is well over 100 plus years old, but you got to think about where we are in the technology space today. Some of these pitch competitions could easily be on the show floor by next year, right? I mean, our speed to implementation is moving so quick that it's no longer idea and then crowdfunding and then all these other things. Like, you can literally go from idea to application in a record amount of time. And I think that is extremely exciting. So some of these things and pitches that they came up with and concepts are not just grand ideas, but things that could actually be implemented pretty quickly. So I think that's a great piece. And we all are, this is the automotive industry, event of the year, and we're here. And so it's great to be part of that history. So we're going to go, I'm going to bring Anthony back up. I think Anthony's hanging around. He's going to confer with our judges, and then we're going to go ahead and announce our winner. But again, Anthony, you ready? Ready to tell them the winner? They're eager to know. All right, let's do it. You're welcome.
Let's give it up one more round of applause for all of our contestants. They were great. There we go. And the winner for this year's pitch competition for Northwood University student is Maggie Nelson.
Maggie.
Come up here, Maggie.
Sure.
Yeah.
Here, I'll get on the other side. Thank you, guys. You're so welcome. Great job.
Hold on one second. Maggie, can I take your badge?
What did you say?
Badge.
Oh, yeah.
See, this is part of the living room activity I tell you guys about. We're a big family here. Okay, now pictures.
We good?
Okay. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Great job. Yeah.
Great job. Thank you. You're welcome.
Well done.
I love your outfit, by the way.
Great job.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thanks, Scott. Thank you, Scott.
Good.
Great job.
More than a century ago, the American automobile industry was still in its infancy. When the federal government proposed a 5% luxury tax on new cars, 30 dealers came together to make their case against the tax. They knew cars were not a luxury, they were becoming a necessity to American life. Their advocacy worked. The tax was reduced, the industry grew, and NADA was born. Ever since, NADA, and later ATD, have been the voice for America's franchise auto and truck dealers, making sure lawmakers understand the vital role dealers play in our economy, in our communities, and in keeping America on the move. In 2025, working hand in hand with dealers and ATs across the country, we delivered major wins. These are not NADA wins, these are your wins.
This year, NADA helped protect one of the most fundamental freedoms on the road, choice. By securing federal legislation that stops states from banning gas and hybrid cars, we ensured every American can choose the vehicle that fits their life and budget.
This legislation provided immediate relief for trucks. The heavy-duty industry was already suffering under California's regime, and sales were down by 80%. Now, customers have the choices that they need to get the equipment that is best for their business.
We also stood for the customer experience. NADA and TADA overturned the FTC's vehicle shopping rule, which would have slowed down the buying process, buried customers in confusing disclosures, and forced dealerships to store millions of unnecessary documents.
This win saved dealers and their customers time, money, and frustration.
And we strengthened family-owned dealerships, which anchor communities across the nation by helping secure estate tax protections and 100% bonus depreciation for dealers.
And when Congress repealed the EV tax credits, NADA persuaded lawmakers to include an appropriate phase-out period, giving dealers the time they needed to manage their inventories and help their customers.
2025 was a year of incredible wins. We thank all of America's dealers for their leadership, their passion, and their partnership. Together, we had an extraordinary year. We're ready to make 2026 even brighter.
You can't make lives better without changing how things work, and that starts with seeing a better way. Stone Eagle pioneered a new path through the F&I process. Then we unified the industry with data driving innovation across the board. Making lives better isn't just a slogan, it's our promise, guiding every design and customer touchpoint. We build solutions that tackle the industry's toughest challenges, improving efficiency, deepening insights, and fueling growth. Stone Eagle, making lives better.
Most commercial titling platforms promise convenience, but convenience means nothing if the system is not directly provided by the state DMV. The National Digital Titling Clearinghouse, powered by CHAMP, changes that. Built as the nationwide acquiring solution for vehicle titles, NDTC enables dealers to source and secure titles across all 50 states without risky commercial workarounds. NDTC is created by government, backed by government, and recognized by law. Every title issued is the official legal record, compliant and secure. If you can title anywhere, choose the state-backed platform built for accuracy, trust, and scale. The solution is NDTC, powered by CHAMP.
Welcome to NADA Show 2026. We're excited to have you here in Las Vegas, where innovation, learning, and connection take center stage. If you haven't already, download the NADA Show app, your one-stop guide for schedules, maps, and updates throughout the week. Now it's time for what makes NADA truly special: education, the expo, and networking. You'll find all of this and more in the North and West buildings at the Convention Center. In the North building, start your morning at the main stage, where dynamic speakers offer energy, insight, and inspiration. For education, you'll find the exchange sessions, where attendees share peer-to-peer experiences on leading topics facilitated by NADA subject matter experts. And there's so much to see and do on the expo floor in the North Hall. The Dealer Learning Lab offers bite-sized sessions with key dealership takeaways. The Relaxation Zone is comfy seating, calm vibes, and a quick break from the buzz. And the NADA Sips Lounge offers coffee, conversation, and connections. And what's more, the North Hall has a whopping 145 first-time exhibitors among the mix. Over in the West building, when you walk into the lobby, be sure to stop at the live stage, full of lively panel discussions and interviews with industry experts. For education, choose from dozens of workshops and dive into our Spotlight series and super sessions to drive dealership success. And there's plenty to see on the expo floor in the West Hall. The redesigned NADA Pavilion, where you can maximize your NADA membership. The Dealer Manager Lounge, a quiet retreat for quick meetings and catching up with colleagues. And the brand new product discovery stage, offering live, engaging 15-minute demos. And the EV Power Pit, your Q&A hub for all things EV. And don't miss the NADA Foundation auction to benefit K9 Companions, helping fund service dogs for kids, adults, and veterans with disabilities. Take a pause for a great cause. Thursday at the Open Lane booth in the West Expo Hall. Throughout the week at franchise meetings, dealers and managers meet face-to-face with OEMs. Franchise meetings are held in both the North and West buildings, so check the app for schedules and locations. 2 halls, 1 great experience. We like to think of North as fueling attendees with cutting-edge innovations, while West delivers proven solutions to keep your business in the fast lane. Thanks for helping make this the Auto Industry Event of the Year. Make sure that you share your feedback in the NADA Show app. Tell us what you loved and what you'd like to see more of in future events. And plan now to join us for NADA Show 2027 in Orlando, happening February 17th through 20th, 2027.
OEMs and dealers are all part of the same ecosystem, so it is essential and critical that we are aligned because we're not independent in this. Dealers nor OEMs are not independent in this process. We rely on each other, and it comes down to how well we can work with each other in the pursuit of the ultimate customer experience.
It's important for the manufacturers to demonstrate that they're listening to dealers. And what better place to do that than when you have thousands of dealers in one spot to get them in the room and to really listen to their questions and talk to them.
These discussions foster collaboration, build trust, and enable data-driven decisions that improve programs, process, and support.
Auto industry fraud is a $9 billion problem. 700 Credit is the solution. We're renowned for providing valuable credit reports and soft pull credit data to dealerships, as well as a host of award-winning fraud detection and prevention solutions. And we'll secure your customer's sensitive PPI safely in a paperless digital deal jacket. Optimize your sales, enhance your customer experience, and protect your dealership from fraud. Contact 700 Credit today to get started.
So wait, you knew you were having a stroke, and at the same time you're like, let me make sure the customer is taken care of. Yeah. Car dealerships don't always have the best reputation, but we wanted to know, is the legend still reality?
This isn't a makeover show, it's not a roast. It's a raw look inside dealerships across the country.
The most comprehensive study on dealership workforce trends returns for its 15th consecutive year. NADA is proud to announce the annual Dealership Workforce Study is open during the first quarter of 2026. This important research allows dealers to see how their businesses stack up against the rest of the industry in key performance metrics, such as employee turnover, retention, compensation, hiring, and benefits. If you have participated in this study in the past, then you know just how valuable this data can be when it comes to measuring how you perform in these areas versus your peers. All NADA members are welcome to participate in this study. Not only is participation free, but all participants receive a complimentary copy of the annual National and Regional Trends Report. In addition to this comprehensive report, NADA launched an all-new online workforce dashboard in 2025. Participating NADA members get exclusive access to their submitted data through a secure web reporting platform. This new interactive tool gives participants the flexibility to select specific job positions to analyze, as well as their own benchmarks. Compare your store or group to various peer groups, including brand, state, region, sales volume, and more. Additionally, dealers can now build their own custom reports to better assess their competitiveness in the marketplace. Be assured, your data privacy is always a top priority with this study. All data is encrypted and transferred via secure protocols to ensure that your data is never seen by any other dealer. Enroll today at NADAWorkforceStudy.com.
If you're not here, you're missing out.
All the vendors are here. Hundreds of thousands of square feet of exhibitor space.
If you want to see what the latest and the greatest is, this is the place you got to come to.
Hugely valuable to be on the floor.
Right, there's so much out there that we didn't know existed.
The amount of opportunities to connect and network and build relationships.
Everybody that is anybody in the auto business is here this week.
This is the auto industry event of the year.
Let your voice be heard. The NADA Winter 2026 Dealer Attitude Survey is now open. NADA encourages all dealers and general managers to complete this important survey. The Dealer Attitude Survey captures dealer opinions on key industry issues affecting relationships with their manufacturers. As the dealer's report card to manufacturers, the semi-annual and anonymous Dealer Attitude Survey enables NADA Industry Relations staff, your NADA Industry Relations representatives, and your National Dealer Council representatives to address your concerns at meetings with senior OEM management. NADA completed over 90 meetings with OEMs, dealer councils, and captives in 2025, sharing your concerns, outlooks, suggestions, and passion for the franchises you represent. All surveys are completely confidential. Survey results are reported by franchise or by market, not for individual dealerships. Go to nadasurvey.com to complete the survey today. Survey closes in less than 1 month on February 26, 2026.
One of the things that we talk a lot about in the auto industry is, did you pull in or did you back in? I definitely backed in. I've been in the industry now for almost 11 years. I was going through a bit of a transition in my previous career and was looking for a change, looking to do something different. And there was an opportunity to join the operations side in the sales department at one of our local dealerships. And I said, sure, why not? It's different, something that's unfamiliar for me and something that would be a bit of a challenge. So I thought I would stay in the business maybe a year or two, and here we are more than a decade later, and I'm still working in the industry. My name is Tristan Tops, and I'm the Human Resources Manager here at Penske Automotive Group in Scottsdale, Arizona. The opportunities for women in this business are endless. I actually started in the internet sales department at one of our local dealerships, so on the operations and sales side of it. We see women taking on positions not just in sales, not just in the internet department, but positions as technicians now. We have women who are service advisors, we have women in management, and then there's also all of the people that work behind the scenes to make this industry move forward. We have our accounting representatives, we have those that work in titles and billing, our controllers. There are all of these different avenues for women to come into this industry and really find a home and be successful. I would just like to say that the industry is shifting, the industry is changing, and it's going to continue to evolve. And women have a place in this business. We are going to be at the forefront. And as the industry changes and evolves, women are going to continue to make their places known within this industry, and it's exciting, and I look forward to seeing what the future has, not only for the automotive industry, but for all of the women that work within it.
All right, once again, we want to thank you for being here with us in our NADA Live Stage living room. And we're excited. That was a great pitch competition, again, by our Northwood University students. Always great to see where the future automotive leaders of the industry are going to take us and steer us next. So we're going to continue to talk about some things that are always sensitive to the industry. And the next topic that we're going to discuss is data cleansing with identity resolution. And to help lead that conversation, I'd like to welcome up Jim Dodd, who is the NADA 20 Group Digital Analytical Technical Trainer. Jim, I know, right?
Right.
It was a mouthful, but I got it covered.
Thank you.
Stage is yours,
long
Jim.
title, thank you. We're going to introduce Kendall Billman, join us from Buying Signals. And we've got Dan Moore that's getting mic'd up right now, but he'll join us. So we'll go ahead and get started. One of the things that we wanted to focus on is we always hear about AI, right? Yeah. And how AI is becoming a big part of the business, but we rarely hear about the data behind it. Correct. And I wanted to talk to you a little bit about data is king, but the question I have is, when it comes to managing data, What are the top 3 things that dealers really should be doing?
When you talk about data and you look at your DMS or your CRM, it's the accuracy. And over 50% of your DMS data does need help. And when you clean that, more people will see your message, which leads to more opportunities.
Right, but when you say clean that, what do you really mean?
So when I purchased my car from you, you have my name, my email address, and all that. But as my experience has changed, my email address changed or my addresses, the DMS has never been updated. So when we say clean, we're pulling all that data out. We enrich it, meaning we're looking, do we have the national change of address? Did they actually move over into, like Amazon knows where you're at before you move. All of this clean stuff so you can get really good, precise information. And then when you add on the emails, now you have ways to actually contact them.
So by doing that, you have to take the data out of the DMS. Mm-hmm. How do you do that and make sure that it's secure and that the data coming back remains cleansed, or do you have to constantly do this?
We constantly do it. When you pull it out for security, we do it we have a very secure environment, so it's not just sitting in an FTP or just sitting there for someone to get. So it's all encrypted. When you clean it, right, now it's kind of unique that we can write back to the DMS now, which you've never really been able to do before, but you can also do that to the CRM. On your accuracy or when you should do it, you really need to look at every month at a minimum, just because roughly about 3% of your DMS will have an error happen that month.
So you've been doing this for quite a while.
Correct.
What are the successes that you've seen by doing this? What are the benefits that you've seen?
Yeah, so we started writing back roughly about 3.5 years ago to try to fix that dirty data problem. When you have a good email address, and if you put it into a really good conversational AI program, you're looking at a 60 to 80% open rate versus maybe a 10% in your CRM. So more people are seeing your email, they're seeing your message, your marketing, and more people respond.
So that brings up AI, and Dan, you're focused on AI. How are dealers leveraging AI today, having better data?
Well, I think they're still trying to figure that one out. A lot of the things that we see is, we see the common vernacular of CDP, which I think we're still trying to figure out what exactly that means. I think some of the ways of execution when it comes to clean data is, are you actually using it in like your marketing strategies and truly using it in the sense of, is it moving the needle on selling more cars? Again, once you hygiene your data and then you use something like client commands in Shopper Network data, you find yourself being able to reduce some of your marketing spend. In some cases, we've seen up to about 25% because you're putting more of that dollar to the actual shoppers in market instead of going and putting it into, like, let's say, heavy dose into Google, hoping people find you because they're typing in keywords, versus just, hey, these people are actually in market. I can get to them in front of them. Because their data is clean, I can see, hey, this is Kendall Billman. He's in market right now, and we're not even in his consideration. So now I can get that message out to them in a timely manner.
Explain a little bit what you mean by in market. How do you determine that?
So I don't. Client Commands built a really good mousetrap in their in-market shopper network. And what they've done is they partner with a lot of different third-party website partners out there in the space, being able to identify by IP what those consumers are, where they are, what they're looking at. So based on their behavior traits of truly looking at what shopping model, meaning they're looking at actual cars. It's not just daydreams and whatever, it's real. And then on top of that, not just in the buyer side, but as well as the fixed ops side. So understanding those people are looking for service, maybe looking at like a third-party service provider and not actually the dealer. These are the types of signals that exist out there in the data space that we can leverage instead of just kind of that hope and spray mentality with some of the marketing that's being executed today.
Right. But AI becoming more prevalent. Yep. What are some of the AI applications that you see this data really helping dealers to connect with their consumers?
Most everything AI in our space right now is more conversational. So again, all you're doing is activating the concept of, hey, this is Kendall. So now I do like a text blast, they engage, and then the AI has that conversation with them. I think the tipping point that hasn't quite hit automotive at scale is some of the stuff that's happening in other spaces where AI is being used as modeling. It's understanding some of the behaviors, being able to match person with like e-com and understanding what they're actually shopping for, and then being able to produce that. We're not quite there yet, but there's definitely a lot of stuff going on.
Do you see a point where AI is going to be part of the enriching process for data?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it helps you, right? Because you've got, when you are talking what the technical terms, large language model, you're just taking all this information in. Where's the customer actively shopping? Where are they going to a third-party service center? Because you can stop that. Like the data tells you where your customers go to change their service, how often they go, and then AI can actually help you get in front of that.
You're going to see mostly the best model for that is actually just using an agent.
Yeah.
So you'll have an agent sitting over, let's call it a data platform, or let's just say hygiene data. That agent is going to start understanding what it needs to be looking for, what it needs to put at the forefront to the dealer, the marketing team, whoever that might be. So I think that's the next evolution of where we're going to see probably this year is more of that true kind of AI agent working in different aspects of
in
the
unison
business.
with.
Yes. So whether that's an AI agent sitting on a website, whether that's an AI, sitting inside the data, inside the dealership. I mean, at the rate that we're going, you could technically look at, we'll call it the GM agent that's basically all data is flowing through the central aggregate, and that agent can look and say, here's the cars that you should stock, here's the marketing spend, here's basically what that length of time is to get those vehicles out. So here's the proper plan to execute. That's all capable as long as we as an industry can actually share data and not stonewall and stonegate it. Because again, dealers, it's your data, so that's kind of a big deal that we've got to cross over.
We had to fix the actual item. Just because we cleaned it and said, here it is, the software programs didn't actually take it. A lot of them don't actually get that clean data, so we also had to make all the action items and then be able to have a way, and that's where your AI is going to help, because you can send out 1,000 emails, have it respond to everybody, they raise their hands, and you talk to those people. That way your team's constantly focusing on someone who actually wants to change revenue with you.
So when we talk about data, it seems like such a large scale thing, and dealers have hundreds of thousands of records and duplicates and so forth and so on. How difficult is it for them to get it cleaned, and how expensive is it? Because one of the things we're looking at is, how do I tackle that beast?
Ooh, which side do you want me to answer that question?
Take them all.
Well, I wish the dealers would pay more. But it's difficult, right? That your DMS and those records out there, it's just never really been done. We would pull it and clean it and just have it in a file we use for every software company we've had, right? We would use it, but the dealer never got it back. There was no way for us to give it. So it's actually difficult for them to keep it updated. And that's part of the reason why we came out and said, all right, how do we solve that? Now, when you start to get into costs and stuff, it's really just how many layers of data, how much do you want to know on every customer, and how many big of a profile you want. So for example, you've got all these people that you've done business with, but how many of them still own their vehicle? That's a layer of data that you can go, do I want that or not? That has a cost by itself, but once you have it, it definitely comes back and improves your marketing, makes you a little bit more precise in what you're sending out, not wasting your marketing.
Agreed, but again, how difficult is it to even get started?
Just call me. It's easy.
Well, it becomes difficult because the question becomes, well, yeah, it's easy if you call. It's difficult when you're trying to go, you're enamored with a lot of buzzwords in our industry and using the word, like you just said, data. Okay, well, great. What does data mean?
Yeah.
I mean, what does attribution mean? We still haven't figured out these words, and we graft them at a high level, and the dealer's like, hey, I need that, but there's no real architecture to actually what's the starting point. So if we're talking about data, first and foremost is CRM, DMS, how long have I had it? How many records are in there? And ultimately, what's your end goal? Is it just about having clean data? Is it how are you going to execute the data? So first, you kind of need a checklist. What is it we want to do as an organization? What's our end goal? Well, I can say for most of the people in the room, it's sell more cars. So keep that at the forefront because we've lost that. So I want to sell more cars. Now back into how do I get there?
Yeah.
Meaning, hey, if I have 10,000 records in my DMS, are those 10,000 actual people I can engage with? Or once I clean it out, it's really...
How many?
5,000 now?
Yeah.
Roughly
The data?
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's more than that. Like
Well, if you get it matched, but out of the gate, you look at an average DMS that's been sitting there for probably 20 years.
We'll have 56% of the emails are either missing, bad, what you have, and then on your address is about 34%.
Yeah.
And then when you get into no longer owns, that is running so consistently right at 30%.
Which, if you take those numbers, 50, 30%, whichever way, cut it in half again, and you execute your marketing dollars, you're already burning your cash.
Yeah.
So when you really look at the ultimate strategy to answer your point is, your net gain is looking at how do I become more efficient in my business operations, which means it starts at the data that you're using and how you're using it, and then comes the what do I need to pay for. So before you write a check to anybody, first and foremost, just do you understand what your end game is, what you're trying to accomplish, and if you don't have those, there's a lot of resources that can help you kind of at least frame that out before you write a check. Because data is a very expensive game.
Yeah, and I would ask my vendor, like my first thing I would do, what are you doing? How are you cleaning it? Because if they don't use clean data, if you don't put that stuff in, you're having mediocre results.
Right. So if you think about it down the road, the future, what is the downfall to not having clean data for dealers? I mean, obviously, it's their data.
Yeah.
They should own it. It should be accurate. But if it's inaccurate, how is that going to be impacting the dealers down the road, especially with AI becoming more prevalent?
They'll just continue to buy their way out of operational inefficiencies. I mean, period. Because look, think about it. If we just got done laying down the facts that Kendall just said, with 30, even 50%, your dollars for acquisition go up exponentially because you're not efficient, because you're not even hitting your audience. So again, that's like the first and foremost, just on that side of it. Not to mention just the frustration you're causing to the team and to the consumer. Because again, I mean, I don't know if anybody here is a customer at all when it comes to things, but when you get that email, that phone call, and it says, do you still have X? Or, hey, we want to let you know X, Y, and Z about this. I'm like, I haven't had that thing for 5 years. I'm now disenchanted with your business. So all of it matters in the grand scale, not just even in the financial piece.
Agreed. But again, dealers have not looked at this in many, many years, and systems have not talked to each other. So now we're getting into an age.
They still kind of don't.
Agreed. But we're getting into an age where that's going to have to happen.
Yeah.
But until we get there, there's got to be a point to what you were saying earlier, that you get data ready. And it has to be stabilized. How long do you have to, or how frequently should you be doing that?
Every month, at a minimum.
At a minimum.
At a minimum every month. If you're focusing on, if you break it up from your sales and your fixed ops, your fixed op data that comes in, somebody didn't give you an email address, they put none@none.com, you're not going to get that person back in 90 days if you don't start the right marketing in advance.
And as you've done this, have you seen dealers that do have their data cleansed and enriched, have you seen their expenses go down, or at least their performance improve?
Their marketing expenses have definitely gone down, because like if their manufacturer come in and said, let's send out, I have one, they sent out 36,000 mail pieces in December, and when we cleaned it afterwards, over half of those were bad addresses. So they paid for it, but who did it go to?
Yeah, so again, net 25%. Having used Client Command and using Kendall's Hygiene, both being a agency, we're able to reduce spend because we're able to clean that data, execute it, and then take the shopper data, blend them both together, then execute via text blast, use different types of email campaign styles, which still effectively work, and then piggyback that into audience data, into paid social, paid search, OTT. So there's a lot of different ways it can be deployed, which then cuts down that budget. You're getting a more targeted, and ultimately you're getting that lift that you're looking for.
And that lift continues month over month because you're constantly enriching it?
Yeah, and a lot of times, I mean, some of you are probably thinking like, well, why do I got to do this on a monthly basis? Well, how many leads do you get on a monthly basis? How many of those leads give you an actual email that's their primary email? How many of them actually give you a correct phone number? When you hygiene that data, you're going to get some of that data back, so then it makes you more effective in your outreach.
Yeah.
That's the blind spot that we don't see, because you don't know. Because you just go, oh, they don't respond. You dump them in there, oh, bad lead. They don't want to do anything. The nice part is when that data gets cleansed, there's a lot of tools out there where AI, or I'm going to just simply say what it really is, marketing automation can pick up the broken part there and re-engage that dead bucket, because it's getting updated with real information. So now I've taken those dead leads and I've turned some of them into actual car sales. That make sense?
Well, let's talk about how the human impact could affect the quality of our data, especially in the service drive, where we have constantly customers coming in and we're updating records. And I've heard in the past that you have a dealer that goes and gets their data cleansed, they get it enriched, 6 months later, it's 40% wrong again. So how do you fix that?
Well, a lot of times when they're doing the cleansing, they're only using one source. You need a layered approach, because not one credit bureau or not one data source has everything.
How many sources should you have?
We use 48 that are primary that we buy from, and I don't know how many they buy from, right? But we have 300 million records we're constantly checking. And once we identify a list, we may have 50,000 records from a dealer that we don't know anything about, but we're taking that and then providing it to other data companies going, what story can you tell us on those? So that delta is what you're trying to do to always make yourself better. Your impact of just the information, you know, you can start narrowing down your list, like the old data mining list or the traditional marketing programs, and you can start to see you're more efficient. You get more people that not only looked at your message, but then did they click to the website? What happened? Did they, you know, produce an actual lead? So you can follow all the metrics back and forth as saying, when I do X, I do get all this extra attention.
So from an agency side, what you were talking about earlier, having the ability to use this cleansed data makes you a little bit more efficient. We always hear dealers say, I know 50% of my marketing is not effective, I just don't know which 50%. So how are you able to identify it?
Well, some of that 50 is just that other 50 we won't talk about today because that's not what we're talking about. But the other side of it is yes, you do reduce that spend, because think about when you get pitched some type of a mailer or whatever, it's a big number. But when you can shrink that number down and be a lot more targeted and specific, then you can really see that outcome. And that's ultimately the measuring stick is, hey, yeah. I'm getting results. The reason that you do a lot, hey, I did a 10,000 piece whatever and I didn't get any results, well, probably the data is the problem. It's really one of two things in any of those scenarios. It's the data and the message.
We've got a few minutes left, or a couple of minutes. If anybody has any questions for these guys, they're the experts in the field.
That's my deal.
No questions? You all have your data cleansed. It's all enriched. You're all good to go, right? Okay. Show of hands. Who has done data cleansing? Fantastic.
They were one of my first clients.
Well done.
I mean, the results of what we had, though, they would be able to talk to you. So if you're starting to see this, talk to your peer. What did they get from it? It's one of those things you need to do with every vendor you have, and it will give you higher results.
And again, it's not hard to start.
No.
Just call you, right? Just call.
Everybody should call me. Like, yes.
Well, thank you guys. I appreciate your time today. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. Have a great show.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks, guys.
Bring your dealership into the future with CarRx real-time vehicle data that protects your inventory, keeps deals moving, and brings customers back. No more guessing when service is needed. CarRx alerts you and your customer. Leading dealer groups add up to $1.8 million in annual service gross. Level up your dealership at booth 5143 by the cafe in the West Hall and see how CarRx turns every sale into long-term revenue. CarRx. Data powers your future.
iPacket value is driven by data.
Driven by verification and facts.
This is simply the purest pricing and market data ever provided.
And better data means better profits. It's that simple. This is iPacket value.
Driven by belief, driven by integrity,
and driven by data.
We know the problems your dealership is facing. Your customers are reaching out and dealers are not responding. I'm Pam, the AI customer experience platform for car dealerships. I handle inbound and outbound conversations across sales, service, and parts.
That is slick. I feel like we're definitely missing something, and this could be the answer to.
With natural, human-like conversations and real-time scheduling, I keep your digital doors open, more appointments booked, better CSI, more revenue captured. This is always on customer experience. Book a demo and meet Pam.
If you're a dealer and you haven't attended the Washington conference, you need to come.
Local activity is good, but you got to be able to get the bigger pictures. There's so much stuff going on. It's such a complex landscape. You got to have multiple brains involved in figuring things out.
It's the best place to really get a deep dive into the issues of the industry.
Getting dealers to realize what's happening on a federal level for all dealers and how all dealers are being impacted by laws and regulations helps them, I think, be better leaders at our association.
I think it's extremely important for dealers to participate in these sort of things because of the challenges that we're up against as an industry.
Whether it be GMs, whether it be service managers, whether it be sales managers.
You know, it's very important to have a voice and a say, and if you don't participate in these sort of things, then you don't get a say.
It is the easiest way to facilitate visits, get briefed on the issues that are at hand, and to make a major impact.
I think being able to meet with the congressional members in their offices has been a good experience to kind of see their side of the world, to see the staff side of the world.
It's a great experience. It's rewarding, I think, for all of our dealers, and it's just a fantastic opportunity for them to really participate in advocacy at the federal level.
This is all relationships. This is all meeting people from other states, meeting people from your state you may not have known before, getting in front of people that are making these decisions and are influencing these decisions.
You need to be involved, and whether that's at your state level or whether that's coming here at the federal level, you have to be playing the game.
All right, we are going to keep on rolling because, as I said earlier, we are all gas, no brakes. One of the great things that I love, of course, about NADA is that there is always something new. We don't get comfortable, we don't get complacent. We always are trying to figure out what is the next new course, what is the next new opportunity, where is the industry going, and we're using those indicators to kind of create something new that can benefit those that are going to come after us. So in that spirit, I'd like to have you all give me a big round of applause and welcoming up our next guest. We're going to talk about where the rubber meets the road and details of how the new, as kind of foreshadowed there, the new NADA ASE Technician Apprentice Program is going to work. So please do me a favor and give her a big round of applause, make her feel welcomed. Welcome up Megan Dolan, who is the NADA Director of Program Development. Welcome, Megan. Come on up. Please have a seat.
Thank you.
All right. So, of course, one of the things that I love is that there's always something new to talk about. You know, every year we come, there's new opportunities and new things. So what I first love for you to do, for those that might not know you, just introduce yourself and tell us about your role and maybe even something that you're currently excited about right now.
Okay. My name's Megan Dolan, and I'm the Director of Program Development for NADA, which means my team develops the curriculum for our educational program and the instructional and student materials for those things. The thing I'm most excited about right now is the Technician Apprenticeship Program. This is a new program that we've just established in the last 6 months, and it's going to be a great thing for dealers, I think.
Okay, so let's talk about behind the scenes, because a lot of times what I've learned is that a lot of the programming or education or things that NADA offers is based on need. So how did this program come about? What was the need that was identified that led to the implementation of this program?
There were really two things that came about. One is the drastic shortage of service technicians in the industry right now, and the numbers that we're seeing are that we need about 70,000 new service technicians every year.
Wow.
And that's due to turnover and retirement and changing industry. We also find that the programs that are preparing service technicians are only putting out about 40,000 a year, and a lot of them have never really worked in a shop. So they come out with a diploma or a certification, but aren't really ready to go out and work on cars. So we want to help improve the odds of dealers and folks getting qualified service technicians. The other piece was the electric vehicles. I actually have 3 members on my team who have EVs and have had horrible time this year getting service on their vehicles because there aren't qualified technicians.
Wow.
So our apprenticeship program tries to address both those issues.
So one of the things that I heard you say is that it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the apprenticeship program going to tackle not only just giving them the certifications on paper, but also giving them the real world application hours to be able to work on shops as they get the education piece?
Absolutely. The program is based on 20,000 hours over 18 to 24 months, and that's 20,000 hours in the shop.
Wow.
And then it's got 405 contact hours of related technical instruction that they'll get through their OEM training, through the community colleges that might be from high schools or undergrad programs, trade schools, et cetera.
Okay. And then what about as far as launch? Where is the program launching? How do, for those that are out there, especially from a dealer standpoint, because I think you're right, that number of shortages from a technician standpoint, it's been talked about, it's been, it's well known. And what's really interesting is it's not like this isn't a well-paying field. We're not talking about a field that is lower on, the pay scale. And so it's a great opportunity, but for whatever reason, like you mentioned kind of retirement being a big one, but it seems like there's just this misconception about this field and this industry as a whole. Where is this program rolling out, or if dealers are out there and they want to get involved, how would they go about making sure that they're a part of the new program?
Well, we are officially launching the program tomorrow. The Secretary of Labor will be here to do a signing on this stage at 1 p.m. We'll have a panel discussion, and then she and Mike Stanton, the CEO of NADA, and Dave Johnson, the CEO of ASE, will be here to sign the registration of the apprenticeship then. We have a new website, nada.org/AIB, which stands for Apprenticeship in a Box.
Oh, nice, okay.
And that's a set of resources that dealers can use to create apprenticeship programs in their own dealership.
Okay.
So it's got pay plans, it's got job descriptions, onboarding schedules, a checklist for being prepared for an apprenticeship program, and evaluation. It's got a whole set of resources, an implementation guide, so that they can really approach it with forethought and planning, so to make it more successful.
Absolutely. Now, one thing, of course, that we've learned about a lot of our dealership businesses is that it's family, businesses. Right. So with that in mind, who is going to be able to get into the apprenticeship program? How are we getting the candidates that will be able to attend and go through the program? Is it a matter of referral, or can anyone sign up? How is that piece going to work?
That's really up to the dealership how they want to go about hiring apprentices.
Okay.
The way the program is designed, we suggest that they make them full-time employees at an entry level.
Okay.
They can come from the local high school. We've discovered that there is a misconception that insurance companies won't cover apprentices under the age of 18, whereas in fact a lot of them will.
Okay.
So they can hire seniors and summer school type folks. We include interview questions. We include documents to help guide the dealership to make partnerships with local educational entities. And that's really the key point, is getting involved with the school systems and the different educational systems so that they can recruit the right candidates.
Yes, I agree. It's that community involvement piece and being able to bring the community back in, and then now identifying the right candidates who can go through these programs, because you're right. I think that the mindset that a 4-year degree is the only way into the professional world, that's not the case anymore. And I think with programs like this and then having that piece tied in, I think that's going to be huge. For you personally, why do you feel that this was so important to start now, other than I know the numbers, right? Mm-hmm. But was there anything for you that stood out to say, this is something that definitely needs to happen?
I had an opportunity to go to a service technician competition in North Texas.
Wow.
It's the North Texas Auto Dealers Competition with Brent Franks down there, and to see the high school students and what they were capable of, and to realize that our industry does not tell our story very well. As you mentioned, you can have quite a career if you get into this industry and work hard. I was very lucky. I grew up in a bubble of very well privileged childhood. I know that's not the case for everybody.
Yeah.
The statistics right now are that only 63% of students who enter college graduate within 6 years.
Wow.
So college is not for everybody, and we have great opportunities within the industry. The service technician field, there's a lot of openings, and we also have this career lattice where as they mature and they get older and maybe they can't lift the tire anymore, they could become service advisors, they could move into the parts department, they could move into sales, they could become a mentor. There's all sorts of opportunities, and we just don't tell that story well. So I'd like to see better opportunities for everybody.
I think you're absolutely correct, because there's so many cases where we hear, service managers or sales managers or just, people that have elevated in the dealership, and they'll easily say, well, I started as a porter, or I started in the service bay, and then I got curious about F&I, and then, so it is one of those industries to where if you're within that umbrella or under that rooftop, your possibilities are endless. It's just a matter of, and I love how you said it about the high school students, because I think that's an example of just that. Like, if you give someone exposure and give them the opportunity, you'll be amazed at what they're able to accomplish. So what about, I know we're going to do everything officially tomorrow, but are there some specific ways for dealers that they can get involved? I know you mentioned having the kit in the box that's ready available. I love that because that simplifies it for them. But if a dealer's out there and they're listening and watching and they're saying, I want to do this now, how would you encourage the dealers to really get involved and start right away?
Well, go to the website. It's nada.org/AIB as in boy, so it's apprenticeship in a box. And when you go to that website, there's a little form that you fill out, and that takes you to the resources. That'll automatically send me an email, and I will get in contact with the dealers to let them know what's available and how they can get more seriously involved in the program.
That's great. And just refresh my memory again. So the program, I know you said it's 20,000 hours.
2,000.
Right? 2,000. Okay, 20,000.
That's all right.
Little advantageous. But so 2,000 hours. And then what else goes into, outside of the real world hours of doing the work, what are some other components, key components that might set this program and this apprenticeship apart from just that part? Because that's a big piece. But what else sets this one apart?
Well, there's 405 hours of related technical instruction, and that's focused on the same skills that they're learning on the job. And the program is actually based on ASC's maintenance and light repair program that is for ICE vehicles, internal combustion engine vehicles. Our program includes 40% EV, so when they come out as a junior technician, they're able to work on both ICE and EV vehicles.
That's phenomenal. That's great. Yeah, and I think that's speaking to the ability to see this is where the industry is going. This is where the opportunity. And as opposed to just knowing one, it's great to have that balance of knowing a little bit about both. So that's phenomenal. And then what about as far as location? Because I know, for instance, like some of our 20 groups and things of that nature, they have the ability to come in and they meet. Is this all done virtually or all done just at the dealer level, or how is it being executed?
It's done at the dealer level, and we're encouraging our ATAEs, our state and metro associations, to get involved and support. Ford has expressed an interest in helping their dealers jump in and participate. They also can draw on the resources that we provide. We're going to offer training for mentors and apprentices so that they can learn how to maneuver those murky waters and navigate through that. So there's a lot of things out there that we can do to help.
That's great. I love that. The support is there. So we've got a little bit of time left, Megan, but is there anything else that you want to highlight, or any information that people need to know that they might not be aware of? I know you said tomorrow we're doing this here on the stage at 1 o'clock, but anything else that you want them to know before we get out of here?
We do have 2 exchanges, one this afternoon at 2 o'clock and one Thursday, I believe, at 1:15. For workforce development, where the dealers and managers can come in and talk about and share what's going on, what their victories are and what their challenges are, and how they can manage successes and failures along the way. I strongly encourage folks to check out the website to see what's available. The Department of Labor Registered Apprenticeship Program does require certain commitments on the part of the dealers, but the resources are available to anybody who wants to use them. So if they're not ready to commit to a full Department of Labor Registered Apprenticeship Program, they can still dip their toes in the water and see what's going on, see if they can start or grow their own program by themselves.
That's great. I love that. So it's kind of basically meeting them where they are, right?
Yes.
If you're ready to start, we've got you covered. But even if you're at that point where maybe you're a rooftop and you're growing, or you're looking to get into that area, now this is an opportunity for you to kind of learn and grow and then implement the program, as you are ready to. So I think that's big.
It's also great, the fact that it's registered at the federal level means that dealers who commit to the full program are eligible for certain benefits. There are certain grants and tax incentives and state programs that are available for tuition reimbursement, tool reimbursement, pay for the apprentices, pay for the mentors. There's all sorts of things out there, and we have a set of resources coming. It won't be ready this week, but that goes state by state and talks about what things are out there for dealers.
Wonderful. That's phenomenal. And so just to make it clear, the website is live now,
Yep.
right? And then the official launch for everything happens tomorrow.
Yep.
If people have more questions or if they're watching and they want to know more from you or maybe find out how they can get better involved, how can they reach you or where were you? Are you going to be here at the...
I'm at the show all week. I'm assuming my contact information is in the app somewhere. If not, it's mdolan@nada.org. And as I said, if you fill out the form on the website, it'll come directly to me.
Good, I love that. So that makes it pretty simple. This is a great, again, another new program that NADA is offering, one that is definitely needed, and I think that is going to just speak to some of the advantages of the future. It's great that we had this conversation kind of after the student pitch competition, because I think, again, it just kind of highlights that this is like, you give them the lane, they'll hop in the lane and surprise everyone. So I think this is a great opportunity. So, well, Megan, thank you again for being here and sharing the time with us. For those that are available, we'll be right back here tomorrow at 1 o'clock, and we'll do the official launch and all that fun stuff. But the website is up and available now, so make sure you check that out. Megan, thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. My pleasure.
Don't let closing time limit your sales. With over half of in-market car buyers shopping out of hours, make sure you capture intent, even when your dealership is closed. Trust App lets you accept deposits and sell vehicles directly through your website 24/7. Close more website deals, gain high-intent leads, and generate more revenue from a faster inventory turnover with Trust App.
It's always great to be here in New York, a city like no other. And with the Javits Convention Center, we're excited to be here and excited on what this year's going to bring.
It's a one-of-a-kind event. It's absolutely one of the two, I would say, hallmark events in our industry. Obviously, number one is NADA show, but number two is the Auto Forum.
This is one of my most looked forward to events of the year. Just one of the greatest opportunities to get real inside information on our industry.
The speakers that come to Auto Forum consistently every year are the folks you want to listen to for what's going on.
It's an opportunity to connect with the OEMs, share ideas, share thoughts, to get information from both sides, try and collaborate and improve both of our businesses. It's vitally critical to the success for both the OEM and the dealer partners. I mean, being surrounded by incredibly talented people in the OEM side of things, as well as industry experts, gives me just an inside look at what's going on inside the industry.
It's the only place you can come where you can see all of that at one time.
Every day, local dealerships keep America moving. Moving to work, moving to school, moving to play. Every day, local dealerships keep America working, employing more than 1 million hardworking Americans in good-paying careers in sales, service, and management. Paying an average salary of over $70,000, with exciting opportunities to advance into management, regardless of whether they chose to pursue a college degree. Every day, local dealerships keep America growing, investing more than $200 billion in land, buildings, and infrastructure in their local communities, creating jobs and rejuvenating cities and towns. Every day, local dealerships help keep America diverse and dynamic, with workforces that reflect the communities they serve, where minorities and women continue to account for a growing portion of the talent base, harnessing the latest innovative industry technologies, from EVs to zero-emission vehicles. Every day, local dealerships keep Main Street thriving, succeeding only when their communities prosper, unlike Wall Street or faraway big corporations. Providing 15% of local tax revenue, giving to local charities like hospitals and schools. Every day, local dealerships compete to earn your business, providing greater choice, access, and accountability, and making the customer experience simpler and more streamlined. Personalizing the process of purchasing a vehicle. Local careers, local businesses, local communities, local dealerships. Committed to the American communities we are proud and privileged to serve and to call home.
All right, you guys ready to keep going? Somebody, one person is ready to keep going. 2, okay, we're building. 3, all right, I feel like I'm at an auction right now. Can I get 4? Can I get 4 people ready to keep going? 5, 6 people ready to keep going. Okay, that's enough of that. All right, we want to thank you all for hanging out and being here with us. As you can see, this is all about the fun. That's why we bring out the sofas, the chairs, make sure that you're comfortable. We even added more padding to the carpet. That's because when I tell people to take their shoes off, some people actually do it. So we wanted to make sure that they had more padding on the carpet. We're going to continue the NADA live stage programming. If you have not done so already, again, make sure that you download the NADA Show app. I'm telling you, it is a wealth of information. I made sure I downloaded the app. I continue to use the app. It will tell you where you need to go, when you need to be there, and in that instant that you might forget the person that you were talking to, it will even tell you their contact information. So make sure that you download the app yourself, and then also make sure you opt in so that people can find you as well. With that being said, let's go ahead and keep this show going and keep the show rolling. I'd like to welcome up next to the stage Glenn Mercer. He is going to tell us and talk to us about the resilient dealer and past proofs and future promises. So please give him a round of applause. Glenn Mercer, auto industry researcher. Glenn, stage is yours.
To ask the classic question, is this thing on? Okay, it's on. This was originally scheduled for 20 minutes, but there was a schedule change, so it's 40 minutes now. But I love to hear myself talk, so I welcome this development. Feel free to wander off or nod off. The usual disclaimer, these are my views, not those of NADA in particular. Qualifications, I'll skip. I've been hanging around NADA for at least 12 years now, and no need to review all this. What we're talking about today is looking back to look ahead, as it were. I've done a lot of projects for NADA on the research side over the years, and today we're going to recap 4 of them and what their implications might be for the future of the dealership system. So before I get in, so the purposes of that are to share the results of over a decade of research projects. The facilities project, if you remember back into the past, and General Motors EBE was the stimulation for that one. Dealership of Tomorrow, tomorrow never comes, so the Dealership of Tomorrow project's been running since 2017, about external trends and how they affect American dealers. Cost of distribution, the economics of different sales channels, always a popular topic with DTC always out there hovering around. And then finally, back to basics. Where do we go from as the pandemic bubble pops or deflates? Because America's highly polarized right now, as you may have noticed, everybody suspects everybody else of having some sort of hidden bias when they talk. So I'll just reveal my hidden biases as a 70-year-old dinosaur who's been around the industry since 1985. And my biases are, I do not think, and I may be the only person within about a 10-mile radius of this stage who thinks that change is faster now than it ever has been. It's always been fast. Every year is always the most important year and the pivotal year. I just use quotes about presidential elections to highlight this. Every single one of the elections we've had since World War II has been the most important election ever. So there's this focus on the present and the immediate future when very often the past has a greater weight than we'd like to admit. And if I look back over the past, there's always been a cataclysmic change in the industry. So I'm not saying there's not change now, I just don't see it necessarily as potentially faster than it has been. Everything from the Japanese invasion and the Korean invasion, and now maybe the Chinese invasion, 9/11, all these things we've weathered and are still here. My second bias, as I look for equilibrium as opposed to extrapolation, it's always easy to take a few data points, draw a line, and say there's the future. But in my view, at least, forces balance out, and we come to a new equilibrium as opposed to a cataclysm. So, for example, let's just pick on a few forecasts from the past. Edsel Ford II, who should know a lot, predicted that soon, this is 1998, only about 20% of dealerships would be family-owned. That did not occur. Morgan Stanley in 2012 said every car sold in America this year would be fully autonomous. That did not happen. Rome, you've been to Rome, you know it's got incredible traffic. Rome passed a law to ban vehicular traffic in the city center from 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. to get rid of traffic because, you know, it's so congested today. This was by order of Julius Caesar in 45 BC, and Rome still has traffic, in case you haven't noticed. And then 1973, the cover of Time magazine, the end of the big car. I think that has not occurred either, so you get my drift. So now you know my biases, and you can adjust what I say accordingly. Okay, 4 projects. First, the facilities project. 2013, dealers were being pressured by OEMs, as they are all the time, to invest lots of money in the brick and mortar. Even at the same time as OEMs are telling them the future is going to be digital, they also wanted you to invest in the brick and mortar. And so we realized, NADA realized at the time, that no one had ever actually presented the numbers on this. If you have a McDonald's franchise, McDonald's can tell you to within a penny, if you add a second drive-through lane, what will happen to your revenue or your profits. But dealers were just encouraged, put the new sign in, change the aluminum to glass, and next year change the glass to aluminum. Customers will love it, you should do it. And so we dove into this and tried to figure out what the actual ROI of investing in a physical upgrade was. Simplistically, putting 3 years of work into one pyramid chart. Expansion always made sense. If you can add a service bay and fill it, it will pay out. Modernization was sort of break even in terms of revenue and profitability, but it was table stakes. You cannot have a store with a plywood in the window or a Yoo-hoo machine when everybody's looking for a Keurig, and so that was break even. The one that was a dead weight loss was standardization, the insistence by OEMs that every dealership look the same, when no American was going to drive past a Ford dealership and not notice it was a Ford dealership because the window trim was different. And the killer chart that emerged from this project, and then I'll move on to the next one, was, again, this drumbeat of standardize, standardize, standardize. We just showed Apple stores. Apple is a noted retailer, you may have heard of them, who's very, very successful, but whose stores do not in any way, shape, or form resemble each other externally, yet somehow customers manage to stumble in. So that was the facilities project. The next one was Dealership of Tomorrow. 2016, NADA staff was noticing there was a lot of change on the horizon, micro-mobility, mobility services, ride-hail, EVs, autonomous vehicles popping up, and said, let's arm our dealers with as many facts as we can about where this all may be headed in a neutral kind of way. Because as the old joke goes, for a dealership, the future is the end of the month. So how do we get them to put their head up out of the trenches and look further ahead? And that was the Dealership of Tomorrow project. It was supposed to be one-off, but it was repeated now every year since then. Looking at external trends, not stuff within the walls of the dealership. The trends have shifted over time. Before 2017, you may recall some of the big topics, which was disintermediation. Auto by Tel was going to sweep dealers out of direct contact with customers. Ford Retail Network, General Motors Enterprises, Ford integration by incumbents, the rise of the public chains, Wayne Huizenga, that there'd be no family dealerships left in a few years. And then in 2017 and onward, other trends that emerged that we were trying to cover were peak car. That is, everybody's got a car, they don't need any more, sales will fall, and that'll cause problems for the store. The demise of the physical store, you'll just shop online, you'll never go into the bricks and mortar anymore. Subscriptions, remember subscriptions where people would subscribe to cars like they do to Netflix. Work from home, if I'm always in the basement playing Call of Duty, I never get in the car anymore, DoorDash sends me the food, etc. And then still in play are these other ones we'll get to. Let's look at a couple of the ones from the past. Peak car. This is a hot topic years ago, and you know all the story about it. Everyone is moving to the cities where we don't need cars. Well, COVID kind of put an end to the movement to the cities, and actually the facts, when you look at them, is that America is one big suburb. And suburbs are the happy hunting ground of cars. This is where you need cars to take Junior to soccer practice. Half the population of America right now lives in suburbs, more by 2030 are the projections. Or young people are not getting their driver's licenses, so they'll never own a car and we're screwed. No, they're deferring them, but then we neglected to look at the other end of the age spectrum, which I represent, which is instead of retiring when you're 65 and dying on the golf course when you're 67, you're now behind the wheel well into your 90s. If you're in Florida, look out. But the total number of driver's licenses, therefore, has stayed stable. It has even grown. Or work from home will kill the commute. And so we won't need a car anymore because you're not commuting anywhere. And study after study has shown when you have the car at home because you didn't do the commute, you now use it to go to Chick-fil-A or pick the kids up from school. If you think about it, and a commute is the lowest grade use of the car, you drive it to work, it parks there for 8 or 9 hours, and you drive it home. If it's home, you can use it. And then finally, high gasoline prices will put a big dent in driving. Not really. We have very efficient cars now, and the response to fuel prices is not what it used to be. So we are seeing peak car in Europe and in other markets, and we will eventually see it in the United States. I mean, we don't need to go to a world which has 7 cars per driveway, but right now, at least, the urge to move by car is very alive and well. And hitting some of the facts behind this, because I try not to be opinion-driven, but fact-driven. There's the projection for the population split, and there on the right-hand side you can see number of households, number of cars per household. Small-town suburban tends to have more cars than urban, and as we suburbanize, the car count goes up. And then here's the licensed drivers. This is just a count of active driver's licenses. I do not see a decline in this line. We may be flattening out, but we have, at this point in time, a gigantic number of driver's licenses that hasn't started to turn down yet. And then on work from home, those are the studies I quoted. And then one part that we snuck in there too was, what about store count? The idea was that the internet would be the quote-unquote death of distance. That in theory, you could have one incredibly efficient Buick dealership in, say, Nebraska that would serve the entire country because nobody could match them on price and quality. That has not happened, of course. Even over time, these lines are from different years. We see that about 80% of new car sales stubbornly remain 30 miles or less from the person's home. We thought that radius would increase with the internet. If you could see a good deal 70 miles away and you only bought a car every 6 years, maybe you drive that much further. This has not happened. These lines have not shifted. So people still want local sales points, and because the population still keeps growing slightly, and because suburbanization increases, some stores close, some stores open. We're flat at 18,000 for over 15 years now. The owner, oh, by the way, the owner count, that's different. When we talk about consolidation, there's 2 kinds. The number of stores and the number of owners. Yeah, the number of owners does continue to decline, and you can go to around the show and hear from Hague, Presidio, et cetera, on the buy-sell market, and we are indeed seeing consolidation at the ownership level, though maybe not as fast as some people had projected. I mean, roughly speaking, we have 18,000 rooftops and 6,000 owners. It's hardly collapsed down to 10 or 12. Now, what's still in play are, of course, EV, which I'm not going to really talk about much because you've probably heard about this quite a bit lately. But I'll just mention the problem of, does EV destroy service work? Autonomous vehicles, which are really on a roll right now. I've done 12 or 15 Waymo rides and I'm very impressed. Will autonomous vehicles displace private ownership? Why own a car? You can summon a Waymo. Mobility services, Uber and Lyft. Why own a car when you can summon an Uber? Connected car, OEMs desperate to say, we'd like to do something better than sell you a car for $70,000 once every 6 years. How can we get subscription revenue out of you along the way? Again, like a Netflix. And then channel change, which we'll talk about separately. EV demand, all I can say is show you the chart. We are in a plateau period for EV demand in the United States, to some extent in Europe, and a little bit in China as well. I personally believe EVs will continue to grow in the United States, but certainly the brakes have been put on. Won't go into more detail on that. You've heard enough. But one of the challenges here is that our domestics are heavily dependent, as you know, on pickup truck revenue and pickup truck profits. Pickup trucks do not easily electrify, and this itself may be a brake on how fast we move into EV. General Motors' top 5 revenue pool by price point. The size of the ball is the size of the revenue flow. General Motors is essentially a truck company which also sells some cars and crossovers. The same for Ford. Look at the F-Series hanging out there relative to, you know, whatever cars are left, and the same for Stellantis. We essentially have truck companies selling cars on the side. Trucks don't electrify as easily as cars, and this slows the transition. Rivian accepted, of course. And these pickup trucks are 70–80% of these companies' North American profits. So they'll continue to be skewed in that direction. What about the impact on service? Well, when EVs first came out of the box, there was a lot of talk about there's only one part in the motor. The motor only has one part, so these things will never have to be repaired, and there'll never be any service. And I think their thinking was they were extrapolating, and remember, I don't like extrapolation, and saying that the car is just a smartphone on wheels. That's true to some extent, but think about the implications on service. Who repairs a smartphone? Maybe you repair it if the screen is shattered, but otherwise you just buy a new one. And from the very beginning, we know Tesla has really underinvested in service because they just don't feel it's right. You really shouldn't need to repair a smartphone on wheels. But at the beginning, back in 2017, UBS was saying the after-sales revenue pool could drop by 60%. Catastrophic. By 2019, other researchers were saying, well, maybe more like 50%. By 2021, the government, National Renewable Energy Laboratory, said maybe 40%. You can see the direction this is heading as we realize there's a lot of the car out and beyond just the electric motor with its one moving part. Today, U.S. dealers, thanks to rising complexity of the cars, on average see no net change in service revenue from EVs yet. We can see the future. I talk to the Norwegians all the time, and indeed they're seeing declining service bay revenue, but I think it will be manageable. We've seen this show before. We've seen the move to stainless exhaust systems from mild steel, which destroyed the muffler repair market. We've seen extension of oil changes, et cetera, et cetera. I have high hopes that the dealers will be able to infill on the service side by doing things like selling more tires. As you know, EVs chew up tires, more collision repair work, working in older cars and EV-oriented F&I, among other things. By the way, I see some people taking photographs. I assume they're photographing me, but if it's possible you're trying to get the slides, they're downloadable in the app. Autographed versions will cost you more. So if we go and we just quote from, in this case, this is Asbury, Group 1. Group 1's analysis, and this is what they presented at a recent investor meeting, we generate more revenue per repair order for vehicles with alternative powertrains than with gasoline. So now, again, we would expect this to change at some point, but it hasn't hit yet. Now let's move on to autonomous vehicles. Oh, it's really kind of a rise, fall, and rise story. Back in 2017, all these predictions. General Motors will deploy AVs by 2020. Ford will have fully autonomous vehicles on the road by 2021. Toyota 2020, etc. All these projections did not prove out. Every single one of them failed. We really overestimated how fast we could get AVs on the road. As the joke goes, when you've got 95% of the AV figured out, you've only got 95% left to go. As an example of a use case that AVs will have to work with is Halloween. Your AV has to know that that is not a bag blowing across a road, it's a kid dressed up as a ghost. So there's always another use case that has to be worked out. And this really slowed down the introduction of AVs. But many smart people have been working on this, Waymo in particular in the United States, and so things have now turned back up. And if you haven't had a Waymo ride, I would encourage you to do so. 450,000 rides per week. When I had to lock this presentation down, it's now closer to 600,000 rides per week. But that's 25 million, 30 million trips per year. US total is, fun fact for your next cocktail party, 250 billion trips a year in cars, defined as start the car, drive somewhere, and stop. So it's but it's still making some kind of impact. The question is, what happens if AV robotaxis really do take off? And I think there's a good chance they will. For one thing, you don't have to tip the AV, nor do you have to listen to the driver's argument with his brother-in-law about, who's got the kids that weekend. At the margin, robotaxi AVs should reduce ownership slightly. However, many smart people, and also me, I won't put myself in that category, expect to see personally owned AVs, which were not talked about 5 years ago. But why wouldn't you, if you bought a Mercedes S-Class, pay another $20,000 to get Waymo inside? Now you've got your own personally owned car, which you can switch in autonomous mode if you wish. And indeed, Uber CEO, Alphabet CEO, GM, etc., expect at some point that we'll have personally owned AVs. Why take a taxi everywhere when you can, either human-driven or robot-driven, when you can just have one you own? We'll see. On the lighter side, of course, autonomy a few years ago was a little bit like AI now. Everything was going to be autonomous, so I have a few special use cases in autonomous vehicles you may want to invest in. There's the Walmart self-driving shopping cart. I know our goal across humanity is to figure out a way for Walmart shoppers to use less energy during the day, and this is a shopping cart that would follow you around the store autonomously as you throw more stuff in. And then my favorite, the autonomous self-powered garbage bin, which drives itself all the way from the back of your house to the front tree lawn. A crucial task burdening humanity for centuries. I think, to be sexist for a while, husbands all over the world will welcome the self-disposing waste container. It's a firm in Canada that makes the thing. Next was the mobility services. Again, it was, if I could take Uber everywhere, why would I own a car? We heard that a lot. The CEO said, young people aren't buying cars anymore. They don't want to drive. They don't want the inconvenience. And this has, again, turned out not to be the case. I think mobility services will end up stabilizing in equilibrium, like everything else, as a useful, vital part of your quiver of arrows in mobility, as it were. I use it all the time to go to the airport, so I don't have to park the car there, but it hasn't proved as disruptive to car ownership as we may have thought. So sorry for the wonky chart, but this is one I dearly love, and this is a very difficult chart to create. Let's just say the government does not make collecting these data easy. This is cars per household in these cities before Uber launched and since, and what it boils down to is no impact at all on home ownership. Even in San Francisco, ground zero for this stuff, before Uber launched, 1.69 cars per household. 2024, 1.69 cars per household. You use Ubers and Lyfts, but you don't necessarily say, therefore I'll get rid of my car. I'll skip this one because I don't want to run over time. Again, this is all available. Next was connected car. Well, the connected car transformed the auto industry, and this is a work in process where each of these CEOs has said, we're going to get so much money from connected car. I guess this means like the Stellantis version of Spotify or something. It just plays Bruce Springsteen all the time, I don't know what, but this idea of recurrent revenue, which will be as big as or more profitable than selling the cars. And I think the reason for this sort of panicky drive towards connected car revenue is we lost the first 3 rounds. In-car music, instead of selling you a CD player, a cassette deck, or the late lamented 8-track, now it's just give me a Bluetooth connection, we're done. All that revenue flows to Spotify. Then there's going to be in-car navigation. Remember TomTom, portable navigation devices, or DVDs in the trunk with maps of Massachusetts or whatever. Lost that. Just let me plug in Waze or Google Maps into the screen. We lost that revenue. And of course, phones went a long time, car phones left. I actually owned a 1991 Acura NSX with an inbuilt car phone in the console. It could remember 6 numbers. It was very advanced. Again, lost to outside the car. So the sense now is we lost all of this revenue. We're not going to lose what's coming next, whatever it is. And there's all the sort of stuff that's listed. I won't go through all the pieces of it. Can we charge customers for all of this stuff? I'd say there was a little deflation of this, and now we have much more stable kind of realistic hopes. You know, connected navigation, digital key, remote start, emergency support, stuff like that, which kind of makes sense to pay for, in-car Wi-Fi, etc. I won't even mention, I'll now mention it, the BMW heated seat subscription, which of course was kind of a debacle. We'll see where it goes down to. Crucially, at the bottom of this is how will dealers participate? So does this revenue get generated and flow directly to the OEM, or does some of it get shared by the dealers? A very hot topic, as you're aware. And now moving into view, but I won't go into a lot of depth on it, is AI, of course. Of the 600 or so vendors out there, at least 700 have AI in their pitch. So go talk to them, not me. And then, of course, China, what happens when Chinese cars come to America at what point? Surging globally, of course. You know, if we were to hypothesize where Chinese might go if they were allowed into the United States, it took 50 years for the Japanese to have about a quarter or a third of our market. After 3 decades, the Koreans are really just sort of 1.5 companies, are at 10 to 15%. Europeans just have not really gained ground. Americans hover at 45 to 55, so in a completely open market, the Chinese would probably take another 25%, leaving, again, the big three to just make a pickup trucks and nothing else. The thing that's different about this time around, of course, is geopolitics. Neither Korea nor Japan had trained, its guns on Taiwan, and so we shall see, and I won't even try to forecast that. But if politics wins, the tariff wall remains. And people say, oh, tariffs, they're short-term, they're short-lived. The value to customers of getting a cheap, good Chinese car is so high that we'll just blow past the tariffs. I have to point out, I'll skip through this, the national security risk. Let's get going. There you go. That's the 2-page tariff document from 1963, putting a 25% tariff on pickup trucks imported to the United States. It's been there since 1963 through wars, through Republicans and Democratic administration, and it has not budged. So I wouldn't be, I think, so glib in thinking they're better cars, the economics will trump, interesting choice of verb, the politics, and we'll just go ahead merrily along. I think even if we had a next administration that was Democratic, they'd look at all this tariff revenue and say, maybe we don't need to get rid of those quite so quickly. So we shall see. But politics can have a very important role to play here. It's above and beyond just, these are good cars, Americans should have them, which I agree with. And there's various tools for dealing with it if we decide to change things. Okay, so the summary of facilities program was expansion pays, modernization is required, but break even, standardization is a dead weight loss. Dealership of tomorrow, existential threats seem to have mostly receded, but dealers must stay alert and remain adaptable. Every single one of those threats to the system has so far been repulsed, but keep an eye out. Next one is cost of distribution. You may remember, I won't tell you his name, but his initials were Jim Farley, said in 2022, we think our distribution model today is about $2,000 per unit more expensive than Tesla's. Is this true? And Wall Street sell-side analysts came up with their own calculations. These numbers are thrown out all over the place. NADA said, we should know about this, we should find out about this, and ask them, like you do, your math teacher back at school did, show us your work. If you got to a total of 2,000, you must have been able to add numbers up to get to that, right? Crickets. Okay, so if you're not going to tell us where you're getting these numbers from that you're throwing around, telling us that this industry here is grossly inefficient, we'll do it ourselves. Oliver Wyman was the consulting firm hired. I was the project manager, and off we went, and we completed it. So the methodology was 10 years of data, hundreds of activities, thousands of dealers, millions of data points, every single piece of cost that went into the car between the factory gate and before it got into your driveway. We looked at every single one, how many times the car is washed, how many times the valet moves it around on the lot, the whole works. Excruciatingly detailed, blew up Excel. We needed a much more robust database, and crunched the numbers, assigning all these costs and activities, none of this rounding to the nearest dollar, to the nearest cent, and assigning it to dealership, hybrid, which is kind of like agency, I won't go into detail, and then at the far right, DTC, direct to customer. One thing we had to, and we're going to dwell on this a little bit, this was very difficult to get through to people, is we had to subtract from these sales channel choices, the impact of upstream strategies. So for example, people say direct to customer is good because Tesla doesn't advertise, and therefore, if you do direct to customer, you don't have to advertise. Nothing could be further from the truth. There's nothing inherent in a sales channel that says you have to advertise or not. Ferrari doesn't really advertise, and they use dealers. So it's a choice you make separately from the sales channel, and you cannot credit a direct-to-customer model with not having to advertise. Two different things, and you can see the various things here. So we straightened it all out, and the first run-through of the calculations, maybe our members were not so happy with, we showed direct-to-customer being slightly cheaper in gross cost per vehicle of a channel. One of the reasons was, and this is a difficult thing to say next to a convention hall with hundreds of software vendors, but someone like Rivian has one software system. One system that plugs in and does it all. The average dealer in the United States probably has 10 to 30 software vendors supplying the store. So it's just a lot cleaner, simpler. It was one unit to control all the software. However, it is not just cost that drives a channel's economics. If it was cost, every Starbucks would just have the machine go in and make your own coffee, no music, no chairs. We'll just have the cheapest possible cost. But there's value generated as well. And values, and you can look at them here, there's various values that the channel adds. So for instance, this beautiful Hermes store down the road, its wonderful fixtures and fittings and location is there to persuade you that it was a really good idea that you spent $10,000 on a handbag. That's a value added that they couldn't deliver from a Hermes that was selling handbags out of the back of a car trunk. So what is one of a value that the dealership system provides is it gets the deal done. You all know that there is really no standard cut and dry deal. There's I can only swing half the down payment. Can you check for the other half? Can you allow me $500 in the trade-in because otherwise my spouse is going to kill me, et cetera, et cetera. And dealers work very hard to match supply and demand. The technical term is putting butts in seats. It's very hard to do that in a DTC model where here's the price, you can go to any other store, it doesn't matter, this is all you get. On the other hand, an advantage of the DTC system is no intra-brand price competition. You cannot shop Rivian stores against each other. It's one price. When you add these values up, the dealership channel pulls modestly ahead. That's good because I didn't want to be found floating face down in the Potomac when our members saw a different result. Average net channel cost per vehicle after accounting for value, the dealership system pulls ahead. And I truly believe this is the case. I haven't just drunk the dealership Kool-Aid, as it were, because of the nature of the automotive supply and demand situation. To boil it all down here in the end of the red, if demand is greater than supply, you can sell any way you want. Again, Lamborghini could probably raffle cars off or drop them from blimps over the Super Bowl. Anything they could think of would get those cars moved because demand for them is greater than supply. You want to go DTC? Go for it. If demand is less than supply, you need dealers, independently motivated business people with stake in skin in the game to move the metal. And the car industry, last time I checked, has been in oversupply its entire life. And so dealerships, therefore, look to have a healthy future. It's not a matter of liking them more, it's that they are better suited to an industry in chronic oversupply. So, cost of distribution, there is no channel OEMs can choose that is inherently superior to the franchise dealer. So our message to the OEMs was, if you could spend time working on cars and electric powertrains and autonomy and not figure out ways to rip up and reinstall the distribution system, because we are confident that you would not get a better result if you did so. All right, last one, back to basics. Why did we do this project? 2024, NADA and US and UK dealers saw a return to normalcy after the unusually high profits of the pandemic years. The question is, what's the new normal? Where do we go back to? What will profitability look like 2030 or so? Research report, off we went. There was a UK piece to it, which I won't dwell on here, just the US part, and completed the work. And here it is. So here's the question, here's the chart, right? This is Presidio NCM. You can see the 2022 blimp up in new vehicle gross profit per vehicle. The question is, where do we go from here? If you look at 2025, you can see we're still ahead of where we were in 2019. The question is, do we regress all the way back, or do we stop short of that? My gut feel is we regress most of the way back, but not all the way back. How's that for a Weasley estimate? But if we try to look at where do we think profits will go, we used a triangulation of three methods. One is we looked at each individual shop in the store and tried to forecast the profits of that shop and then add them all up. We looked at economics in the cost of distribution project and said, what would be required to make this channel profitable? It's not like if General Motors bought all their dealerships, they'd all be free now. GM would still need to earn a return on those assets. What would it be? And then we looked at history. That's where I open this talk, or I'm concluding the talk. History will tell us if there's been a steady level of profits from, through the Vietnam War, 9/11, recessions, global financial crisis. That would tell us it probably will be the best bet for going forward. All three of these came back to the same approximate 2.5% ROS. By the way, Auto Team America, which had its conference earlier this morning, just released their forecast for dealership profitability in the year 2040. God bless them for forecasting that far out. 2.5%. This is history. Thanks to Dan Thompson from Pennsylvania for providing this. That is dealership ROS all the way back to frickin' 1976. It is really awfully stable. And so you'd have to tell me why things will be so different in the future that will change from that. And then you can see the pandemic. Of course, there's a reality check. There's no way we can say to dealers, all of you will now earn 2.5% going forward. There's all this stuff that applies. If you're a Toyota dealership, you probably have a different outlook than if you're a Jaguar dealership, et cetera, local economy, US economy. But in general, blended together overall, that's our outlook. Lots of comments, department by department. And then the question comes up, okay, well, 2.5% is it, and I don't like that. And by the way, that excludes mailbox money and reinsurance subsidiaries off to the side, et cetera. If I don't like that, how do I get better? 5 themes emerged: retention, 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 keep the customers in the ecosystem, cut costs, blinding insight. I have an MBA. I learned that cutting costs is important, pretty good. Dealing with OEM encroachment, scale matters, and then unlocking the promise of IT. I'm not going to talk about IT because, again, there's 700 or 600 vendors out there with IT. They can tell you more than I can. It's easy to say all this stuff. Retain your customers. You should retain more of your service customers. They should come back to you more often. Easy for me to say. I've never run a service department. And to point out just how hard this is the market share of dealership share of total maintenance repair market in the United States. Have you seen a flatter line lately? Right? It does not move. Everything we do, menu pricing, mobile service, satellite service, extended hours, it doesn't budge. This is really hard. The hope right now is that EV will actually drive more customers to us because the independent aftermarket can't handle it. But we said that before about complex cars. Remember what General Motors said, I'm going to lock the hood because nobody should need to open the hood anymore because only the dealership will understand the car. And then, oh, by the way, the dealership share in 1965 was 45%. So this has been a long, very slow slide. The question is, can we reverse it? Cost cutting, easy to say cut costs. Total expense as a percentage of store sales, another dead flat line. No disrespect to everybody who makes this conference possible, all those vendors and the sponsors watching the conference, but they're all working to lower your costs, but the net impact over time is it doesn't work. So the putting this, again, on average. So again, to do these things requires really exceeding the mean. Scale works. That one does work, usually at the store level as opposed to the chain level. This is from Lithia. They divided all their stores up into small, medium, and large, and this store level SG&A is the percentage of store growth. Scale works. Another database showing return on sales by total revenue of store. If the average NADA member is right around 70 million, draw a line up to the red line, what do you get? 2.5%. So again, can you get the store bigger up to some limit that allows higher returns? I'll skip the cracking the IT code, as I said I would. Wrapping it all up, we already summarized these three. And back to basics, future profitability looks stable with upside based on pursuit of 4 or 5 broad strategic themes, though it will be an uphill slog. So if you're a pessimist, you go, great, we don't do any better. If you're an optimist, you go, great, we're still here. If there's one word that sums up this 10 or more years of research, it is resilience. This industry has taken everything you can possibly throw at it and still hangs in there. That's it. If you have questions, you can email me. I do have a Substack where I bloviate even further. It's worth every penny because it's free, and you can check that out as well. Thank you.
Yeah.
Set the standard for sales excellence and pinpoint customers most likely to trade. Create the ultimate lane experience and set your dealership apart with integrated solutions powered by data. Grow lasting relationships and turn customer churn into loyalty. And establish your brand with Affinitive advertising with media placement, search, social media, and more. Affinitive, elevating the dealership experience.
Expect to see a lot of AI at NADA. Bolt-ons, bots, and even AI agents, like me. But no one has the DAS X factor. We're AI native, with AI built into the foundation of our platform. We set the standard for AI native sales and service communications that drive revenue. From AI search to our customer data and experience platform, everything we do improves the consumer experience. That's the DAS X factor.
We're celebrating the industry at Allegiant Stadium, Thursday night, February 5th. Get your party pass and see our newest tech in action at the DAS Technology booth.
All right, we want to thank Glenn once again. I think it's great that he talked about the resilient dealer because our next guest that's going to come up to the NAD live stage is going to talk about a little bit about controlling your future. I'll get to that in just a moment. But first, I want to thank you, each and every one of you, for being here, hanging out with us, making yourselves comfortable in the NADA live stage living room. Make sure, again, if you have not done so already, download the NADA Show app. You will hear me say it continuously day in and day out because I promise you, no matter how many times I say it, someone will give me that look of like, there's an app? Yes, there is an app, and it updates every year. So get the one for this year, not for last year. Last year's app will do you no good. All right, with that being said, we want to continue, and I kind of gave you a hint of what we're going to talk about next, but we are going to get into controlling your future, data, AI, and what's next? Ooh, that sounds good. All right, so please do me a favor and give him a warm round of applause. Welcome up Tim Hayden, who is the CEO of Brain Trust Partners. Tim, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, let's do it. Your stage.
Thank you very much. All right, everybody. You haven't heard anything about AI or data yet today, have you? You haven't. You're not. If you're an exhibitor and walk through the floor out there, you haven't seen anybody talking about data or AI. It's that kind of world. So we're going to talk a little bit about what I really mean about controlling your future and being in control. It's what most industries have had a challenge doing because we've always been paying, at least it seems like for the last 15 years, third parties to reach our audiences. We've forfeited a lot of the intelligence to companies like Apple or Google or Facebook in terms of understanding who we're trying to reach and what we got to do next. That doesn't have to be that way. At Brain Trust, this is the simplest way I can say what we do, and the only pitchy thing I'm going to say from the stage is that we're working with clients, many of them in the automotive industry, to be able to navigate two kinds of AI in the world. That which controls their brand, that they should be able to navigate, and that which is internal, that they should have full control over, rather than some third party. And as we do this, the what's next thing is just understanding how fast the world is moving. What I'm showing you here is the honest-to-God truth about artificial intelligence or machine learning. This is something that's been around for the better part of 50, 60 years right now. Whenever the United States brought all those fantastic German scientists over to try to win what became the Cold War, right? A lot of those folks were some of the first folks on chalkboards and places like that, started to do things with algorithms. And as computers came around, we started to look at automation in terms of calculation, mathematics, those kinds of things. Boom, where we are right now is in the most accelerated period of change with technology and business that probably we'll ever see. And it's generalized up there, but we're right in the thick of it this year, which will be, I think, shown on the expo floor, where artificial intelligence and a number of other technologies are coming together to really change how we do business. So let's really talk about those external forces real quick. I'm not going to narrate who all these companies are. I'd just like to remind everybody that the X companies, right? Big news yesterday. SpaceX acquired xAI, which we used to call Twitter back in the day, right? So long ago when we used to call it Twitter. Okay, well, not only do they have 17 years of human thought with all that great Twitter data, if you're a Grok user, you know how snarky it is. It's what tweets would teach an AI model to do. But they have 300, 400, I would say, wrong. They have 8,000 satellites. Of the 11,000 satellites in our orbit, 8,000 of them belong to that group of people. Not to mention their cars, not to mention the fact that they have another company that digs tunnels. It's kind of, you can kind of see what's going on here. If you build rockets and you dig tunnels, something must not be going all right here on the surface of the Earth, right? So the control that some of these companies have when it comes to what they do in the marketplace all comes down to data. These companies all up here are the players that we have to navigate, and sometimes we have to use them, sometimes we have to respect them, and other times I would say avoid them and run like hell from them. On the inside is exactly what I've said a couple times now, is every one of your vendors right now is going to come to you over the course of the next 12 to 18 months and tell you that they have the AI that you need. They're going to try to do things to automate processes. They're going to try to tell you that they have exactly the type of automation or the type of intelligence that you need. And some of them may have something that's very formidable, but I don't believe the majority of them will be in this room or the room next to us within 2 to 3 years. I think that's how fast it's going to happen. And companies, as they're looking at how to make decisions right now, they're having to deal with a number of things. They're obviously looking at who they need to hire. They're looking at public policy making. NADA does a fantastic job of helping us understand what the FTC is successfully doing, undoing, and redoing. And all of you, in whatever state you live, you have your own state data privacy laws and AI governance rules now too, in terms of what you have to do. Most folks in automotive are still dealing with disparate operations that is helped none by the DMS companies, but I'm not here to talk about that. But you've got data all over the place. And because you have data all over the place, you really don't know where the true north is. You don't know exactly what you need to do next. Technology is changing fast. I already said that. Data deprecation we'll talk about in a second. And then there's a convergence of things as AI, as automation takes place. So I'm going to just put all of this on the board at once to be really quick. But these are the four forces, or the four buckets of forces that are taking data away from you right now. Data deprecation has been going on for the better part of 7 years. If anybody remembers when Apple pushed out the application tracking transparency, right? When they put that out, if you were working for a company that had a mobile app that 1 million customers have, your dashboards for analytics on that mobile app went flat in 1 or 2 days. This is happening all the time. You have Amazon, who has blocked Google from indexing Amazon.com. You have Salesforce saying that you can't use your data within Slack to do things with AI. They're all trying to do the same thing to cut us off, and we're squeezed in the middle. Consumers have ad blockers, and they use technology every time they power it up, power it down, open it or close it. It clears out the cache, or it clears out our history, which makes us have to re-enter things and have to remember things, and has ads that, maybe lucky or not, don't know who we are, which is a waste of your dollars if you're the one putting the advertising out there. We have the browser and the OS restrictions that I've talked about. I talked a little bit about the data privacy regulations and things that are happening there as well. I hail from Texas, and we have one of the toughest laws with the Texas Data Privacy and Security Act. If you haven't followed it, our Attorney General, love him or hate him, has taken the book already to the tune of billions of dollars of fines to companies that have sold data or misused data that customers have trusted them with. And the last thing is digital feudalism, and I talked a little bit about that. The biggest companies in the world that already command most of our waking hours are doubling down everything to win the AI race so they don't lose the opportunity to dominate our waking hours when that comes around. So the two big rules are, there's no future-proofing. Nobody in a booth in here can tell you that what they have is going to be around in 2 or 3 years. Everything's going to change within that time period. And as it does, you've got to be careful in the contracts that you sign, and you've got to be very wary of who you're doing business with if they've got what it takes to go the long game. And transformation and growth, that has to be about what you control, which is what we're talking about here. The biggest thing that I want to share with you is that before you sign a contract with a software vendor, make sure that you've had thoughtful investigation, discussion, use case ideation, establishing your needs before you even take a demo from a piece of technology. It's not about what software companies can do for you and everybody else. It's what you need done. And once you can understand that, and once you can understand the systems that you're already using and the relationship that they may have or they may not want to have in terms of sharing data with other systems from a systems integration standpoint, know all of that before you sign the contract, because too many times I see it happen where someone signs a license for a new CRM or a CDP and they find out it takes 6 months just to get a data sharing agreement in place. Or they find that it takes even longer for the data to be normalized so they can pull it from another system. These are all things that you can figure out on the front end. Then looking at what you can do in terms of understanding where your employees are. What seats on the bus do they sit right now? What seats should they sit in the future? And what seats will be left empty, right? What seats do you need to fill? Because the makeup of your team is going to have to change as AI starts to become maybe the primary decisioning apparatus for what humans do. I don't think that's going to happen through and through, but I think it's going to happen to a great degree, and we need to have people that know what to do as a human in the loop, whether or not to do what AI has said or directing them to do. To get down to data, when I'm talking about what has to happen, I don't think it's any different from what a few of you sitting in the room I know have been shopping for, and what I know just about every booth in the rooms around us, there are exhibitors telling you they can do this. But being able to collect data on an ongoing basis and to unify it immediately, to resolve it, and to, as it's processed, to label it. The number one problem that all of the Fortune 500 happen right now is they shoved all their data into the clouds over the last decade, but they didn't label it when they did it. They just migrated the data over into Amazon or Google or IBM or somewhere else, and now AI is here knocking on their door, and they've got to pay millions of dollars to have that data relabeled, reprocessed, just for AI to understand it. I know some of you may challenge me because you upload spreadsheets every day to ChatGPT, and it seems to do fine. Shame on you for that. But the truth is, business AI will be open source AI that's trained on your data. So you're on brand, so you're OEM compliant, so you're compliant with privacy laws. All of these things having control of technology and AI is going to put you in a position to where the data can work for you, and you have to be able to collect it and clean it immediately. Governing it and securing it is not just about SOC 2 compliance now. It's not just about building a fortress around your business, but it's about educating and bringing digital literacy across teams so people can understand when to be able to spot a phishing message or one of those text messages that they get every day that says, hey, how you been? You want to do yoga tomorrow? You know what I'm talking about. There's a whole lot of things that are happening in the world that are trying to get to your data. If you educate everybody, I think we'll have fewer cases like we did a couple of years ago with CDK. That's the only time I'm going to say their name out loud. But bottom line is, it's about human error more and human vulnerabilities that we have to address rather than just building some type of bulletproof wall around our systems. You got to have both. And then organizing for AI, I've already gone through labeling it, making sure that you can route it to where it needs to be and that you can do so in as close to real time as possible, because you're dealing with customers that will pull out of the service lane, and when the car still makes the noise that it made when they brought it in 2 days ago, they're not going to pull back in the service lane. They're going to walk in the front door and ask the receptionist to be able to handle them or help them. And in most cases, that customer is going to want the receptionist or whoever's sitting at the first desk on the floor to be able to answer their questions. That's where humans are right now. It's what Amazon has taught them that they can do, not only in terms of buying, but in terms of what they return, right? They're going to expect the same thing from you. This is the money slide in terms of contemporary technology and new technology living beside each other right now. And this right here is effectively a slide from Telium, which is a real-time enterprise system that many large dealers, mostly with 20 rooftops or more right now, are using to collect 100% of the data and to integrate 100% of their data, resolve it and label it as I'm prescribing from across all those storefronts. But having everything connected to where all systems are talking to each other, right? And being able to make sure that you have the information you need where you need it at all times. So I'm not going to narrate this slide for you. Take photos, and I'm sure this will be available afterwards. But this is where you capitalize on third parties in terms of data you can capture from them and be able to stuff it away within your CDP or a connected data warehouse, which we show here at the bottom as well. What this has got to make happen is real-time communication happening across the entire enterprise of your business. And we're working with dealer groups right now that have got 15 rooftops, a collision center, a car wash, and they own part of their sister's restaurant. And we're seeing an opportunity to take the data from all of those right there, asking everybody if it's okay, being very public about it in terms of consent management. That's the other part of this. You'll need a system that will be able to measure and monitor consent from the moment the data is collected to the moment it's processed or put into artificial intelligence. I've already told you the name of a company that'll do that. There's only a few that can do that right now. There's a lot that can take data from somewhere and prepare it and then start to use it somewhere else. But once it's in there, in my state, Texas, you have 30 days when Bob Smith comes to you and says, I want to see all my data and correct it. And if you can't find all of it in 30 days, there's a little website with the Attorney General that you can go to and file a complaint. That's where we're going right now. So, talking about AI real quick and how all this works. Discovery is still the most important step you can take in the process. Asking the right questions, asking the questions of your vendors, of your consultants, of your IT or DevOps team if you have one, making sure that they're not engineering their way, but they are listening to your use cases first, and then engineering to workflows that you'll actually adopt and use. You have to do that. The platform deployment for an enterprise CDP is around 6 months in terms of having universal enterprise use across all stores. You can do it a little faster if you have things organized and you did a great job with discovery, but most people don't. It's okay, it's natural. Then, at the end of that time period is when you can start to select open source models like Mistral, Llama, LangChain, These are not the ChatGPT things that you use in your browser every day, or Claude, as some of you probably are, but these are models that you can totally control, and there are companies like ours that can help you build those models so they're only trained on your data if you want to talk to your data, and then build it in a way that when new inference, performance capabilities, GPU use becomes leaner, as more models come on the market, be able to swap them out and put them back in. It's kind of like those 1980s Japanese cars where they would swap the 4 or the inline 6 and put in a small block V8. It's the same thing with AI. You got to get your operation built, and then you're going to swap out the AI over time. Again, looking at that custom language model and then being very calculated in terms of the use cases, quarter over quarter or month over month at the most, 2 or 3 use cases at a time. We're human. You can't boil the ocean and do it all at once, and you've got to be very calculated in terms of proving out what's working and what will be adopted. What does this look like? Whoa, that's efficiencies, that's revenue. And that is, I'm sure this is going to be cost of doing business. These trend lines. And trying to wrap this up for you for time's sakes. Discovery. If you take anything from what I'm saying right now, is before a software jockey puts a scope of work in front of you on how much a piece of technology costs, go wrap your head around the business cases. Do it with yourselves. Bring in a third party to help you with that. Ask your agency, because they're going to have least privilege access to this data just to run your marketing for you, because you should be able to tell what's working, what's not working before the agency tells you what they tell you is working. Change management, thinking about how you change things. Back to that school bus metaphor I said earlier. Performance metrics, how are you going to measure success? It's not for a software company to tell you what the outcome is going to be. It's for you to tell them what the outcome needs to be and how you're going to measure it. They should be able to build or configure to that. That's what I'm telling you. And lastly is capability building, getting everyone on your team to build that muscle memory, to build adoption and confidence of these new technologies. It's going to be group therapy. It's going to be a group effort to do it. If not, we're just going to get a little bit of AI to work in one corner of the business, or for fixed ops, or for some little segment of the business, and we're not going to have fluid congruency across the organization and confidence. So controlling your future, it's about owning your data, which is your future. Your data will tell you what to do next. Your data, from a correlational and a causal relational analysis standpoint, which is what so many of these technologies say that they can do, but certainly this is what your core system should be able to do, because it sees everything, is going to tell you where to go next, where to pour money into, or where to pull fuel out of the tank in terms of the performance of your business. Remember that first-party data is your competitive advantage. Most car dealers have extremely poor data quality, and that's why we've got companies like Data Axle, M1, Automotive Mastermind. There's a few right now that are on the cutting edge of the data that you need to not just freshen up your data, but make sure that you have all the information, both demographically, contact-wise, and behaviorally, that you need to know about your customers in order to serve them best. Lastly is creating AI that represents your brand. If you're using first-party data to train AI, then that AI will be in your customer's voice. It'll be in your employee's voice. It won't be in what this AI does for the other 15 dealer groups that are using the same thing. It's not about best practices anymore. Your business has DNA, and it's very unique in terms of the geography it serves, the customers it has, and certainly the employees that work there or the brands that you represent. That combination of those things means that software that does something for everyone is just not going to cut it in terms of where we're going next and whatever happens after that. So, it says 0 here, and this is last year. I had to be yanked off the stage, but if you scan that code, it's the same one if you go to braintrust.partners. It's the same link that's on our homepage. It's a questionnaire. You don't have to have confidence to answer all those questions, but they're the questions that we ask many of the Global 2000, many of the large automotive organizations that we work with. We have them go through that questionnaire as basically something to set the table for a much more thoughtful discovery afterwards, which again, I said, 5 times, is your best and most critically important step in terms of figuring out what you do next. You can connect with me there on LinkedIn, because I spout about this stuff all the time and I encourage the criticism or arguments, and I'll be there with you. I think that's it. Thank you.
My name is Adriana. I didn't have a car for like almost 2 years. Back in March, I was very fortunate to receive a vehicle from Vehicles for Change, sponsored by NADA. It's changed my life drastically. I don't need to borrow a car. I don't need to spend hundreds of dollars on Ubers or Lyfts. We can just get up and go, going to doctor's appointments, dropping my daughter off to daycare. When I have projects I need to work on at work, I can go into the office now. Not having a car was a very, very big issue. My son wanted to go to football practice, so now I was able to finally sign him up. He won the first game. He scored 2 touchdowns, and he is very, very excited. It's made a big, big impact for us, and I don't ever want to go without a car ever again. A car is mobility, a car is freedom, and most important, a car is a blessing.
So I don't know if you noticed, but we've got a trend that's happening where we're talking a lot about future. And so we're going to keep that trend going and continue to talk a little bit about future. So come on up. Please do me a favor and welcome my next guest. Let's give them a big, nice, warm round of applause. First off, I have here to my left Colleen Tahan, who is the NADA 20 Group Dealership Management Consultant. And then we're also joined by Judy Farquharson, who is COO of Headquarter Automotive. So again, let's give them a big round. First off, I brought the sun.
Yeah, thank you for
specifically for us.
I love it. Thank Fantastic.
I wanted to make sure that we had no reminiscence of last year in that city that we will not speak of until we go back there again.
We see the light.
Right, exactly. So, but let's dive right in because I definitely know that this is an exciting topic and one that we had a chance to talk about last year a little bit, and so I'm eager for an update. But first, please do me a favor, introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about your role, and then also help lead into our topic for those that don't know.
Fantastic. I am Colleen Tahan. I am an NADA consultant, and the reason I'm here is because last year we started our first ever Women's Dealer 20 Group, and great news, it's already filled. Judy is a member. It was so fantastic. We're starting a second one in partnership with Women in Automotive in April.
Yeah.
And I also kicked off the first ever Women's Fixed Ops Manager 20 Group, which has also been fantastic.
I love it. That's awesome. And then, Judy, please introduce yourself for those that don't know you.
Yes, I'm with Headquarter Automotive for almost 29 years. I'm the COO and CFO, and just enjoying a journey that I never thought would end here, and it's not finished yet.
I love that. So either of you can answer this, but why specifically do you feel that it was important to make sure that we had a women focused in all of the groups that you mentioned? Like, why do you feel like that was an important thing? I know we talked a little bit about it last year, but now we're a year in. You said we're already filled. So what are some of the things that you were able to learn? And then, Judy, you being a part of the group, why do you both feel it was important?
I'll go ahead and let Judy answer this first, and then I'll kind of fill in why I did it. But she's the actual member and dealer in the group. So why do you think it was important we started women's groups?
So obviously we're in that deficiency in the participation in the industry as females, and to offer the space, what I've heard more and more from the other fellow female leaders, female dealer principals, newer into the roles, family succession, moving into them, they really enjoyed a space like this to where they can feel comfortable and learn from each other. And what Colleen has built is something like it's out of process, it's not out of ego. We all have egos, but our egos are a little bit different. They're in a little different order, and I think we the first thing we want to do is learn from each other, and then we'll compete a little bit and, you know, do all that fun stuff.
I thought it was important because as I started going to all these 20 groups, I would show up to all these meetings and there was, you know, 1 or 2 females in the room. And most of us in this business, we're very comfortable with men. You don't thrive in this business if you're not comfortable around men. But I say to my women in the room, sometimes it's just good to be the majority. You know what I'm saying? Like, right? And so it's not that they don't have a voice in the current groups, because most of the current groups are very accepting of the women in the group. But sometimes we think about things differently. We process things differently. And it's not one over the other. It's a matter of joining the two. So if the purpose of 20 groups is to gain peers, to experience together, to grow together, to become better leaders, better communicators, and ultimately better operators, why not have a group of peers that think like us that we can talk and grow with? In every one of our meetings, we invite men. Her general manager, Nathan, came to one of our meetings. This is not an exclusive group. This is just an opportunity where women can be the majority, where we have the peers and the connections to grow deeper and better understand the challenges and the processes that we go through on a daily basis.
Yeah.
So it's not competition. It's not either or. It's just an opportunity.
I think it's balance, right? I think what I hear you saying, and what I think is the experience of it is that allowing for that balance, because let's face it, I mean, we know that men and women communicate differently, right? Just off the bat. But then you talk about you're bringing in 20 groups who are in different geographical locations, have different background, different upbringing, different life experiences. So then there's an added layer of communication there, you know, and you're bringing these groups together to form, like you said, a bond, a cohesiveness. And so kind of helping bridge the communication gap or even make that tighter, that more narrow, I think helps to give that added, you know, comfort and then also greater success. So speaking of success, we're a year in. I don't know if you developed the secret sauce fully, but what are some things that you're excited about that you've seen that have come out of this first year so far?
So I was asking Colleen how many dealers are participating in 20 groups, and she told me, I think 3,200, which is probably around 20% of the membership, maybe?
I think it's almost 3,600, but close. Yep.
Okay, all right, so it's about 20%. And I thought, well, that's a really low number for participation in something, in a forum like this, to where it really helps us benefit and get better, because most of us have been in our roles for a long time in our stores, so we don't have the opportunity to be learning these new things from everybody all over the country. And what this did for us, that was Nathan's first time in a 20 group as my guest. So I brought a man in, my partner, who makes us work better. We work better together. And now he's learning more about it. And we kind of bamboozled him and got our fixed ops director. She's in the female fixed ops, so he's going to go with her too. But it's really been a learning process for him, which is really important. And it's brought us closer, and it's brought our trust up with each other to make changes for the better.
That's great. Sometimes you just have to be in the room.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like you can talk about it, you can show videos or clips, but there's nothing like the tangible being in the room to really fully have a better understanding, especially if you're able to be in the room and just absorb, as opposed to always feel like you have to contribute. So I think that's great. So let's talk about the women that are currently in these groups. What type of women? What kind of women? Let's talk about them. Who's currently attending the groups? Who are you excited about? And who's making impact within the groups that you're seeing so far?
Can I take this one?
Please.
First of all, we are so lucky. We have the most dynamic, awesome women in these groups. The energy that these women bring to be a part of something that's brand new has just been phenomenal. And the women that were currently in my regular 20 groups, they're phenomenal too, but there's something different about these groups. There's the energy in these groups that I don't see as much in my other 20 groups. To be the first time to gather with peers is just been amazing. And another thing that we did is we don't fit in the box. You typically have dealer groups and you have 20 groups. And you have manager groups. And we kind of changed that philosophy. I said, why? Why do we have to do this? And it was funny, in the first group, as the applications were coming in, corporate kept calling me going, wait, is this a manager group? Is this a dealer group? And I was like, who cares? Right. Here's what it is. It's women leaders. Now, I have to protect the integrity of the group as well, because we visit 3 times a year. You spend the time and the energy and the money to come. You need to make sure that everybody in that room has something to say that's going to benefit the group. So I can't bring a manager in fixed ops into my dealer group or my leader group that doesn't have anything to add to variable. So I have to protect the integrity of the group. But here's my rule. If you are a leader in your automotive group and you impact both variable and fixed ops, and you have the ability to bring knowledge of those departments to this meeting, and then you have the ability to impact change back at your dealership, then you are welcome in this group. I want to find a way to say yes to the women that want to join, but also protect the integrity of the group. And I'll tell you one more thing, and I'll let Judy answer. A member in the group, she's an HR director. And I first told her, I'm sorry, I'm just not so sure that you fit. Again, I have to make sure that you have something to bring to these meetings. But I just loved her on the phone. I loved her energy. I loved what she had to say. I ended up talking to her multiple times. I ended up calling her dealer. Her dealer said she 100% has my blessing. She absolutely has the ability to impact both sides. We will hear her. We will listen to her. We support her. And I am okay with it. And I called her back and said, you're in. And she's just a member that adds so much as an HR director.
Yeah.
So titles don't mean anything. It's about what you can bring to the room.
Yeah, I think that's so huge. I think that sometimes we misplace, because title just tells you your location, right? It just tells you where you can find you on the hierarchy chart or where your office is, but it has no implement on your leadership capability or the impact that you can have. So that's just one of those things. So I think that's great. Judy, I'd love for you to answer that as well.
I agree too. With the diversity of our positions in this group, we are really bringing different lenses to the opportunity to learn from each other. So like the HR director, or myself, who's like an ops director for the entire organization, we have that ability to see so many different things, and some of us aren't dialed in so deeply into service, into fixed ops, and we bring talent towards looking at our service videos, and we can all look at that and have an opportunity to learn from each other and how we're not just having it done, but how are we maintaining it? How are we keeping that mindset and that buy-in from our groups to continue to embrace the service videos, which are, I don't think they're going away anytime soon.
No.
That's great. So we're a year later, right? And I know there's been a lot that's come out of it. What have been some of the biggest lessons that you've learned in this first year? And then we'll talk about maybe where we're going next. But I'd love to hear some of the lessons or surprises that came out of this first year of doing the groups.
I think the biggest lesson is we should have done this a long time ago.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Yep.
I'm glad you found me, or I found you, or how we found each other. We'll thank Nathan for that. Thank you, Nathan.
Yes, God is good.
That's great. And then I know you touched a little bit about it. You talked about the new groups that are coming. Where are we going in the future? Now that we kind of see and we're a year into what we're already doing, what's next?
Well, we have a kickoff of our second group. It is a dealer group, if you will, but again, title isn't necessarily all important. We have that group in April. And I think what's next is learning how, we learned today that 82% of our employees in this business are men. And of that 82%, 14%, or of that 18%, that's left of women, 14% of those women are in our accounting offices. So our forward-facing women in this industry does not meet our clientele. It does not meet our consumer base. How are we relating to over 50% of our customers when we only employ 5, 6, 8, 10% of our customers to react with them? It's not a competition. This is not a I am woman, hear me roar group. This is not about the woes of the industry. This is how do we change going forward. It is 2026, and I'll tell you another thing that I'm passionate about, and here's what I'm passionate about. Being a mom and being a dad is different. It's not better, it's not worse. I raised 5 kids, and 29 years ago, I had to leave this industry because I couldn't work in retail and raise my kids all at the same time. And you know what? It's a shame because the industry lost someone that loves this industry and has a passion for this industry, really that is I just love it. And I had to take a 24-year hiatus because I knew I needed to be around my kids. In the last 48 hours, I did a 20 group for my Stellantis group over at the Bellagio. I flew in Sunday. My daughter is a college soccer player. She's injured. My husband is slightly retired now. He's down, we kind of switched roles. I went back to work.
There you go.
Not. And who is handling, while he's home, he's happy to take the call. But at the end of the day, my 19-year-old, she wants her mom to handle it. So I'm running a 20 group while getting all the calls, while making her an appointment to get her x-ray on her back, while my husband is sitting home golfing, and I don't mean that against him. I mean, he worked his time, but the end of the day is she could have called him because he was free and he would have done it. But they want their mom. How do we change this industry to keep women involved and yet understand and give the grace that raising kids is different for women and men, and we shouldn't be forced to take a back seat because we can't work 60 hours a week, 6 days a week, and give you everything we've got. Your wives stayed home. Let your employees have a little bit of balance. So I'm hoping that's where we go in the future. I kind of hijacked that,
No, that's
but
fine.
it's something I'm really passionate about.
Yeah, no, that's very good.
I agree with you, and seeing leadership at the top, I can set an example. It helps, and I can come into those moments where we're making decisions. Say, what's it going to make a difference if they're off today? They'll work on Saturday instead. I mean, we can work like that. I was very fortunate. I had my son, and my husband was a U.S. postal worker, so he would get off of work at 3 o'clock every day, so I could work until 10 or 12 or midnight or whatever it was. So I didn't have to take the hiatus. I took a little one for maternity leave, but then full support when I got back to the store after 3 months of the leave, and I breastfed my son till he was a year old. I'd go into the general manager's office every single day, 2 times a day. He said, doesn't matter who's in there, you go in the bathroom and do it. And I would just, go into that bathroom and everything. But I did it, and they supported it. And then I'd go home for lunchtime. My mother-in-law watched my son. I was very fortunate to have her support during that first 3 years. Feed him, she'd feed me, drop off, go back to work. Husband pick him up, rush him to the house, meet him there. So it worked for me. I mean, finding employers that are like-minded, that are conscious and really understand that, they got from me what they wouldn't have gotten otherwise. And I've been almost 29 years with my organization, helped scale it from 1 dealership to 4 and going on 5 now. And them allowing that and understanding that and being sensitive to that saved me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, it's funny. There's a question on my sheet that it says simply, why is this important to dealers, right? That's a question that I'm supposed to pose to you too. And the interesting thing about it is, like, why should that even be a question? You know what I'm saying? And like, not saying that in a negative way, but saying in the sense of just listening to both of you, and you're absolutely correct. Like, I'm a dad, right? And right now I'm going to be...
Did you breastfeed in the general manager's office every day?
No, I did not have to do that. So my plight, right, and you're absolutely right, but here's my plight, right? And it's not a comparison. But this will be, by the time I make it home, it'll be 31 days that I've been on the road consistently, right? And so that the battle is the provision versus the time, right? Because I definitely understand what you mean about the soccer game and being there and missing and, all those things. But for whatever reason, that's okay because I'm dad and I'm out working. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But when the question is posed, why is it important to dealers? Women give life, period. Like, to whatever it is, right? You know what I mean? Like, and I think it's something that sometimes is missed, and sometimes whether it's conscious or not conscious, or just because this is the way it's been, or however you want to classify it, it's something that definitely needs to have more attention and have that more awareness of, like, no, this should be a fine thing, right? And it does suck that we haven't done it sooner, because it definitely should be. So the question shouldn't be, why is it important? It should be, what would you lose out on or miss if your women that are in your dealership, running your dealership, weren't there? And that's what I think sometimes, that needs to be the reminder. It's not that this is important, it's that it's necessary.
You bet.
It's necessary to create spaces where there is a majority, there is a safety, there is a comfort, there is a understanding, right? Because the things that maybe I struggle with, and you struggle with, there's going to be a different level of understanding there, right? And the thing about it is, once you bridge that gap of understanding and having the communication, that's why it's a necessity. It's not why is it important, it's why is it so necessary, and what can we do more of? So
I love that question, what can we do more of?
Yeah.
Let's keep moving forward.
Yeah.
That's what these groups are designed to do, you bet.
It's more opportunity to find more talent, is all it is.
Yes.
To boil it down.
Yes. So we talked about the 3 new groups, right? It's 3 new groups or just 1 new group?
3. One is a manager group for female fixed ops managers.
Okay.
And then the other 2 are women leaders. So whether it be dealers or general managers or COOs or whatever, depending on your role, but women leaders.
All right, so we're going to take that from 3, and then when we talk about it next year, there's going to be another, let's say 6.
Oh my goodness, that's tiring.
But you can do it, right?
But have at it.
You
bet.
got it. You got it. No, but I think there's definitely going to be obviously the growth. But the thing that I want to talk about for everyone that's out there, if they're watching and if they want to make sure that their dealer gets involved or feels like their dealer group can get more involved, where do they start? How do they contact? How do they make sure that they get the women that are under their storefront involved and more comfort? I would say.
Well, my name is Colleen. I work for NADA. You contact NADA and let them know that you're interested in the women's group, whether it be the women leaders or the management group, and they absolutely will send you my way. And one thing I think I do also is I talk to every single member before they come in. It's my number 1 rule when I'm forming a new 20 group. I personally talk to every person because getting the right people in that mix is really, really important. So I will reach out, I will contact you, I will answer your questions. If you want to talk to a dealer or another member, to get firsthand experience, I'm sure Judy and any other of my incredible, awesome leaders that are already in the group would be happy to reach out.
Perfect. Judy, I've got one final question for you. So had you been in a 20 group before joining this 20 group?
Never,
okay.
No.
And so what was it for you that particularly appealed to saying, I have to be a part of that?
Oh, I knew we had opportunity for improvement, and once I spoke to her, she said she's easy to get a hold of. Just say her name 3 times, and she shows up.
Wait, is she like a genie?
No, or like Beetlejuice, She just shows up. She's everywhere. And I don't know what it would be like if we had a different moderator. I'm sure there's lots, but she's gold. She's gold medal. She's top of the platform, and it makes it easy and keeps us on track as much as we could possibly go off track. She keeps us on track and keeps us engaged and learning in it, and that's been really, really helpful. And especially bringing a very hard-headed person who is softer-headed every day.
I love that. Well, Colleen, Judy, thank you for being here. Please, let's give them a big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We launched Jerry 1.0 in the beginning of 2024, and the number 1 impact that Jerry has had on dealerships over the last 2 years is driving more revenue. What we learned is what makes a great AI employee for a dealership is the same exact things that make a great human employee. They're great at their job, they know it inside and out, they know your business, they know the playbooks, they follow them, and they're coachable. The result of everything we learned has allowed us to build capabilities and coachability into our AI employees that doesn't exist in the market and nobody else is working on. And I cannot wait to show you what we built.
Oh, we're not done. We're just getting started. This is the great thing about day 1. We are off. We are already in high gear, and we are already a part of automotive history. I want to thank each and every one of you for being here today. And let's give a round of applause. There's a lot that goes into this, as you can see. So I just want to give a round of applause to all of our stage managers, our audio managers, everyone. They're in the back. They can hear you. They make me sound good. They make you comfortable. So we definitely appreciate all that they do. We're going to keep this going because I'm excited. It's just more great things and more great information to come out. Next up, here's what we're talking about. We're going to talk about Women Driving Vehicle, the Retail Awards panel. And so I'm really excited to welcome our next guest. So please do me a favor, make her feel warm, excited, and happy to be here. Let's welcome up Amanda George with Route 1. Amanda, come on up. Stage is yours. Enjoy.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. For those of you who don't know Route 1, we connect dealers to lenders and other partners at the point of sale for financing. We were one of the pioneers of electronic credit applications and are the leader in e-contracting. We have a suite of products that runs from digital retail to menu, all the way to compliance. We've been involved in the Women Driving Vehicle Retail Awards for several years. It is a really fantastic program, and I highly recommend anyone who hasn't attended before to make a point of it in future years. I always leave that event so inspired. So earlier today, I had the privilege of presenting this year's Women Driving Vehicle Retail Awards, and I'm honored to share these remarkable women with you. First, we have, unfortunately, our one award recipient who wasn't able to attend today, but it's worth learning about her story. Linda, this is for the Ally, awarded to a person with a career track record in hiring, training, mentoring, and championing women in vehicle retail or enhancing gender diversity in the field. The winner for this year is Linda Vallea, the business manager at CDJR Corpus Christi Access Ford. And I'll tell you a little bit about Linda. Linda has spent more than 2 decades building a career defined by growth, leadership, and advocacy for women in automotive retail. Linda actively mentors women on her team, providing structured guidance, actionable feedback, and access to development programs like Driven to Lead. Her efforts have helped team members progress into leadership roles. Beyond her dealership, Linda champions awareness of automotive careers through university engagement, networking events, and career fairs. She's passionate about building clear pathways for women to thrive, inspired by leaders who believe in her potential, and by Lithia's commitment to growth. We'll move on now to the 2 women who are going to be joining us on the panel today. First, we have the Rising Star, awarded to a woman early in her dealership career who is driving her path in auto retail and serving as a role model and champion for females peers in the industry. Our Rising Star this year is Janine Bain, Service Manager, Volvo of Charlottesville. Janine made an impact almost immediately after joining Volvo of Charlottesville. She has improved pricing structures that boosted profitability and resolved service department challenges. Janine listens with patience, acts with speed, and mentors her team through complex problems while ensuring technicians receive the training they need to succeed. Previously, Janine turned around a struggling Volkswagen service department, leading it to profitability and earning deep respect from her team. In a male-dominated environment, she handles the tough situations with poise and confidence, building loyalty among employees and trust with customers. Thanks for joining us. We'll also introduce our Accelerator. This is awarded to a mid-career level woman who has demonstrated success in improving gender equity in her dealership. This year, the award goes to Portia Conrad, Volvo Master Technicians, Bob Penkis Volvo. As the first female Volvo technician at her dealership, Portia broke barriers and inspired other women to follow her lead, creating a ripple effect of empowerment and inclusion. Her leadership extends beyond the shop floor. She has influenced uniform redesigns to better accommodate female technicians and actively participates in national initiatives such as the Volvo Female Forum and SEMA project collaborations. Portia has achieved Master Tech certification in only 14 months, earned the loyalty of customers who request her by name, and mentored new female technicians to thrive in a traditionally male-dominated field. Her mission is clear: to show young girls that gender should never be a barrier to success. Congratulations. Thank you. So we're so excited to have these 2 wonderful winners with us today. We're going to just talk a little bit about their path so far and learn a little bit more about them. So I want to jump right in to pass into automotive and your early career. So what drew each of you to the industry, and what early barriers did you face as women entering the industry? Janine, you want to start off?
So I came into automotive from healthcare, and my husband actually encouraged me to take a job at the dealership. So that's what got me at the dealership. And then early barriers was probably credibility, and more from customers than my my staff. So
makes sense. Portia?
All right, yeah, for me, my dad has been a Volvo Tech for 38 years. So really I was just following under his footsteps. When I was like 16 or 15, I was going through some mental health issues, and my dad really just wanted to keep me out of my bedroom. So he had a 1968 Mustang that throughout my whole life it was never running. and he wanted me to help him rebuild the engine. So I did that, and that's really what spiked my interest for working on cars. And my senior year of high school, I did their automotive program through Pikes Peak Community College for 1 year. And after I finished that, I instantly got into my dealership under my dad as my mentor, and just excelled. So, yeah.
That's fantastic. Thank you. What misconceptions about women in technical or leadership roles have you encountered, and how have you addressed them? Or should you want to start us off this time?
What was?
Oh, sorry. The misconceptions about women in technical.
Yeah, sorry. So some of the misconceptions that I have experienced and seen is that women aren't strong enough as a technician, right? That's definitely one bias that we see. Men are stronger, and that we're too emotional. And for me, there's definitely instances where, yes, I'm not strong enough for something, but I'm not afraid to ask for help. I'm not afraid to ask the technician next to me that has more physical strength than me to break something loose. They're also not afraid to ask me if I can send my tiny little arm up into a crevice and get something for them that they would have to take off more stuff to get to, right? So working as a team with our strengths and our weaknesses is great. So, and being emotional, I'm sure if I'm frustrated, I may cry over something. But if another guy in my dealership is frustrated, he's probably going to throw tools. So which one's better, right?
Great call. Janine?
I guess that women aren't technical enough to lead strong teams. I just address it by being consistent, prepared, and confident, holding the same standards for everyone, and then over time, my competence breaks the stereotypes, and my results speak for itself.
That's great. I know that mentorship is always an important component, and especially when you're in a situation where it's a male-dominated field. It's great to have role models. It's great to have mentors. What does effective mentorship look like to you? How do you intentionally create opportunities for other women?
Mentorship is honest feedback, advocacy when you're not in the room, helping someone see the possibilities before they see it themselves. Just intentionally coaching women on their confidence, giving them praise when they do things. And I think that communication is just really important.
So it can be from a man or a woman, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Portia?
For mentorship for me, I was mentored, and I have mentored before. Biggest thing for mentorship is, patience. Patience and no judgment is very important. I started out in my dealership with little experience, right? I only had 1 year of training. I only knew the basics. I didn't know much about how to diagnose a car or anything like that. So I needed more help than somebody that went through a lot of training, right? And I wasn't afraid of asking for questions because my mentor did not judge me for my questions. No stupid questions, right? If I went to my mentor and I asked them a question and their body led me to believe that they're frustrated, I'm more likely to go to them for help, right? So no judgment, good body posture when you're asking for help, not showing that you're frustrated is very important in mentoring. So
that's great. Thank you. What advice and personal reflections, what personal philosophy, if you will, or lessons has guided you through your career?
For me, I would say my personal philosophy is I care more about my customer cars than my own cars. Trust is very important, and building relationships with my customers will get me more customer requests, and in turn, I'm making more money and I'm having happier customers. So that's my mental philosophy, is always care about the customers more than myself.
For my dealer group and myself, it's just culture drives results. If you take care of your people, they take care of you. So stay curious, lead with integrity, and then success follows.
That's great. What does the next decade look like for women in auto retail? What breakthroughs are you guys most excited to see?
I just hope we see more women in fixed ops, in executive leadership and ownership, and we'll just see fewer firsts for women. It's going to be, they're there. We're not going anywhere. So,
absolutely, Portia.
I am excited to see more females in all levels. If I go to training for Volvo, I'd love to be trained by a Volvo instructor that's a female, right, versus than a male instructor. That would be cool. Better female uniforms. They have been working, and just all uniform companies in general have been working on getting female uniforms for us, but the size diversity is still just not there. If I'm going to wear something, I want it to fit me, and they're not thinking about all of women's size body proportions. They're thinking about a tiny amount. So for Volvo, for instance, their smallest size is a small. Well, I'm an extra small, so that's not going to work, right? If our uniforms fit better, we would look more professional. That's my opinion.
Yeah,
so.
That makes a lot of sense. Those things really do matter as we're talking about how to make things more equitable. Something folks don't think about, but it matters a whole lot. Mm-hmm. What policies or benefits have made the biggest impact on helping women succeed in this industry, do you think?
Zero tolerance policy for sexual assault, that's a big one. If a dealership is not going to have that and a woman has continued to bring up sexual assault and they don't deal with it, you're going to lose that employee. Parental leave, that's a big one. If they don't have good parental leave and that girl gets pregnant, she wants to have a family, she's not going to be able to stay with that job. So that's definitely very important to keep women in the dealership. And, network opportunities, that's a big one. For network opportunities, Volvo, they have a female Volvo forum every year, and it brings the female technicians all together. We get to meet each other, we get to talk about our issues in our dealership, and just have that support. We have a great Snapchat group chat with all of our other female technicians, and we get to contact each other for help and just support, and those network opportunities, it's really good.
That's great.
I would say flexible schedules, respect for our family responsibilities, performance-based growth instead of like outdated expectations about hours and visibility, and then just having a good support system in your dealership is very helpful.
And you guys have both talked about that to me, about how supportive your dealerships really have been and how that's really made a difference in your careers to date. Anything you would want to add about that, or?
Go ahead.
I love my dealership. They've supported me from day one, right? They did really good, and the only reason why I am a Master Tech so quick is because of my dealership. Of course, I did the work, right? I proved myself in those classes, but if it wasn't for them, I would have never taken the classes. And even for me, going to those G0 classes, which are, the first level of certification for Volvo, and I'm going to these classes, and there's other male technicians that have been a Volvo technician for 7 years, and I'm doing the same classes with them like a month in. So it really just, having that good support, whether you're female or male, will make you go so much further. So,
I don't think I would be where I am today without the support system from Carter Myers Automotive. I've done so much in a short time, and it's all thanks to the support system that I have there. So thank you all.
And thank you both for joining us today. This has been really great hearing from you, and best of luck with everything that comes next.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mic check, there it is. But wait, there's more. We're not done. We're keeping the pace moving and keeping on the go. Next up, we're actually going to talk about Driven, and what that looks like is careers, culture, and driving the next gen of talent to work within dealerships. To help lead that conversation, I'd like to welcome up James Collin, who is the dealer principal of Marysville Toyota, and Alyssa Constable with Innovative Team Summit. They're actually going to sit down and they're going to have an open conversation about ways to introduce and drive Gen Zers to jobs within the automotive retail industry and discuss the myriad of opportunities at the dealership level. There they both are. Does that look like you?
I think.
All right. You both work?
Good afternoon.
Good to go? Enjoy.
Well, thank you for everybody's time today. My name is Alyssa Constable, and I run a company called the Teen Innovation Summit. And we bring in high school students to learn about career pathways in the automotive industry. And we have Jim here.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm
Good.
doing great. Thank you
Good.
for joining me on this conversation today.
I am glad to join you. Thank you.
Excellent. So just as everyone knows, there's the Gen Z, there's Gen Alpha, and there's a lot of people that are looking to get into their career pathways, trying to figure it out. The local dealerships have the opportunity to really grasp and really have a conversation with their local students and teachers and educators. So I would like to know from you, like, how are you guys working through young talent in high school?
Well, I think one of the main ways we as dealers have to connect is with really first starting with our local high schools, and then kind of working your way back from high schools to junior high. And those are mainly the two main pathways. Now, I think we all have to remember now that vocational education in many of the high schools now is really disappearing. And that's really kind of sad from a dealership perspective, because obviously I believe every dealer here is looking for technicians and trying to figure out how to hire more technicians and train more technicians. So a big challenge.
Yeah, so from one of our summits, we took a survey of students, of 479 students that attended. 83% said they had no exposure to the automotive industry, so they did not know what type of career pathways were in a local dealership. And then 71% of the people who did know thought it was a little bit unglamorous. They think about it as kind of like that old school, you know, when the technicians, oil, kind of like not TikTok worthy type of career pathway. So how can people go about increasing visibility? I mean, I think that through some of the programs with the local schools, advertising and marketing and things like that, but how do you think, or what do you think is a good way for an increase of students to get involved?
Well, I think it goes beyond just the advertising and marketing. It's just connecting with the kids in the school. We're very fortunate in our community in Marysville, Washington. We still have one of the few automotive programs in our high school, in one of our high schools. We connect directly through the encouragement of Toyota Motor North America. We connect with them, but it's kind of a little bit of a challenge as you go to a local high school, and the Automotive Education Center is kind of dark and kind of dank, and it's not really friendly for both male and female students, and we got to work to kind of change that. So one of the things we did, we one year we decided we were going to help them paint, just a simple paint the facility and make it look better and clean it up. And along the way, working with Toyota, we've been able to donate a couple of engines to the school. It's just local dealer involvement. You got to get involved.
Absolutely. So with the Teen Innovation Summit, we've partnered with the Chicago Auto Show, we've partnered with Milwaukee Auto Show, and we've hosted programs there. And what we learned from the students is that they really are into their salary. They want to understand what type of salary they're going to make, not just coming in, but maybe as the long haul. Also, they're really interested in their lifestyle. What's going to happen for them on a day-to-day basis? Another piece that they were interested in is innovation. How are things innovating? They want to be a part of what's cool. So like what is your dealership doing that's cool? How does it keep them involved mentally and all, just totally engaged? And then the fourth part was the culture of the company. So how are they being treated? How are they going to be elevated? How are they going to do things that are, going to keep them involved and also keep their friends and keep them looking cool and keep them engaged and, both through their hobby as well as through their pay and lifestyle. So do you see that happening in your dealership?
Oh, they're without question. It is really a challenge. I think we may be a little bit unusual. I mean, we employ, our dealership is sort of a mid-sized dealership. We employ 80 people. Of my 80 people, 39 of the people are under 30.
Wow, that's great.
So we've got sort of a younger staff, a lot of those folks are express technicians, and we've been fortunate that our technical staff is relatively young. I don't have very many senior level technicians.
Oh, that's great. Just from the hands in the audience, how many people have teens that are currently working at their dealership? College students?
Or high school.
High school or college students? Okay. All right. Do you guys want high school and college students at your dealerships yet, or how is that something that you guys look into, or no? You can say yes by the raising hand. Okay, very cool. So there's a couple more research points. They like to research online. However, in person is key. So if you're able to get to their schools during lunchtime, or if there's any events, that's key. Also, if there's any posters or any sort of material that you can send that describes the type of careers, because I think that was the open piece, is that they don't understand that there's more than just a technician or more than sales. They want to understand a lot more than that. And also, the mavens, or the people who are really important, are the teachers. The teachers are key. They send the information to the parents. They talk to the students on a daily basis. So it's really important to create that relationship with the educators and bring them into your dealership.
Well, you know, one of the things is awareness. I don't think a lot of times we do a really good job of making students aware of all of the opportunities that are available to them. In the Seattle public school system, if you are a graduate of the Seattle public school system and you enroll in the junior college, one of our local junior colleges, and you enroll in the auto technician program, it's absolutely free. Wow. It's absolutely free. So a 2-year education, absolutely free. And if you do it in the automotive area, you're going to be working in 2 years.
See, that's just incredible for I think a lot of the students when they arrive, particularly at the Teen Innovation Summit, or at where we're hosting in Chicago Auto Show, which we started the program at Chicago Auto Show for their youth program, as well as, and we expanded in Milwaukee. They really want to understand those various careers, what it takes to get in, and I don't think they always understand that they don't need a college education first.
Absolutely. And I think it's important. We have to let people know what their options are, why they may be important, and I hear you keep continuing to bring up the pay opportunity. I think we need to be very transparent with people about, hey, here's the pay ranges, and here's what these opportunities could yield for you in the short run and then over the long run.
Yeah, and I think another key is that there's a lot of students that want to stay in their neighborhood. And the jobs that are at automotive dealerships are lucrative.
Yeah.
They're the variety, you can switch between departments. Mm-hmm. And I think that's really key for those, particularly for students that want to stay in their communities, because there's a lot of financial benefits to their economic success for their families, for the communities that they stay in.
I've been talking quite a bit about the opportunities available for someone that wants a technical education, but the job opportunities in dealerships go beyond that. For salespeople, for our finance folks, for our office people. We have a dealership is a great place to find a job, a well-paying job in your local community. I think we got to do a better job of educating people about what we have to offer and make sure they understand.
I agree. And I just wanted to, I know we talked about Gen Z earlier, so just thinking about the age range. So Gen Z is 14 to 29, and Gen Alpha is 12 and under. And I think sometimes...
What do you call it, Gen Alpha?
Gen Alpha, that's the next one. That's the one that's coming up. So, when we're thinking about education, I know you guys already have many makers, and you guys have supported Teen Innovation Summit. So it's really about looking ahead and creating that aspiration. Just like you create aspiration for your cars, it's the same thing about working in the career pathways. Creating that aspiration, understanding that they have the salary, the lifestyle and the culture that will help them thrive for their pathway. So I think that's really important to keep in mind.
And Alicia and I have worked together before on the Teen Summit. It's a tremendous program. And the high school students that we bring in, we do it in conjunction with the local auto shows. So I think if you still have a local auto show in your community, this is a great opportunity to bring in students to the local auto show. And hopefully a lot of the organizations, I know for Washington dealers, we focus on bringing kids to the auto show, providing the tickets, buying them lunch, making it a fun day so they can start to be exposed to what we do in the automotive industry.
I think that's fantastic. Well, I really appreciate your time, and I don't know if you have anything else you wanted to share. I guess there is one stat that I wanted you to kind of talk about is I've heard a lot on the news around technicians and kind of like the age range of the average technician being around 43, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So what are some ways that you think you can get more students or get that age maybe down to 30, if that's something that, or what's the goal? What's the goal age for the average technician in order to like that would signal that the career path is on the right journey, you think?
Well, at my dealership, it's a little different because our dealership has only been open for 7 years. So as a new dealership, a relatively new dealership, all of those people were hired within that 7-year window. So the only way we were going to get older technicians is if we stole them from another dealer, existing dealer, and they decided they were going to come to work for us. So as a result, we have really been very fortunate. We've been able to grow a much younger staff. And when you compare that to other Toyota dealerships, particularly in our area, you find that the technicians, I mean, they're a lot of cases 55, 60, they're aging out. And in a lot of cases, those dealers have the challenge of how am I going to backfill after I lose these people that are very experienced, very productive, and have been very profitable for our dealerships over the years.
That's fantastic. Well, thank you so much for this conversation.
He's giving us the high sign?
I don't know if there's any question.
He's giving us the high sign in the back.
All right, great. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time. I'm not sure what's next. But.
Okay, great.
All right, thank you. Thank you guys for listening. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for listening.
My name is Adriana. I didn't have a car for like almost 2 years. Back in March, I was very fortunate to receive a vehicle from Vehicles for Change, sponsored by NADA. It's changed my life drastically. I don't need to borrow a car. I don't need to spend hundreds of dollars on Ubers or Lyfts. We can just get up and go, going to doctor's appointments, dropping my daughter off to daycare. When I have projects I need to work on at work, I can go into the office now. Not having a car was a very, very big issue. My son wanted to go to football practice, so now I was able to finally sign him up. He won the first game. He scored 2 touchdowns, and he is very, very excited. It's made a big, big impact for us. And I don't ever want to go without a car ever again. A car is mobility, a car is freedom, and most important, a car is a blessing.
I think that's one big thing that NADA is always about, and that is about impact. Next up, we're actually going to focus a little bit more on digital marketing, and we're going to talk about the essentials that are powering automotive success in 2026. To help have that conversation with me, I'd like to welcome up Joe Acker, who is the NADA 20 Group Dealership Management Consultant. Joe, you ready? You ready? Come on, let's give him a big round of applause. Welcome. It's so good. It's been so long since I've seen you. What, it's been like a minute backstage?
Right.
Now, come on and have a seat.
All right, thank you.
All right. So, first off, what I love everybody to do, because I know you, but maybe everyone out there watching or sitting here with us, they might not. Please take a moment, introduce yourself, and then tell us a little bit more about your role, and then we'll get into it.
So, my name is Joe Akers. I work for NADA as a 20 Group consultant. I've been in the auto industry for 30-something years, both in-store and now with NADA for 4 or 5 years now, consulting with dealers, trying to improve profitability and with a large focus on the marketing side of things.
Okay. So when it comes to the marketing side, right, we're already, first off, the year of January seems super long. I don't know what was going on with January, but I don't know if it was just me, but I'm like, this month feels like a year long.
Definitely.
But we're already a second month in, which is bizarre. But what are recommendations that you're looking for, or what are you thinking, or what are you saying to those dealers for 2026? Where should they be focusing?
You know, it's funny. I've been thinking about that question for a while as I knew this presentation was coming up.
Yeah.
And I think it's time for dealers to start doing some research and development.
Okay.
I know that sounds bizarre in the marketing space or in the automotive space, but a lot of times we buy products without testing them and seeing how they work and everything else. And with so many vendors here that can provide us with lots of cool tools that may or may not fit our environment, this is the time for us to start doing some research. I had some data that I saw from a report yesterday that 39% of dealers are using AI in stores now. I was surprised to see it was that high.
Right.
But within the next 3 years, my expectation that number is over 95%.
Wow.
You know? Maybe it's a little bit lower in rural areas.
Yeah.
But are you prepared? Do you know what tools will work with for you? Or is it just a big unknown?
That's interesting. So, and let me ask you, based on what you're seeing so far, the dealers that are implementing AI right now, and then maybe even the future dealers, are they using it more as a tool? Are they using it more as a shortcut? Are they using it more as it's the new fun shiny thing on the block? And you know that happens, right?
Of course.
So what's the use case? And then for those people that are using it, how are they even, tracking success?
Well, I think those are great questions, and I think that they haven't gotten that far.
Okay.
I think right now we're seeing a lot of people signing up, but they expect it just to set and forget it.
Yes.
And the problem with that is you can't set up and forget these tools. It takes time to implement them, it takes time to figure out what exactly they do, and it's important that you figure out how that works in your environment. Because one tool may work at the store down the street, and my store, it just doesn't work with my process, my people, my technology, and I can't fit it in.
Yeah, absolutely. And so knowing that, right, because you're absolutely right. I think you hit it right there when you said you can't just set it and forget it, right? I don't think there's anything related to this industry that is just, I'm going to press play or press go, and it's going to do the rest, right?
Sure.
But that's a big jump from the 30+% now to 95%. Do you think that is going to be due to new AI technology or existing, or just a matter of those maybe latecomers joining the bandwagon?
I think more and more will want to join.
Okay.
Because everyone else is. We all play in that same sandbox. We don't want anyone beating us to the punch.
Right.
But the key right now for me is for the dealers to figure out exactly what is working for them.
Okay.
And spending some time investigating these products to see how it will fit into their environment. If there's the tools I'm talking about, let's focus on those.
Yes.
AI chat.
Okay. Because I was going to ask you to use some examples. That's perfect. Let's go.
So AI chat. We've got sales engagement tools. So AI that is engaging in sales scheduling for appointments and things like that to buy a car.
Yes.
Service scheduling. Voice, which is an interesting piece right now. It's still some challenges in that technology. But how does voice AI work in your in your store?
Yes.
And then finally, how do we have customized marketing that can work with AI in your store? And how does that fit into the equation?
Yeah, and I think you're absolutely correct, because what I've noticed, I've had a chance to interact with some of these platforms.
Yeah.
And the one thing that I notice is that each platform is looking to become more personable.
Yeah.
If that makes, we want it to be the benefits of AI, but we want the warmth of a person, or to feel like it's seamless, and that. Are you seeing that as well with some of the AI that's being implemented, especially like the AI chat part of it?
Yeah, but the challenging part in this space is we want to evaluate everything for an ROI basis, right?
Okay.
So what is the ROI I'm getting for this expense?
Right.
And it's hard to classify. I'd rather the focus be on how did this improve customer satisfaction? So if I focus just on those items and I'm going to move into this space, now I have a reason why I'm doing it, How does that improve the customer interaction? And now it's just a matter of, we know that those dealers with higher customer satisfaction are more profitable, customers are more profitable, so now this tool fits for a reason. That's my ROI from that tool.
Right.
And I know kind of how that interaction is going to happen for me long term. Because the risk is, I bring it in and I just reevaluate the report that comes out of the tool, and it says, hey, I had 26,000 chats. Great. Were they good? I don't know.
Right.
So then you need to evaluate what actually happened. What did the chat complete? Did the customer buy the car? Did they book an appointment? Or did it fail somewhere along the line? Wherever your level of failure is, you have to establish that, of course, but make sure that you're evaluating it fully, where you're able to say, hey, this customer didn't like the answers the AI tool gave it.
Okay.
So I want to edit and change those answers for the next consumer.
Absolutely.
So with that in mind, now I can really be tactical about improving the tool to work in my environment, because I want these answers. Now, if it can't change its ways, it's just set it and it just is what it is.
Right.
Well, maybe it's not the right tool for you.
And that's a great point, because I was going to ask you, and I think that you're kind of going down that road, but I want to make sure we talk about it, because what I hear you saying is all going back to your initial point, which is doing the research and the development.
Correct.
I think that if you're going to implement AI tools, you have to give it the same level of care, training, and attention that you would as if it was a human that was doing the work for you. But let me ask you, when it comes to figuring out or handling which tool is going to work best for you, what's your recommendation? Should I just go out and do all the free trials and kind of pick which one is best? Or how do I build my toolbox in a successful way so that I can actually see traction?
You know, for years I've been talking to dealers about having a marketing manager or internet manager or BDC, whatever you want to call this person, your person in store.
Yes.
That helps you manage these kind of tools and these kind of questions. Most stores don't have that person. We spend $50, $100, $1 million a month in marketing, yet no one manages it in-house. How can that be?
It kind of sounds like a game of pin the tail on the lead. Just put the blindfold on and that one.
So we need to have a marketing person, whatever you want to call this person, in-house.
Okay.
Your go-to that's going to be able to answer the questions for you on whether this tool did what it was supposed to, whether I should have it, how is my marketing working, how are these tools all coming together so that they fit in my environment? And are there any risks?
Right.
Because we still have to be concerned about security, PPI, personal information, all those types of things. We need to make sure that we're securing the customer's information. So focus on having someone in-house so I don't have to rely on the vendor telling me that everything's okay, don't worry about it. Right?
You know, it's funny, and I don't know where my brain just went with this, but to what I hear you saying, it's almost like the equivalent of asking a wrench how the mechanic did his job. You know what I mean? Like, hey, how'd that repair go? Like, you're not, you know what I mean? Like, it's almost that, no, you want to ask the end user, the customer, the client, the one that's actually interacting with the tool. Because like you said, if you just pull the report from the tool, the wrench every time is going to say, I tightened all the bolts, everything was great.
Yeah.
But you have to go beyond that to really understand how to use the tool in a way that is efficient and ultimately profitable to you.
Correct. And it did, in this example, how did it help customer satisfaction?
Yeah.
Was the customer experience better because of it? And if it wasn't, then it's just an expense.
Okay. So understanding that, you may or may not have this person in-house already that's helping you analyze these tools. If I'm a dealer principal, I'm thinking about, that does make sense, but I don't know who to appoint, or how do I find, who do you feel should be analyzing or running these kind of backups to make sure that the money you're investing, the time you're investing into these tools are actually beneficial?
I truly believe that this can be an inside hire, it can be an outside hire.
Okay.
Some of it depends on size and scope, certainly. How big is your organization? How many stores is it? How much of a budget are we concerned? And what exactly their roles are. So you have to lay those things down to establish it. Now, training's readily available. NADA has basic training. We have Most of the vendors have monthly training they put out for free, so you can consume a bunch of content.
Right.
I run 4 digital 20 groups where we discuss these very items. And in those environments, I have 20 other dealers that are all having different experiences with different tools. So I don't have to test them all. I just have to test someone else didn't use. Or the one they liked, maybe I test that one instead.
Yes.
And so I can be more focused instead of just throwing darts at a dartboard, I can be more focused on what I'm going to kind of look into and why.
That's great.
Yeah.
Now, speaking of, in particular about the groups that you manage right now, are there some common either success stories and or common pain points that are related to implementing of AI and things of that nature that you've been hearing?
You know, these tools don't work in every environment.
Okay.
And depending on your security needs for your store, a lot of them just showed up. Do you really want to put all your eggs in that basket? Yeah. And you're the one at risk for different security reasons and things like that, for FTC requirements and such. Do you want to put your store at risk and go outside of that box? What are the pros? What are the cons? Do a true analysis of what it is, and did it lead to a better customer experience ultimately? You know, but realistically, you know, your marketing manager that you assign, you need to make sure that they have not just the training, but the tools to do the job. For so long, we have dealers currently. Someone in the audience probably, you have a GA4 account that is provided by the vendor. The vendor says, here's a great tool, it's all set up. However, it doesn't connect all the data pieces. So how can I have a GA4 account that doesn't have all the data and rely on it to make business decisions with my marketing?
Right.
I really believe that with a trained inside marketing person, I could pay for them just by the marketing savings I make from properly marketing and knowing exactly what the results have been. At the same time, we need to make sure that they've connected all the different tools. And that includes phones. 30 years ago, we were recording phone calls in the dealership. We got rid of a lot of those lines because no one ever listened to the dang calls. So now's when we need that stuff the most.
Absolutely.
Because now we can tell you're the consumer, you went on a website, you saw our ad, you then went over on Google and searched and found us, saw our ad there, then picked up your phone later because, hey, let me call the dealership, see when time they're open.
Right.
We can connect that whole experience if we have phones connected.
Yes.
And we know that ad from Google Ads actually worked. Instead, we would never know.
Right.
We'd say that customer just walked in. We don't need to do any Google Ads. We don't need to have that information. So why would we want our person, our marketing person, to not have all the data to make key business decisions when we're relying on them to help us shape that path for the consumer and exactly how we're going to spend our marketing dollars?
Yeah, that's great. I love that. And then, so when we're talking about the R&D part, going back to where we started, what are you seeing the dealers that are in your groups or maybe even dealers that you've interacted with, how are they handling R&D right now? And then, because you mentioned a couple things about how some of the software has gaps or blind spots. Is there a blind spots in the current way that R&D, that research and development that is currently being done?
Yeah, because we're just relying on the reports out of the app's report generator.
Okay.
Or from our vendor report. Vendors don't provide a report that puts them in a bad light.
Of course not. Why would they do that?
They're salespeople first.
Yes.
They have a great tool that's fantastic, but how does it fit in your environment, and are you willing to accept any risks that it has along with it? But if we're not asking those other critical questions, like, when did it fail? How does it interact with the rest of my store's processes? How does the staff like the tool? Did the customer like it? Did it fail them? Did they have to go a different direction? You know, can I submit a service appointment? You know, the bane of our industry is we can't figure out how to book a service appointment online. You know, the systems just, they're not built properly to do it easily. What's your VIN? I don't know my VIN. Well, how long is this service going to take? I can't tell you that. Just come on in and just drop it off because we don't want to see you in person either.
Right.
We have to get better.
Yeah.
Customer expects it. We have to be better. So as we tie these tools together, what's the connection that we can make? And then what's wrong with interviewing the consumer after they use our tool and saying, hey, what'd you like?
Yeah.
We just integrated this new tool. What do you think? Do you like it? Was it helpful?
Right.
How was it different from last time you were here? If they say, oh, it took me an extra 30 minutes and I don't know why you're doing this, maybe it's not the right tool for your store.
Right. It's like light bulb. Yeah, I think you're right.
But we have to try them. You have to try them in your environment and kind of see how they connect. And until you do that, it's super challenging to just, we're guessing. And a lot of times our sales department, generally the sales department, is making the decision for us, saying, no one likes that tool. Well, maybe the sales department doesn't like that tool because it makes them do more things.
Right.
It's all about customer experience.
Yes, I think that's right. And I think, Joe, I think the other big thing that I feel like everyone should do is put yourself in that customer's shoes, right? Like,
amen.
You have to deliver what you expect, you know? So if you go through and you trying the tool, try the tool yourself and see what your experience is before just implementing it and depending on it, because that's going to really be a good indicator. It's like, oh, okay, well, if I don't like it, you know, or if I have trouble with it, I can't, and I'm in the industry, I can't expect that my customer or that consumer coming through the door is just going to fly through it, you know?
Or take it one step further. I like to say, you know, I'm going to try it. My kids are going to try it, and my parents are going to try it.
Oh, that's good.
Because we all searched and do things differently.
Right.
Our experience with technology is different. Our learning curve is different. We have different expectations. Make sure that we're hitting our entire audience, not just the staff in the store.
That's good. That's very good. So, Joe, before we wrap up, is there any last words, highlights for 2026 that you want to tell dealers? Here's what you need to be focused on right now.
This is a big time in our industry. I can remember back when no one had websites, and we're like, "Why do we need this thing?"
Right.
You need these tools. I don't know which tool, but you need them in your stores. You have to figure out how to connect them to your existing processes so you can improve the customer satisfaction of the store. Because if you don't, in 3 years, you might as well sell your store because someone else is doing it, and they're going to beat you to the punch. They're the ones going to be making the money, and this is your chance.
Yeah, I love how you associated it to the web page. Like, could you imagine now, like the one lone dealer that's holding out, like, I'm not getting a www. What? I'm not doing that. Like, yeah, you're right. Like a store today, you don't even think about, you don't even question if a store today that's a successful store has a website to go to.
Correct.
So I love how you said that, and you're absolutely right. It's not a matter of which tool or how the tool. It's a matter of the tool that works right for your store, for your people, but ultimately for your customer experience. I think that was the biggest thing that you took away.
Absolutely.
So, Joe, thank you so much for being here. Always a pleasure. Great to see you.
You too.
And once again, are you going to be on the show floor?
Yeah, I'll be out the next 2 days. Yeah.
Fantastic. All right. Well, you heard it here first, folks. All right, let's do it.
Thank you.
More than a century ago, the American automobile industry was still in its infancy. When the federal government proposed a 5% luxury tax on new cars, 30 dealers came together to make their case against the tax. They knew cars were not a luxury, they were becoming a necessity to American life.
Their advocacy worked. The tax was reduced, the industry grew, and NADA was born.
Ever since, NADA, and later ATD, have been the voice for America's franchise auto and truck dealers, making sure lawmakers understand the vital role dealers play in our economy, in our communities, and in keeping America on the move. In 2025, working hand in hand with dealers and ATs across the country, we delivered major wins.
These are not NADA wins, these are your wins.
This year, NADA helped protect one of the most fundamental freedoms on the road, choice. By securing federal legislation that stops states from banning gas and hybrid cars, we ensured every American can choose the vehicle that fits their life and budget.
This legislation provided immediate relief for trucks. The heavy-duty industry was already suffering under California's regime, and sales were down by 80%.
Now, customers have the choices that they need to get the equipment that is best for their business.
We also stood for the customer experience. NADA and TADA overturned the FTC's vehicle shopping rule, which would have slowed down the buying process, buried customers in confusing disclosures, and forced dealerships to store millions of unnecessary documents.
This win saved dealers and their customers time, money, and frustration.
And we strengthened family-owned dealerships, which anchor communities across the nation by helping secure estate tax protections and 100% bonus depreciation for dealers.
And when Congress repealed the EV tax credits, NADA persuaded lawmakers to include an appropriate phase-out period, giving dealers the time they needed to manage their inventories and help their customers.
2025 was a year of incredible wins. We thank all of America's dealers for their leadership, their passion, and their partnership.
Together, we had an extraordinary year. We're ready to make 2026 even brighter.
It's all right. All right, so I'm having a ball day one. You know why? The sun is still shining. It's warm. There's no snow. I didn't have to slip and slide into the convention. For those that were in New Orleans last year, we made it. We're here. We paid our dues, right? This is well worth it. For those of you who don't know, New Orleans last year was filled with snow. It was a slippery, slow commute into the convention center, so this is a great way to start day one. And if you haven't already, make sure you please download the NADA Show app. It's a wealth of valuable information. It's going to tell you where you need to go, how you need to get there, and then it will also help you navigate and find people that you want to connect to. One thing about this show is that it is always about connection. I can't tell you every year that I come back, the more that I do it, the more people that I'm accustomed to seeing here, and when you see their face, it's almost like a family reunion. So how many people, is this their first? Anyone first? NADA? Okay, good. Fantastic. Welcome to your first. What about, do I have anyone 10 or more? 10 or more. Okay, good. How many? 12. Oh, I love that. Anyone back there higher than 12? Okay, how many? This is 11. 20. Do I have anybody higher than 20? Oh, good. 20. That's amazing. So for those of you this is your first time, you have 19 more times to go. Okay? So I expect to see you back next year. All right? You got to sit in that same spot. We're going to be in Florida, but you can just no, stage right. That's where you sit. Thursday. Okay. Well, good. North section, 233 North section on Thursday. What time Thursday? 1:50. Okay. I love that. You just made this a whole commercial about what you're doing. I love the way you seize that opportunity. He's like, if he's going to talk to me, I'm going to tell him everything that I'm doing. That's phenomenal. But I expect to see you here in Florida next year, too. All right, congratulations. All right, once again, let's go ahead and keep the live stage going. We are having fun, but like I said, that is what this event is all about. It's about connection, it's about innovating, and it's about charging forward and leading that charge. So next up, I would like to welcome to the stage, as soon as I can get this lovely iPad of mine to open up and do what it's supposed to do, I will be able to tell you who we're welcoming to the stage next. Next up, we're going to talk to Hireology. It's the Great Displacement, a generational opportunity. Ooh, that sounds exciting. So please do me a favor. It's part of the living room rules. You got to make applause like they're your neighbor, your brother, your sister, your family member. Help me and welcome up Adam Robinson, who is the founder and CEO of Hireology. I think they can do better, Adam. Let's go a little more.
It's good. All right. How are we doing? Thank you very much. I was one of those who made it to New Orleans, and 40% of us who made it there, we had a great time. It was a good time. People spent a lot of time in the vendor hall because there's nothing else to do because all the meetings got canceled. So it was a lot of fun. It's great to be here. Welcome to Las Vegas. Welcome to NADA 2026. My name's Adam Robinson. I'm the founder and CEO of Hirology. We work with 1 in 4 car dealers here in the United States to help them hire the staff they need to run their dealerships. So I want to talk a little bit about that today in a talk I call From Headcount to Horsepower. The title of this talk is The Great Displacement, and I want to spend some time talking about labor market statistics, which I know you're all very excited to hear about today. I'm going to show a bunch of graphs. This is data from the St. Louis Fed, so if anyone wants to be a nerd on employment and labor statistics, you go to the St. Louis Fed site and get all kinds of really interesting information. But what you're looking at right now is a graph of the unemployment rate in the United States going back to 1950. Or so. Those gray bars are recessions. It's the historical unemployment rate, and you can see COVID, the COVID spike, the great financial crisis. You can see the September 11th recession from fall of 2000 till the end of 2001, and then before that 1990. What's the first thing you notice about this graph relative to where we are today? It's still pretty good. I mean, we are still in, from a historical standpoint, very low unemployment in the United States. Very low unemployment. So that's important perspective as we continue. The first point I want to make today is that while the unemployment rate is historically still pretty low in the United States, the unemployment rate for entry-level workforce, that is defined as folks entering the workforce, doesn't matter if they have a college degree or not, 18 to 24 years old, entering the workforce for the first time. You notice the difference in the slope of that unemployment rate. Now, we've seen unemployment going up over the last couple of years, but it is most pronounced in the entry-level workforce. Now, who can take a guess? Every vendor on the floor is going to shout these 2 letters in your face for the next 3 days. AI? Yes. You can debate whether or not AI is actually responsible for the rise in the unemployment rate or not. I tend to think it is becoming a pretty big factor. In most businesses are racing to gain efficiency by implementing these tools. Your dealerships or organizations may be doing the same thing. And what is empirically true is you don't need people to do certain things like you used to anymore inside businesses. And this is particularly hitting white-collar workforce. So here is college degree workforce unemployment. It is going up. It is going up at the steepest slope outside of a recession ever. Right? So if you are a parent of a child or children, or your neighbor's kids are asking, Johnny's graduating from high school or college, do you know anywhere? What do you think? And you're going, I don't really know. That's what's going on across the whole United States right now en masse, is every family in the United States is trying to make a couple of decisions. Number one, is it worth it to go to college anymore? Fair question. Is vocational training the path? And underlying all of that is this notion that employment for most folks in the United States feels a lot less stable and a lot less certain than it has in a very long time for an economy that's doing pretty darn well right now by all measures, right? So what is going on here? I think it is a combination of 2 things. Number one, the economy, while recently picking up, has been fairly sluggish for the last couple of years. And it's been sluggish because of, we had inflation, which led to record high interest rates, and the cost of capital went up. Less buildings were built, Less points were open, transactions went way down. I mean, the cost of doing everything went way up. That's starting to come down. But the unemployment rate's still going up. The economy is expanding at a fastest pace it's expanded in since 2021 coming out of COVID. Unemployment's still going up. What's going on? I would argue that's AI related. I think every business in this country is trying to figure out how to do more without the staff that they used to have to carry to do the same amount of work. And it is hitting college degreed, white collar, let's call it future professionals, the hardest. People who, marketing coordinators, assistants, folks in human resources, accounting and finance, consulting, all of those knowledge positions. There is displacement going on right now. And you can see it every day. You open up, I still say when you read the newspaper, we don't do that anymore. When you open up your phone and you read your publication of choice, these are all from the Wall Street Journal. They've been hammering on this every week for the last 6 months. A day doesn't go by, you don't see this. And I've actually got to update this slide because Amazon laid off another 18,000 people last week at corporate. So the question is, all right, so if Amazon can lay off 32,000 corporate workers in a 3-month span, the question one is, what were they doing, right? What were 32,000 people doing? They suddenly don't need them anymore. But why is that happening? UPS caught 50,000 people. Verizon sent people into the retail stores as a job opportunity, and if you didn't take it, they gave you the severance package. Tens of thousands of white-collar jobs are disappearing as AI starts to bite. And I was reading one of these articles, and way down below the fold, maybe 1,000 words in, I read this passage, and it really got me thinking about our industry. Meanwhile, and I'll read it to you for effect, opportunities for frontline blue-collar or specialized workers are growing. Companies describe shortages of trade, healthcare, hospitality, and construction employees while pausing hiring for consultants and managers, laying off staff in retail and finance, and deploying AI to do work in accounting and fraud monitoring. The system just feels like it's messed up, says Chris Reed, who is in tech sales. He's 33 years old. He's from New Braunfels, Texas. And what did he have to say? He recently took a job selling Toyotas after spending 10 months looking for work. He supports his 3 children. In tech, I'm qualified. I have the experience. I didn't get any of those jobs. What did Reed do? He tried for 10 months to find work. He couldn't find it. He found us. Okay, well, you can have 1 or 2 points of view about that statement. Reed thought working in a dealership selling vehicles was a last resort for someone who had a college degree and had been in the workforce for 8 years. Okay, that's one fair interpretation. My interpretation is we have a generational opportunity to make the case for employment in this business in a country where just about everyone is feeling a lot less secure about employment. When was the last time a dealership that wasn't in financial trouble laid off staff? Do dealerships have layoffs? If you show up on time every day, do your job, and you're good at it, you're employed for life. You mean this industry forever. We don't lay people off in this business. Think about that for a second. Okay? We've got this happening. This is the dynamic. Should we send Johnny or Mary to college? What are we going to do? Where is stable employment? How are our children going to make it in this world? What industries have employment stability? And I think of our industry where, name another industry where with a high school education, you can start work within a couple of years. If you're selling vehicles or writing service, be making far above the U.S. median, in many cases well into the 6 figures, have stable employment, and be good to go. Maybe earn equity in a store. Maybe have your name on the sign someday. Maybe create family wealth. What other industry affords that opportunity to high school graduates? What other industry affords that opportunity to anybody? I think automotive retail, and those of you who've heard me over the years, let's say this again, I think is the greatest undersold economic opportunity in the United States. It just is. There's no other industry like it, and I know you all know this because you're in it. But we have a country with a very uncertain workforce, and we are looking for people. We are looking for people. Right now, average dealership turnover, this is actually the 24 NADA workforce study, 34%. But in sales, it's over 70. Right? 34 is a blended rate. Variable turnover is much higher than that. Technicians run 35, 40%. Right? We have the opportunity. Our problem is keeping people in the business. All right? Most dealers are telling us they are understaffed. Severely understaffed is pushing 20%. But, you know, 25, 30% of dealers say I'm fully staffed, and that metric tends to skew towards single point, you know, tier 2 and 3 MSA stores. Urban stores, parts of large groups, everybody's hiring, all right? Here's just technician demand. This is from the TechForce Foundation last year. Say 25 is last year now. We need this many technicians. It's a lot. It's a lot. New positions from growth every year, between 15 and 20,000 every year for the next 5 years. Replacement, because our master techs are all retiring now. Who has your best technician retiring in the next 24 to 36 months? Everybody? Everybody. Everybody has that. And you're just waiting. Oh man, I hope Bob doesn't leave this year. I know it's getting close. What am I going to do? What are you doing about it? What are you doing about it? Right? So between new and replacement positions from separations, which includes retirements, and then carry over unfilled positions coming into 25, this is what it looks like. Where are we going to find 90,000 people every year? Where are we going to find those people? Well, they're not going to show up trained, but if we start now, I have a pretty good idea where those people might come from. And it may be on the variable side. You can do things like what the Carter Meyer organization does and recruit, which we learned when we met with them. Perfected the art of hiring Texas A&M college grads and turn them into great variable ops employees in their group. They're just great at it. That's their model. It works really well. What's your model? What in your market, what works? What works? How are you going to grow your own? The hardest part we've had for years is we can't get people from outside this industry to apply to jobs in our industry. But guess what? That is changing. And the dollars are there for you to make the investment to work through this change. I mean, based on work from NADA 20 group reporting and their workforce study, the average revenue a technician brings in a day, this is average, I know many of you could be far higher than this, is about $2,100 a day, revenue per tech per day. And most of you, when I talk with you, tell me, we could put, I got 3 bays I could take techs in, 4 bays I could take techs in tomorrow. Well, that's $15,000, you know, dollars a week maybe you could pull differently if you had the staff. 54% of the jobs in our industry stay open for over 30 days. But we have rising unemployment and people looking for stable employment. So what is happening? I'm telling you, I think we're selling it. I think we're selling it wrong. We're underselling the opportunity. Right? So on a per day basis, every day your used vehicle salesperson role goes unfilled, your new vehicle salesperson role goes unfilled, or your tech role goes unfilled, it costs you money. Techs are the most expensive, but every week, you know, it's $5,000 per sales head and just under 15 for a tech. And hiring in our industry has remained flat for the last 4 years almost. 4 years. What is going on? All right. So in 2 minutes, we're going to talk about some of the solution here. The first thing to know, and many of you heard me say this before, jobs are products. And as dealers, we are really good at digitally retailing products and services. That's your core competency. And you got 1 million vendors on the floor that will teach you better ways to digitally retail vehicles or service. Well, jobs are products too. We have to digitally retail job opportunity better in this business. Last year, 49% of applicants to the 6,000 or so dealer rooftops we service came from outside the industry. Half. That is the highest we have ever seen it in the 16 years we've been doing this. People are looking for opportunity, for upward mobility, and for stability. And we can offer that, right? But most are just, they don't know what they don't know. They're applying to 30 jobs at a time. People are desperate. It's the Chris Reeds of the world. They're looking. Make a home for them. You have to talk to them about what matters to them. And 2 years ago, last year in New Orleans, for the 6 of you that made this through the snow, I was telling you that what really mattered was career path. That matters, what our applicants are telling us. I want to know the career path and what's in it for me beyond a job. I will tell you in the last 12 months, that dynamic has shifted. The most important thing is stability, employment stability. And they want to know, if I'm going to come work and try this industry out, is this going to be better than getting laid off for the 4th time from that other company, right? Am I going to do this different? Am I going to make the jump? I know some of you may have seen in the Journal last week, there was an editorial in there written by one of their labor market writers that basically said, maybe it's time to give up that white-collar career path and start looking at automotive retail and other industries where there's employment stability, equity opportunity, and upward mobility. We have got to do a better job. And Ford knows this, right? I mean, Jim Farley made headlines in Fortune talking about the 5,000 mechanic jobs they can't fill. I think, and I know I'm out of time, I'm telling you, this is a generational opportunity to make the case for this industry for employment. This AI displacement will impact the country negatively from an employment standpoint, and it will hit the most capable entry-level workers first. And then 4 or 5 years from now, we'll have all new jobs created, and this trough will flatten out. But for the next 3 to 5 years, starting right now, is the opportunity to make the case for this business, because people are looking for an industry like ours where they can do well and they don't have to worry about downsizing, because we don't do that here. We have all the opportunity in the world to offer, and I'd encourage you to think about that over the next 3 days. If you want to talk more about this, we're at booth 4507, and that's my time. Have a wonderful show. Thank you very much.
Now, if that doesn't excite you, I don't know what will. There's a lot of history, a lot of good memories, a lot of great times. This is the Automotive Industry Event of the Year, and you are part of that history and that legacy. So I'm excited to be here. Now, we've done a lot so far. We've been in day one, and we are already in high gear, but guess what? We're going to go from normal high gear to we're actually going to go ahead and supercharge this thing. What we're going to talk about is how NADA is going to help from the education piece. And we've done this pretty much every year that I've been doing it. It's been pretty much every year, right? So it's tradition, right? So ladies and gentlemen, please do me a favor. Help me in welcoming up Cameron Wilson. Cameron, come on up. Let's have our annual chat.
Thank you, Errol.
So great to see you.
Back.
I know, right? And back with better weather. I can't,
Yes,
you know?
so much better than the weather we left.
Listen, tell me about it. Okay, so I know you.
Yes.
A lot of people out here know you. I heard you have a fan base, like
Do I?
like a peer group fan base. Like, see, there they are. Boom. See, love that, right? But tell us first. Start with the education piece. Tell us a little bit more about the offerings from NADA, what that subscription looks like, why it's beneficial.
Absolutely.
Let's start at the ground.
At the beginning.
And then we'll go to the sky.
Okay, so I think we might have a slide that shows our education escalator. No, I guess we don't have a slide. Well, we have what we consider our education escalator. And the idea is you can get on anywhere you want, depending on where your skill level is at. And so that starts, a lot of you are probably familiar with NADA Academy and 20 groups. And those programs really focus on kind of the top person in the dealership. And so over the last several years, as we've discussed, we've been reaching deeper into the dealership to make sure that we have education for all of your team members. That starts as early as service advisor. So if you have a brand new service advisor, we have the Essential Service Advisor class. If you have a more advanced service advisor, we now have the Ultimate Service Advisor class. So we have education that starts at the very beginning of an automotive career and goes all the way through the lifetime so that you can show your team members that they can have a lifelong career in automotive.
And I think it's so huge because one of the things that a lot of people don't realize, especially if they're not in the industry, is the amount of opportunity that exists within the industry. A lot of times when you talk about, oh, I'm in the automotive industry, for whatever reason, they get pinholed into, oh, do you do sales, or do you do service, or do you do maintenance? Like, you know, like, what do you do? Like, but there's a wealth of, you know, things that are available in this industry.
Absolutely.
And not only that, it's an industry that can sustain your family. It's an industry that's a legacy industry. It's an industry that once you're in it, you create a whole additional family a lot of times.
Yes.
With just the bond you can have with the people you work with or share and do life with. So I think it's a great opportunity. You kind of mentioned it, but you know I'm going to ask, what's new?
What's new?
Yes.
So we've had for a little while now what we call our marketing bootcamp class. And this year we're launching level 2 of that, which is marketing analytics. So I know a lot of you have team members that are doing the marketing analytics, the digital side of it. And you know, they might have some understanding of GA4 and some of that, but this class really gives them a better understanding of actually analyzing the digital metrics in the dealership. So you know if you're spending money on digital marketing, are you actually getting what you expect from that digital spend?
I love it. You know, Cameron, in a minute, we're going to have to change it from the learning escalator to an elevator.
Right?
It
just keeps expanding.
Yes, it keeps going up.
It's just going to be a giant escalator.
Right, like the one in the Spear. If anybody remembers when we went to the Spear, you're like, how long does it take for me to get? But so that's great that there's always new things that are coming. I think that's one of the biggest highlights that we touched on even earlier today. We talked about some of the new opportunities. We talked about the apprenticeship program, you know, which I think is another new offering that's super exciting. And that just shows the opportunity for growth, you know, that happens. Why do you think if a dealer's out there and maybe they've been back and forth, because we've been here and we've been talking about all of the benefits and highlights, but maybe this is their year. 2026 is their year where they get on the escalator. What are some things that you think, or what are some things you would say to that dealer of why they need to start their subscription in 2026?
Start it now. It's the best deal for any of our educational offerings. So all of our classes come with an a la carte price, but we recognize that you probably have several team members that could use education at the dealership. And so several years ago, we started a subscription. You pay $799 a month for your first rooftop, $499 a month for any additional rooftop that you have, and you can send as many people as you want.
No, wait. Hold on. Where's the...
Right.
I'm looking for the...
No.
You said as many.
As many people
so
as you want.
So if I have 75 people...
You can send as many people as you want.
77.
Yep.
100.
Uh-huh.
That's...
As many as you want.
Okay, keep going.
To any of our seminars, professional series classes, or advanced seminars. So we have a ton of classes. You can train literally everyone in every department through one of our classes. Doesn't include the full academy, but basically everything else we offer is included in that education subscription. So you can train your service advisors, you can train your parts manager, your sales managers, your service managers, your office managers. Oh, I didn't mention, we have a level 2 office manager class coming this year.
Wow. So what is level 2 going to focus on from level 1?
So the idea is we have a lot of people that come to our education, again, not sure where to start on the escalator, and the original office manager class is meant for somebody that hasn't already been in the role.
Okay.
The office manager 2 is meant for somebody that's been doing it for a while, and we just want to make sure that they're leveling up their education so that if one day maybe they want to go on to become maybe a CFO or a controller at the dealership, giving them that extra education in that area.
I love that, Camry. You know, one of the biggest things that we always end up talking about, there it is.
There's my slide.
Right. One of the biggest things that we always end up talking about, and I mentioned it earlier in the day, but for those that weren't here, a lot of the programming, a lot of the things that are new, a lot of the things that are being offered by NADA come from identification of a need.
Yes.
Just like you just mentioned with the office personnel, okay, instead of you being someone that has never done this before, maybe you have done it before at a different storefront or under a different rooftop, but now we're going to bring you, and now you're going to go to be able to level up and go even farther in that course, in that path.
Exactly.
And I think that's a true story to all of the education pieces. There's just not just one piece, it's multiple pieces that you can take, so you never feel like your subscription is going to get stagnant because it's always something new or an elevation or part 2 that happens from what you've already done.
Absolutely. We've also been seeing with our subscription dealers a lot of cross-training, because I know a lot of you deal with kind of the siloed departments within your dealership. And imagine if you sent your service manager to the service manager class and then sent that same service manager to our parts manager class, so they have a better understanding of what their fellow parts manager deals with day in and day out, and then helping them work better together because they finally understand what the other is doing.
It sounds like you can resolve some of those arguments about where is the part, why is it taking so long,
right?
All that kind of good stuff. So that's So it's not only that, it's helping the mental health capacity of the dealership as well, right?
Yes.
Less stress.
Less stress, better, keeping them all working better together.
Right, I love that.
Yeah.
Now, we touched on a little bit about the apprenticeship program. I kind of mentioned it a little bit. Tell me why, from your perspective, why it's important, what you're excited to see about it, and what people out there can expect from the new program.
Absolutely. So I'm sure you all are dealing with it day in and day out. You need more technicians, right? Everybody needs more technicians, but it doesn't make sense to keep stealing them from each other, because then you're just, well, I got this guy from the dealer across the street, or I got this gal from the dealer across the street. We recognize that there is a shortage, and so we can't keep stealing from each other. We need to make sure that we're growing new technicians.
Absolutely.
Because a ton of technicians are retiring every year, and there's not enough currently coming into the industry to replace all of those. And so with the apprenticeship program, the idea is we wanted to create all of the parts and pieces so that every dealer that's a member of NADA can use all those parts and pieces for free to create your own apprenticeship program in-house. because we can't create that for a dealer,
Right.
but they can use all the parts and pieces. Like we're providing ideas for the mentor pay plan, and even how you find a mentor, which technician you should be picking to be the mentor, and how to work with your local schools to make sure that they are helping you find new technicians to bring into your dealership. And so all of those parts and pieces are available online. We just launched, as we're calling it, Apprenticeship in a Box.
Nice. I
So
love
you
that.
can open that box and use whatever part or piece you need inside that box to start your own apprenticeship program. And the idea is, we want to help bring new people into this amazing industry, again, so they recognize that they have a career in automotive. And I think you mentioned maybe your son?
Yes.
is
See,
looking into
that's
it?
the goal that he wants to go into, and so I've been pairing with him between looking at like universities like Northwood University, but then also we were talking about like how Ford has the program,
Yes.
For future technicians in automotive, and so it's such a need because unfortunately there's not that need. Like I remember being in high school and that was a thing. Like there was certain career training
Right, you
that you
had
could
an
go
auto class,
into.
a
Yeah,
tech
there was
class.
auto class or there was co-op or there were things that you could kind of go through high school and kind of have this ground base of knowledge. And unfortunately, not saying it's everywhere, but that has not been the focus on a lot of the schools.
It hasn't.
And so a lot of those programs have gone by the wayside, and it has created this bigger gap and bigger bridge that I don't know if it was anticipated. You know what I mean? I think there was kind of thing like, oh, well, they can go away and it'll be okay. But
Right.
now we look up and there's
Oh my gosh,
tens
we
of
need all these
thousands of vacant
technicians.
jobs and positions, and now we're wondering what we can do.
Absolutely.
I think the other thing that's great about the program is that it actually requires real world experience
Yes.
and work.
Yes.
So this is not just the kids sitting in front of a computer, kind of doing it digitally or doing it, in 3D models. No, they actually have to put in the actual work. Am I
Right.
correct?
It's about 200 competencies that we want them to complete over a 2-year time period. And the idea is, we know it happens. You hire a new technician, you put them in the quick lane, and those are the only skills they have a chance to learn.
Right.
We want them to learn all of these competencies so that after 2 years of being an apprentice, they can actually be a junior technician for you.
Yeah.
And so we're really excited about it. And I failed to mention we're partnering with ASE on this apprenticeship program. And it's great because they have so many ASE certified schools. And the idea is we can keep adding schools to the certification so that we can, again, reach more schools, reach more students.
So what I hear you saying, Cameron, is it's better to build the technician than steal the technician.
And steal the technician.
That's good. I think we should coin that.
Yeah.
Build, don't steal.
Don't steal.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
that works. It's got a good ring to it. Now, what about as far as, I know we're early into 2026, but is there anything that you're excited about that, I know we've got some new programs, but are there some things in the work, and you don't have to tell us all the secret sauce, but are there some things that the folks out there should be able to look forward to for 2026 as we're moving forward that NADA is working on?
So we're always working on new courses. Typically, after show, we have our committee meeting where we actually talk to our board members, our dealers, to say what's next. And so in the hopper, we've been working on a BDC course.
Okay.
And we're also working on a communications course.
Nice.
Because recognizing that, some of those skills aren't as strong as they could be for people starting in their career. So we want to make sure that they're learning how to better communicate via email, on the phones, and things like that.
Yes, that communicating on email, that's a big one. I think we all have had that email where we're like,
send.
You know what? No, let me go back. Let me delete that. Hold on.
Yeah.
I believe, so yes, I think that's huge, right? To be able to tie those pieces together. And that's very exciting to be able to tie in. And I love that. And I hope everyone out there caught that it's after the meeting, we go back. It's almost like reviewing the game footage.
Yes.
I go back and look at, hey, what are we doing? What can we do next? And how can we be better? And that's what continues to make that escalator grow even more.
It's going to be longer than the Sphere one.
I love that. That's
Yes.
great. Well, Cameron, before we get out of here, do you want to let folks know if they have more questions about some of the things? Because we gave them a lot.
We
gave
did.
them a lot of good stuff.
Yes.
You know what they're going to remember out of this whole conversation? build, don't steal. That's what they're going to remember. They were like, what did they talk about? They talked about building, not stealing. It's like, what? But do you want to let the folks know how they can contact you if they have questions or what they need to do to get in touch with you if they need to get on the escalator?
Sure. So we are here. Our pavilion is going to be on the expo floor tomorrow morning when the expo opens. Please stop by our booth. We have a wonderful team of instructors and our 20 group consultants, and also the academy coordinators will all be there to answer questions. So if you have any questions about any of our educational offerings, stop by the booth and talk to any one of our team members. They can walk you through all of this information. It's also available on the website. So you go to nada.org and go to education resources, and you'll find all of this information online. And it has contact information right on the webpage if anybody has any questions.
Boom. In person or in line,
Yes.
we've got you covered.
We
I love
hope they
that.
stop by. We
Yeah,
want to see
yes,
we want to
stop
see
by.
you live and in person.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
please stop by the booth.
That's what the floor is there for.
Yes.
You know, you can't miss it. You'll see the pavilion. You'll see all the fun stuff.
Yes.
You know what I think we should do?
What?
I think we should do this again next year in Orlando. What
I
do you
think
think?
we should.
Think that's a good
I
idea?
think we should. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And then we'll talk about what's new.
What's new next year?
Right.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
'Cause
That's
it's
great.
we're always adding new education.
I love that.
Yeah.
Cameron, as always, it is a pleasure. This is one of my favorite parts of talking
thank
about
you.
being able to see what's new,
It's
what's
my favorite thing to
changed.
talk about.
Right, exactly,
NADA
right?
education.
Yes. It's always good to see what's changed because I know I can confidently look forward to when we sit down together. You're not just going to say, well, we pretty much have been doing the same thing because it's always something new.
Always something
and
new.
that should be exciting for everyone else out there as well. If you are not part of the subscription, if you have not gotten on the escalator yet, what are you waiting for?
What are you waiting
What
for?
are you waiting for?
Yeah.
I don't know what else
Always
to say.
be learning.
If I had a mic that I could drop, I would drop it. But I can't. It's on my ear.
It's not, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
so-
hard to drop.
But Cameron, thank you again. It's a pleasure
Thank
as
you so much,
always.
Errol.
And I will see you soon.
Sounds good.
All right, let's do it.
The most comprehensive study on dealership workforce trends returns for its 15th consecutive year. NADA is proud to announce the annual Dealership Workforce Study is open during the first quarter of 2026. This important research allows dealers to see how their businesses stack up against the rest of the industry in key performance metrics, such as employee turnover, retention, compensation, hiring, and benefits. If you have participated in this study in the past, then you know just how valuable this data can be when it comes to measuring how you perform in these areas versus your peers. All NADA members are welcome to participate in this study. Not only is participation free, but all participants receive a complimentary copy of the annual National and Regional Trends Report. In addition to this comprehensive report, NADA launched an all-new online workforce dashboard in 2025. Participating NADA members get exclusive access to their submitted data through a secure web reporting platform. This new interactive tool gives participants the flexibility to select specific job positions to analyze, as well as their own benchmarks. Compare your store or group to various peer groups, including brand, state, region, sales volume, and more. Additionally, dealers can now build their own custom reports to better assess their competitiveness in the marketplace. Be assured your data privacy is always a top priority with this study. All data is encrypted and transferred via secure protocols to ensure that your data is never seen by any other dealer. Enroll today at nadaworkforcestudy.com.
Are you guys ready? Because you're like, that was fun. You thought we were done. You thought we were finished. You thought it's close to 4 o'clock. They can't be doing this all day, but we are. The best is yet to come. So check this out. Right now, I'd like to welcome up 2 members of the American Cancer Society because there's some exciting things that are happening during the show that I want you to be fully aware of because you have the opportunity to be a part of it. Not only are you an auto industry leader, you are also an auto industry history maker. So please do me a favor, and I'd like to welcome up Teswana Sewell, who is the Vice President of the American Cancer Society, and Michael Fader, who is the Vice President of Mile One Holdings. Please give them a big round of applause. Bigger, bigger. Come on, living room. You guys can do better than that. Come on, come on, come on, come on. That's it.
Thank you.
Stage is yours. No problem.
This is great because that's not me up there,
That is not you.
but that's a dear friend of mine who doesn't work for our company. And I'm really intrigued as to how that picture got there.
Well,
I will have a good joke with him about it.
I'm so
afterwards.
glad you could be live and in person with us. So
Yeah, that's
here's
great.
the face of Michael Fader from Mile One Auto Group. But thank you guys for being with us today. As the MC said, I'm from the American Cancer Society, and I'm so pleased to join to share the stage with Michael Fader, who is the CFO and Vice President of Mile One Auto Group. Today we're going to have a conversation about how philanthropy can really drive business success and also help care for the community and the constituents that together we serve. Before I get into that, I do just want to share a little bit about the American Cancer Society. Our vision is to end cancer as we know it for everyone. We do this in 3 ways. First, we provide free patient support. A couple examples, we provide free rides for cancer patients when they don't have a loved one to take them back and forth. We also provide free lodging when a cancer patient's best chance for treatment is far from home. We also drive our vision through advocacy. We ensure that laws are in place to really protect cancer patients and their family. And finally, we're probably best known for our research. That's probably because we've been a part of every major breakthrough since the inception of our program in 1946. Just a couple of examples. I think most people know that smoking tobacco leads to lung cancer. Well, it was the American Cancer Society that did a study in the 50s that led to that. And we also funded the scientists that developed tamoxifen, the popular breast cancer drug. So with that said, I'm so pleased again to share the stage with Michael. Since 2000, Mile One has really helped us drive that vision. It started with a donation of a car for us to raffle off so that we could support those free rides to cancer treatment that I was telling you about. And since that time, Michael, his family, and the company, they've donated more than $6.1 million to the American Cancer Society to help us drive that vision. So, Michael, we so appreciate you and everything that Mile One has done. Why don't you just tell us a little bit about you, your and Mile One's commitment to philanthropy, and why the American Cancer Society is so important?
Sure. Thank you for having me here. It's a great privilege to be on stage with American Cancer Society and talking about all the important work that you do. I always say that at Mile One, we have the great privilege to be an automotive retailer. We're a franchisee of some of the world's most iconic brands, brands that have been around for 100 years. They have built a brand that spans generations. They're constantly reinvesting in the marketing. They're constantly reinvesting in technology. And we get to be their retailer in a market. And what do we have to do? We have to take care of customers in our market, in our local communities, the hand-to-hand combat that is auto retail. And when you are a local retailer, so goes your community, so goes the success of your business. So philanthropy has always been a core part of who we are, giving back to our community. It's a privilege to be an automotive retailer, and as one of the last businesses that's truly a local-based business, the automotive retail business, that's part of what comes with it, is supporting your communities. As it relates to American Cancer Society, our journey with ACS started, I believe, 25 years ago,
Yes.
2000. So my grandfather was a supporter of ACS. And candidly, I don't recall what was it that first hooked him on to ACS and why he got involved, but it spoke to him. It was his passion. And sadly, in a cruel twist of fate, my grandfather ultimately passed away due to cancer 11 years later in 2011. And since that time, my father, my uncles, his children really carried forth his legacy and have continued to support ACS. I plan to continue to do the same thing. It's an important partner of Mile One's. And we partnered with ACS as it relates to raffling off vehicles, supporting rides for folks to their cancer treatments, supporting the Hope Lodge. We've given vehicles to ACS. We send our team to the Hope Lodge for weekly or monthly dinners where we donate the dinner. So it's a really important partnership, and we hope to continue to grow with you all for many years to come. Until that time where ACS actually defeats cancer. And
We want to put ourselves out of business.
we're driving it down wherever you are. I just read an article in the Journal a couple days ago saying that life expectancy in the United States went up for the first time, passing the pre-COVID mark. and it's because cancer rates are going down.
Absolutely.
And that's what we're doing here. We're driving cancer rates downward, and people are living longer.
Well, thank you for sharing that, and thank you for everything you've done for the American Cancer Society. You know, as you just described, philanthropy is such a part of the fabric of your organization. Can you speak a little bit about how that strong culture has really helped and contributed to any business growth and success?
So I thought about this one a lot before this the conversation. And as it relates to selling more vehicles, the answer is I don't know. I'm not sure that all of the work we do in our communities helps us sell more vehicles. But it helps lift up our community. And as I said, that's what we do as automotive retailers. That's a core part of being an important institution in your community. And yes, I hear anecdotes. I see the work that you're doing. That's why we wanted to purchase a car, and that's great. But that's not why we do it. We do it because so goes Baltimore, so goes us, so goes Virginia Beach, so goes us. These are the markets in which we operate in, and we want to support our communities. Now, I will say, though, that one aspect of philanthropy that I really do think is moving our company forward, that I feel really good about and confident in saying, is we've really engaged our employees to have them on board with our philanthropy. And all of the data shows that if your employees are working for an organization that's it's bigger than their paycheck, they believe in the broader mission, then that encourages loyalty, right? They're working for something more than just the job. And so how do we do that? So one way is we've had these Hope Lodge dinners. So we sponsor a lot of events where we encourage volunteer opportunities for our employees. So we'll get a GM and they'll have the whole store come by, and they'll come by the Hope Lodge, and we donate dinner, and then they will serve the dinner. And I think those employee bonding opportunities, employee volunteer opportunities are really important. We try to encourage as many of them as we can throughout our business. Another thing we did only 3 years ago that I'm super proud of is we started to give every single employee at Mile One the ability to give away $500 to a philanthropy of their choice. The only thing that matters is that it's a 501c3, and if they nominate it, we give them a contribution in the employee's name. And so when we started this, we have 4,000 employees, and we're trying to do the math. Well, how quickly is this going to scale? And I think the first year we had maybe a couple hundred, and then it went up to 600 or so. And this past year, year 3, we had roughly 1,000 of our employees nominate an organization that we gave $500 to. And what we've seen is that a number of our stores, they band together for a common cause, and you'll have a dealership, and there'll be a $40,000 contribution from that dealership because 80 employees will say, wow, yeah, this is where we want to support. And we are thrilled to do that. We think it's a great employee benefit that we provide. We think it's great for culture, and I hope that as we fast forward, we're going to get 100% of our employees doing it in the coming years.
That's amazing. And statistically, we know that employee engagement definitely helps with retention. So just thank you for leaning in with ACS. I will say in terms of driving business, right, you include us in your Subaru Share the Love campaign every year, and your customers have to choose the American Cancer Society. So they are choosing us. Yes. Thank you so much. Over $100,000 raised from that campaign alone, which really means a lot for the free rides that we're giving to cancer patients. So as we already kind of talked about, Mile One is so involved in the community. What are some of your favorite campaigns that you and your team have executed?
Sure. So of course we love ACS, and I touched on the Hope Lodge dinners, which I think are super impactful because we're getting our employees together and they're doing something that's bigger than themselves. So I think that's really wonderful on the ACS front. But I'll tell you and tell dealers, I think that's what's most important is that they find a cause that they are passionate about. Absolutely. And they lean into that cause. And that's going to be different for everybody. For some folks, it might be ACS, and for some folks, it might be a totally different organization, but it's leaning in where you're passionate about. So for me personally, I've been blessed to have two little children. So I've got a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old. And when I first had kids, and this is of the age where my sisters were having kids too, and you realize you put them in that car for the first time leaving the hospital, and you're so nervous buckling them into that car seat. And it's just the biggest deal in the world to put your baby into a car seat. And then I realized, wait, there's a lot of folks that don't have car seats, right? You read statistics of children that are driving without car seats, and bad accidents happen, they lose their lives, and it's heartbreaking. So we set out at Mile One to have a mission here where where, I mean, it might sound corny, but no child, no baby doesn't have a car seat in the state of Maryland where we're from. And we started this a few years ago, and it's really our goal here at Mile One to make sure that everybody, every baby in Maryland, because that's where our base is, has a car seat. We've also expanded to Virginia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, but we've really grown this where last year we gave away 4,000 car seats in our markets. And that went up from about 1,000 to 2,000 to 4,000. So we're scaling this. We're really figuring out how to do it. It's as much of a logistics a problem to solve as anything else. But you see the people who are driving to our stores to pick up the car seats. And we hold these drives on the weekends where hundreds of people will show up. And they're babies that are sitting on somebody's lap in the back seat. And it makes your heart break. And then you can provide them a car seat. And you know that you're making a really big difference in that child's life in the community. And so that's our goal. That's a huge passion of mine. And it's a huge passion of our companies. And we're trying to do a lot of things with giving that align with transportation. We truly believe transportation is transformational.
Yes.
And so car seat giveaway. I mean, that's huge. We're gonna hopefully make sure that in the states in which Mile One operates, and shucks, I'd love other dealers to take this on too, so that we can make sure throughout the entire country that every child has a car seat. So that's huge. We do distracted driving. So we pay for folks to go around to local high schools to have a simulator so kids who are 15, 16-year-olds about to get their license can see how bad is it to drive in Texas, and it's really bad. And we think that that's moving the needle there. And we give away vehicles to veterans and folks in the healthcare community. So we're constantly trying to figure out ways that we can give back to our communities that are aligned with who we are as an automotive retailer. Hopefully that enables the community to kind of see us in a different light.
I think it absolutely does. You're more than a place where they can just purchase their next vehicle. You really are serving the community. And again, we're so grateful for what you do for cancer patients and their families. Last question, historically, auto dealers have been really generous to ACS. Just any speculation as to why you think that might be?
I think it's what I touched on before, that automotive retailers are one of the last truly local big organization that's left. I mean, there used to be locally based home improvement retailers. They all got consolidated away, right? There's lots of local businesses that sadly don't exist anymore, but auto retailers, we're local, we're community. We want to give back to our communities. And then here you have ACS, which is an organization that is doing wonderful things for the world, and you all make it easy, right? You don't make it hard to get to. There's a lot of nonprofits that we've worked with that actually don't make it easy, and it's challenging, and right, so ACS makes it easy, and you've got dealers who are doing a lot of different things, but they're entrepreneurial and they want to give back to their communities, and I think it's a perfect fit.
Well, thank you again, and thank you all for joining us. I will say, unfortunately, almost everyone has been touched by cancer, and that's why it's going to take everyone so that we can really activate on that vision to end cancer as we know it for everyone. Today and throughout the week, we are focusing on our free rides to cancer patients and their families. It's something that Mile One has leaned into, and we want to invite all of you here at the NADA conference to lean in with us. I believe there's a QR code behind me. You can scan and donate. Our goal is to raise $150,000 throughout the course of the week. Why? We know that we can provide 1,500 round-trip free rides to cancer patients once we achieve that goal. So please do join us. Don't forget to stop by our booth. We're at 8115 North. And just before we close out, any final words that you would like to share?
Sure. So you shared with me that we were going to challenge the dealers to raise $150,000, which is great. And my honest response was, that's way too low. We've got a bunch of car dealers here.
You're like, it's year one, let's see.
Right, we want to increase that number and beat that by a significant amount. So as big of a supporters as we are for ACS, we want to really lean in here and kick this off on the right foot. So we're going to contribute $50,000, and we're ecstatic to do it. We hope that...
Yeah, it's okay to clap for that. Thank you.
You're welcome, and it's our pleasure. And we hope with that kickoff, the other dealers here who are listening to the live stream that are going to see this video, that we can blow past that number. I'd love to see us get to $1 million by the end of this week for Roads to Recovery.
Okay, from Michael Fader's lips to your ears, the goal is now $1 million by week's end. Thank you so much for kicking us off with a very
You're
generous
welcome.
gift and
Thank
for
you.
everything that you've done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the work you do.
all. Thank you. Oh,
Awesome.
great. Thank
Yeah.
you so much.
Now that's what you'd see this. Stop. Nope, we're not doing that. We are all gas, no brakes. Can we bring the QR code back up? Can we put it back up? If you don't mind. Boom. I think we should just leave the QR code up for a little bit. That is a great way to start off. That's a great way to end the day today. This is just day one. Just day one. That's it. We still have so much more to do, so much farther to go, and I'm excited. I want to thank each and every one of you for hanging out here with us, being here at our NADA Live living room. Make sure, take a picture, save this, send it to someone else, send it to someone you know who wants to contribute. This is a great opportunity to really, again, be a part of automotive industry history. We're not just here for a conference. We're not just here for one thing. We are here because we are leaders in moving the world forward. All right, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, day one is done. I will see you all bright and early tomorrow, or maybe tonight at the reception hall. Take care.
Welcome to NADA Show 2026. We're excited to have you here in Las Vegas, where innovation, learning, and connection take center stage. If you haven't already, download the NADA Show app, your one-stop guide for schedules, maps, and updates throughout the week. Now it's time for what makes NADA truly special: education, the expo, and networking. You'll find all of this and more in the North and West buildings at the Convention Center. In the North building, start your morning at the main stage, where dynamic speakers offer energy, insight, and inspiration. For education, you'll find the exchange sessions, where attendees share peer-to-peer experiences on leading topics facilitated by NADA subject matter experts. And there's so much to see and do on the expo floor in the North Hall. The Dealer Learning Lab offers bite-sized sessions with key dealership takeaways. The Relaxation Zone is comfy seating, calm vibes, and a quick break from the buzz. And the NADA Sips Lounge offers coffee, conversation, and connections. And what's more, the North Hall has a whopping 145 first-time exhibitors among the mix. Over in the West building, when you walk into the lobby, be sure to stop at the Live stage, full of lively panel discussions and interviews with industry experts. For education, choose from dozens of workshops and dive into our Spotlight series and super sessions to drive dealership success. And there's plenty to see on the expo floor in the West Hall. The redesigned NADA Pavilion, where you can maximize your NADA membership. The Dealer Manager Lounge, a quiet retreat for quick meetings and catching up with colleagues. And the brand new Product Discovery stage, offering live, engaging 15-minute demos. And the EV Power Pit, your Q&A hub for all things EV. And don't miss the NADA Foundation auction to benefit K9 Companions, helping fund service dogs for kids, adults, and veterans with disabilities. Take a pause for a great cause. Thursday at the Open Lane booth in the West Expo Hall. Throughout the week at franchise meetings, dealers and managers meet face-to-face with OEMs. Franchise meetings are held in both the North and West buildings, so check the app for schedules and locations. 2 halls, 1 great experience. We like to think of North as fueling attendees with cutting-edge innovations, while West delivers proven solutions to keep your business in the fast lane. Thanks for helping make this the auto industry event of the year. Make sure that you share your feedback in the NADA Show app. Tell us what you loved and what you'd like to see more of in future events. And plan now to join us for NADA Show 2027 in Orlando, happening February 17th through 20th, 2027.
Set the standard for sales excellence and pinpoint customers most likely to trade. Create the ultimate lane experience and set your dealership apart with integrated solutions powered by data. Grow lasting relationships and turn customer churn into loyalty. And establish your brand with affinitive advertising with media placement, search, social media, and more. Definitive, elevating the dealership experience.
More than a century ago, the American automobile industry was still in its infancy. When the federal government proposed a 5% luxury tax on new cars, 30 dealers came together to make their case against the tax. They knew cars were not a luxury, they were becoming a necessity to American life.
Their advocacy worked. The tax was reduced, the industry grew, and NADA was born. Ever since, NADA, and later ATD, have been the voice for America's franchise auto and truck dealers, making sure lawmakers understand the vital role dealers play in our economy, in our communities, and in keeping America on the move. In 2025, working hand in hand with dealers and ATAs across the country, we delivered major wins. These are not NADA wins, these are your wins.
This year, NADA helped protect one of the most fundamental freedoms on the road, choice. By securing federal legislation that stops states from banning gas and hybrid cars, we ensured every American can choose the vehicle that fits their life and budget.
This legislation provided immediate relief for trucks. The heavy-duty industry was already suffering under California's regime, and sales were down by 80%.
Now, customers have the choices that they need to get the equipment that is best for their business.
We also stood for the customer experience. NADA and TADA overturned the FTC's vehicle shopping rule, which would have slowed down the buying process, buried customers in confusing disclosures, and forced dealerships to store millions of unnecessary documents.
This win saved dealers and their customers time, money, and frustration.
And we strengthened family-owned dealerships, which anchor communities across the nation by helping secure estate tax protections and 100% bonus depreciation for dealers.
And when Congress repealed the EV tax credits, NADA persuaded lawmakers to include an appropriate phase-out period, giving dealers the time they needed to manage their inventories and help their customers.
2025 was a year of incredible wins. We thank all of America's dealers for their leadership, their passion, and their partnership.
Together, we had an extraordinary year. We're ready to make 2026 even brighter.
expect to see a lot of AI at NADA. Bolt-ons, bots, and even AI agents, like me. But no one has the DAS X factor. We're AI native, with AI built into the foundation of our platform. We set the standard for AI native sales and service communications that drive revenue. From AI search to our customer data and experience platform, everything we do improves the consumer experience. That's the DAS X Factor. We're celebrating the industry at Allegiant Stadium Thursday night, February 5th. Get your party pass and see our newest tech in action at the DAS Technology booth.
The most comprehensive study on dealership workforce trends returns for its 15th consecutive year. NADA is proud to announce the annual Dealership Workforce Study is open during the first quarter of 2026. This important research allows dealers to see how their businesses stack up against the rest of the industry in key performance metrics, such as employee turnover, retention, compensation, hiring, and benefits. If you have participated in this study in the past, then you know just how valuable this data can be when it comes to measuring how you perform in these areas versus your peers. All NADA members are welcome to participate in this study. Not only is participation free, but all participants receive a complimentary copy of the annual National and Regional Trends Report. In addition to this comprehensive report, NADA launched an all-new online workforce dashboard in 2025. Participating NADA members get exclusive access to their submitted data through a secure web reporting platform. This new interactive tool gives participants the flexibility to select specific job positions to analyze, as well as their own benchmarks. Compare your store or group to various peer groups, including brand, state, region, sales volume, and more. Additionally, dealers can now build their own custom reports to better assess their competitiveness in the marketplace. Be assured your data privacy is always a top priority with this study. All data is encrypted and transferred via secure protocols to ensure that your data is never seen by any other dealer. Enroll today at nadaworkforcestudy.com.
My name is Adriana. I didn't have a car for like almost 2 years. Back in March, I was very fortunate to receive a vehicle from Vehicles for Change, sponsored by NADA. It's changed my life drastically. I don't need to borrow a car. I don't need to spend hundreds of dollars on Ubers or Lyfts. We can just get up and go, going to doctor's appointments, dropping my daughter off to daycare. When I have projects I need to work on at work, I can go into the office now. Not having a car was a very, very big issue. My son wanted to go to football practice, so now I was able to finally sign him up. He won the first game. He scored 2 touchdowns, and he is very, very excited. It's made a big, big impact for us. And I don't ever want to go without a car ever again. A car is mobility, a car is freedom, and most important, a car is a blessing.
If you're not here, you're missing out.
All the vendors are here. Hundreds of thousands of square feet of exhibitor space.
If you want to see what the latest and the greatest is, this is the place you got to come to.
Hugely valuable to be on the floor.
Right, there's so much out there that we didn't know existed.
The amount of opportunities to connect and network and build relationships.
Everybody that is anybody in the auto business is here this week.
This is the auto industry event of the year.
OEMs and dealers are all part of the same ecosystem. So it is essential and critical that we are aligned, because we're not independent in this. Dealers nor OEMs are not independent in this process. We rely on each other, and it comes down to how well we can work with each other in the pursuit of the ultimate customer experience.
It's important for the manufacturers to demonstrate that they're listening to dealers. And what better place to do that than when you have thousands of dealers in one spot, to get them in the room and to really listen to their questions and talk to them.
These discussions foster collaboration, build trust, and enable data-driven decisions that improve programs, process, and support.
Let your voice be heard. The NADA Winter 2026 Dealer Attitude Survey is now open. NADA encourages all dealers and general managers to complete this important survey. The Dealer Attitude Survey captures dealer opinions on key industry issues affecting relationships with their manufacturers. As the dealer's report card to manufacturers, the semi-annual and anonymous Dealer Attitude Survey enables NADA Industry Relations staff, your NADA Industry Relations representatives, and your National Dealer Council representatives to address your concerns at meetings with senior OEM management. NADA completed over 90 meetings with OEMs, dealer councils, and captives in 2025, sharing your concerns, outlooks, suggestions, and passion for the franchises you represent. All surveys are completely confidential. Survey results are reported by franchise or by market, not for individual dealerships. Go to nadasurvey.com to complete the survey today. Survey closes in less than 1 month on February 26, 2026.
One of the things that we talk a lot about in the auto industry is, did you pull in or did you back in? I definitely backed in. I've been in the industry now for almost 11 years. I was going through a bit of a transition in my previous career and was looking for a change, looking to do something different. And there was an opportunity to join the operations side in the sales department at one of our local dealerships. And I said, sure, why not? It's different, something that's unfamiliar for me and something that would be a bit of a challenge. So I thought I would stay in the business maybe a year or two, and here we are more than a decade later, and I'm still working in the industry. My name is Tristan Tops, and I'm the Human Resources Manager here at Penske Automotive Group in Scottsdale, Arizona. The opportunities for women in this business are endless. I actually started in the internet sales department at one of our local dealerships, so on the operations and sales side of it. We see women taking on positions not just in sales, not just in the internet department, but positions as technicians now. We have women who are service advisors, we have women in management, and then there's also all of the people that work behind the scenes to make this industry move forward. We have our accounting representatives, we have those that work in titles and billing, our controllers. There are all of these different avenues for women to come into this industry and really find a home and be successful. I would just like to say that the industry is shifting, the industry is changing, and it's going to continue to evolve. And women have a place in this business. We are going to be at the forefront. And as the industry changes and evolves, women are going to continue to make their places known within this industry, and it's exciting, and I look forward to seeing what the future has, not only for the automotive industry, but for all of the women that work within it.
We launched Jerry 1.0 in the beginning of 2024, and the number one impact that Jerry has had on dealerships over the last 2 years is driving more revenue. What we learned is what makes a great AI employee for a dealership is the same exact things that make a great human employee. They're great at their job, they know it inside and out, they know your business, they know the playbooks, they follow them, and they're coachable. The result of everything we learned has allowed us to build capabilities and coachability into our AI employees that doesn't exist in the market and nobody else is working on. And I cannot wait to show you what we built.
If you're a dealer and you haven't attended the Washington Conference, you need to come.
Local activity is good, but you got to be able to get the bigger pictures. There's so much stuff going on. It's such a complex landscape. You got to have multiple brains involved in figuring things out.
It's the best place to really get a deep dive into the issues of the industry.
Getting dealers to realize what's happening on a federal level for all dealers and how all dealers are being impacted by laws and regulations helps them, I think, be better leaders at our association.
I think it's extremely important for dealers to participate in these sort of things because of the challenges that we're up against as an industry.
Whether it be GMs, whether it be service managers, whether it be sales managers.
You know, it's very important to have a voice and a say. And if you don't participate in these sort of things, then you don't get a say.
It is the easiest way to facilitate visits, get briefed on the issues that are at hand, and to make a major impact.
I think being able to meet with the congressional members in their offices has been a good experience to kind of see their side of the world, to see the staff side of the world.
It's a great experience. It's rewarding, I think, for all of our dealers, and it's just a fantastic opportunity for them to really participate in advocacy at the federal level.
This is all relationships. This is all meeting people from other states, meeting people from your state you may not have known before, getting in front of people that are making these decisions and are influencing these decisions.
You need to be involved, and whether that's at your state level or whether that's coming here at the federal level, you have to be playing the game.
You can't make lives better without changing how things work, and that starts with seeing a better way. Stone Eagle pioneered a new path through the F&I process. Then we unified the industry with data driving innovation across the board. Making lives better isn't just a slogan, it's our promise, guiding every design and customer touchpoint. We build solutions that tackle the industry's toughest challenges, improving efficiency, deepening insights, and fueling growth. Stone Eagle, making lives better.
Every day, local dealerships keep America moving. Moving to work, moving to school, moving to play. Every day, local dealerships keep America working, employing more than 1 million hardworking Americans in good-paying careers in sales, service, and management. Paying an average salary of over $70,000, with exciting opportunities to advance into management, regardless of whether they chose to pursue a college degree. Every day, local dealerships keep America growing, investing more than $200 billion in land, buildings, and infrastructure in their local communities, creating jobs and rejuvenating cities and towns. Every day, local dealerships help keep America diverse and dynamic, with workforces that reflect the communities they serve, where minorities and women continue to account for a growing portion of the talent base, harnessing the latest innovative industry technologies, from EVs to zero-emission vehicles. Every day, local dealerships keep Main Street thriving, succeeding only when their communities prosper, unlike Wall Street or faraway big corporations. Providing 15% of local tax revenue, giving to local charities like hospitals and schools. Every day, local dealerships compete to earn your business, providing greater choice, access, and accountability, and making the customer experience simpler and more streamlined. Personalizing the process of purchasing a vehicle. Local careers, local businesses, local communities, local dealerships. Committed to the American communities we are proud and privileged to serve and to call home.
Most commercial titling platforms promise convenience, but convenience means nothing if the system is not directly provided by the state DMV. The National Digital Titling Clearinghouse, powered by CHAMP, changes that. Built as the nationwide acquiring solution for vehicle titles, NDTC enables dealers to source and secure titles across all 50 states without risky commercial workarounds. NDTC is created by government, backed by government, and recognized by law. Every title issued is the official legal record, compliant and secure. If you can title anywhere, choose the state-backed platform built for accuracy, trust, and scale. The solution is NDTC, powered by CHAMP.
It's always great to be here in New York, a city like no other. And with the Javits Convention Center, we're excited to be here and excited on what this year's going to bring.
It's a one-of-a-kind event.
It's absolutely one of the two, I would say, hallmark events in our industry. Obviously, number one is NADA show, but number two is the Auto Forum.
This is one of my most looked forward to events of the year. Just one of the greatest opportunities to get real inside information on our industry.
The speakers that come to Auto Forum consistently every year are the folks you want to listen to for what's going on.
It's an opportunity to connect with the OEMs, share ideas, share thoughts, to get information from both sides, try and collaborate and improve both of our businesses. It's vitally critical to the success for both the OEM and the dealer partners. I mean, being surrounded by incredibly talented people in the OEM side of things, as well as industry experts, gives me just an inside look at what's going on inside the industry.
It's the only place you can come where you can see all of that at one time.
Welcome to NADA Show 2026. We're excited to have you here in Las Vegas, where innovation, learning, and connection take center stage. If you haven't already, download the NADA Show app, your one-stop guide for schedules, maps, and updates throughout the week. Now it's time for what makes NADA truly special: education, the expo, and networking. You'll find all of this and more in the North and West buildings at the Convention Center. In the North building, start your morning at the main stage, where dynamic speakers offer energy, insight, and inspiration. For education, you'll find the exchange sessions, where attendees share peer-to-peer experiences on leading topics facilitated by NADA subject matter experts. And there's so much to see and do on the expo floor in the North Hall. The Dealer Learning Lab offers bite-sized sessions with key dealership takeaways. The Relaxation Zone is comfy seating, calm vibes, and a quick break from the buzz. And the NADA Sips Lounge offers coffee, conversation, and connections. And what's more, the North Hall has a whopping 145 first-time exhibitors among the mix. Over in the West building, when you walk into the lobby, be sure to stop at the live stage, full of lively panel discussions and interviews with industry experts. For education, choose from dozens of workshops and dive into our Spotlight series and super sessions to drive dealership success. And there's plenty to see on the expo floor in the West Hall. The redesigned NADA Pavilion, where you can maximize your NADA membership. The Dealer Manager Lounge, a quiet retreat for quick meetings and catching up with colleagues. And the brand new product discovery stage, offering live, engaging 15-minute demos. And the EV Power Pit, your Q&A hub for all things EV. And don't miss the NADA Foundation auction to benefit K9 Companions, helping fund service dogs for kids, adults, and veterans with disabilities. Take a pause for a great cause. Thursday at the Open Lane booth in the West Expo Hall. Throughout the week at franchise meetings, dealers and managers meet face-to-face with OEMs. Franchise meetings are held in both the North and West buildings, so check the app for schedules and locations. 2 halls, 1 great experience. We like to think of North as fueling attendees with cutting-edge innovations, while West delivers proven solutions to keep your business in the fast lane. Thanks for helping make this the auto industry event of the year. Make sure that you share your feedback in the NADA Show app. Tell us what you loved and what you'd like to see more of in future events. And plan now to join us for NADA Show 2027 in Orlando, happening February 17th through 20th, 2027.
Auto industry fraud is a $9 billion problem. 700 Credit is the solution. We're renowned for providing valuable credit reports and soft pull credit data to dealerships, as well as a host of award-winning fraud detection and prevention solutions. And we'll secure your customer's sensitive PPI safely in a paperless digital deal jacket. Optimize your sales, enhance your customer experience, and protect your dealership from fraud. Contact 700 Credit today to get started.
More than a century ago, the American automobile industry was still in its infancy. When the federal government proposed a 5% luxury tax on new cars, 30 dealers came together to make their case against the tax. They knew cars were not a luxury, they were becoming a necessity to American life.
Their advocacy worked. The tax was reduced, the industry grew, and NADA was born.
Ever since, NADA, and later ATD, have been the voice for America's franchise auto and truck dealers, making sure lawmakers understand the vital role dealers play in our economy, in our communities, and in keeping America on the move. In 2025, working hand in hand with dealers and ATs across the country, we delivered major wins.
These are not NADA wins, these are your wins.
This year, NADA helped protect one of the most fundamental freedoms on the road, choice. By securing federal legislation that stops states from banning gas and hybrid cars, we ensured every American can choose the vehicle that fits their life and budget.
This legislation provided immediate relief for trucks. The heavy-duty industry was already suffering under California's regime, and sales were down by 80%.
Now, customers have the choices that they need to get the equipment that is best for their business.
We also stood for the customer experience. NADA and TADA overturned the FTC's vehicle shopping rule, which would have slowed down the buying process, buried customers in confusing disclosures, and forced dealerships to store millions of unnecessary documents.
This win saved dealers and their customers time, money, and frustration.
And we strengthened family-owned dealerships, which anchor communities across the nation by helping secure estate tax protections and 100% bonus depreciation for dealers.
And when Congress repealed the EV tax credits, NADA persuaded lawmakers to include an appropriate phase-out period, giving dealers the time they needed to manage their inventories and help their customers.
2025 was a year of incredible wins. We thank all of America's dealers for their leadership, their passion, and their partnership.
Together, we had an extraordinary year. We're ready to make 2026 even brighter.
So wait, you knew you were having a stroke, and at the same time, you're like, let me make sure the customer is taken care of. Yeah.
Car dealerships don't always have the best reputation, but we wanted to know, is the legend still reality?
This isn't a makeover show, it's not a roast. It's a raw look inside dealerships across the country.
Bring your dealership into the future with CarRx real-time vehicle data that protects your inventory, keeps deals moving, and brings customers back. No more guessing when service is needed. CarRx alerts you and your customer. Leading dealer groups add up to $1.8 million in annual service gross. Level up your dealership at booth 5143 by the cafe in the West Hall and see how CarRx turns every sale into long-term revenue. CarRx. Data powers your future.
The most comprehensive study on dealership workforce trends returns for its 15th consecutive year. NADA is proud to announce the annual Dealership Workforce Study is open during the first quarter of 2026. This important research allows dealers to see how their businesses stack up against the rest of the industry in key performance metrics, such as employee turnover, retention, compensation, hiring, and benefits. If you have participated in this study in the past, then you know just how valuable this data can be when it comes to measuring how you perform in these areas versus your peers. All NADA members are welcome to participate in this study. Not only is participation free, but all participants receive a complimentary copy of the annual National and Regional Trends Report. In addition to this comprehensive report, NADA launched an all-new online workforce dashboard in 2025. Participating NADA members get exclusive access to their submitted data through a secure web reporting platform. This new interactive tool gives participants the flexibility to select specific job positions to analyze, as well as their own benchmarks. Compare your store or group to various peer groups, including brand, state, region, sales volume, and more. Additionally, dealers can now build their own custom reports to better assess their competitiveness in the marketplace. Be assured, your data privacy is always a top priority with this study. All data is encrypted and transferred via secure protocols to ensure that your data is never seen by any other dealer. Enroll today at NADAWorkforceStudy.com.
My name is Adriana. I didn't have a car for like almost 2 years. Back in March, I was very fortunate to receive a vehicle from Vehicles for Change, sponsored by NADA. It's changed my life drastically. I don't need to borrow a car. I don't need to spend hundreds of dollars on Ubers or Lyfts. We can just get up and go, going to doctor's appointments, dropping my daughter off to daycare. When I have projects I need to work on at work, I can go into the office now. Not having a car was a very, very big issue. My son wanted to go to football practice, so now I was able to finally sign him up. He won the first game. He scored 2 touchdowns, and he is very, very excited. It's made a big, big impact for us. And I don't ever want to go without a car ever again. A car is mobility, a car is freedom, and most important, a car is a blessing.
If you're not here, you're missing out.
All the vendors are here. Hundreds of thousands of square feet of exhibitor space.
If you want to see what the latest and the greatest is, this is the place you got to come to.
Hugely valuable to be on the floor.
Right, there's so much out there that we didn't know existed.
The amount of opportunities to connect and network and build relationships.
Everybody that is anybody in the auto business is here this week.
This is the auto industry event of the year.
OEMs and dealers are all part of the same ecosystem. So it is essential and critical that we are aligned, because we're not independent in this. Dealers nor OEMs are not independent in this process. We rely on each other, and it comes down to how well we can work with each other in the pursuit of the ultimate customer experience.
It's important for the manufacturers to demonstrate that they're listening to dealers. And what better place to do that than when you have thousands of dealers in one spot, to get them in the room and to really listen to their questions and talk to them.
These discussions foster collaboration, build trust, and enable data-driven decisions that improve programs, process, and support.
Let your voice be heard. The NADA Winter 2026 Dealer Attitude Survey is now open. NADA encourages all dealers and general managers to complete this important survey. The Dealer Attitude Survey captures dealer opinions on key industry issues affecting relationships with their manufacturers. As the dealer's report card to manufacturers, the semi-annual and anonymous Dealer Attitude Survey enables NADA Industry Relations staff, your NADA Industry Relations representatives, and your National Dealer Council representatives to address your concerns at meetings with senior OEM management. NADA completed over 90 meetings with OEMs, dealer councils, and captives in 2025, sharing your concerns, outlooks, suggestions, and passion for the franchises you represent. All surveys are completely confidential. Survey results are reported by franchise or by market, not for individual dealerships. Go to nadasurvey.com to complete the survey today. Survey closes in less than 1 month on February 26, 2026.
One of the things that we talk a lot about in the auto industry is, did you pull in or did you back in? I definitely backed in. I've been in the industry now for almost 11 years. I was going through a bit of a transition in my previous career and was looking for a change, looking to do something different. And there was an opportunity to join the operations side in the sales department at one of our local dealerships. And I said, sure, why not? It's different, something that's unfamiliar for me and something that would be a bit of a challenge. So I thought I would stay in the business maybe a year or two, and here we are more than a decade later, and I'm still working in the industry. My name is Tristan Tops, and I'm the Human Resources Manager here at Penske Automotive Group in Scottsdale, Arizona. The opportunities for women in this business are endless. I actually started in the internet sales department at one of our local dealerships, so on the operations and sales side of it. We see women taking on positions not just in sales, not just in the internet department, but positions as technicians now. We have women who are service advisors, we have women in management, and then there's also all of the people that work behind the scenes to make this industry move forward. We have our accounting representatives, we have those that work in titles and billing, our controllers. There are all of these different avenues for women to come into this industry and really find a home and be successful. I would just like to say that the industry is shifting, the industry is changing, and it's going to continue to evolve. And women have a place in this business. We are going to be at the forefront. And as the industry changes and evolves, women are going to continue to make their places known within this industry, and it's exciting, and I look forward to seeing what the future has, not only for the automotive industry, but for all of the women that work within it.
value is driven by data.
Driven by verification and facts.
This is simply the purest pricing and market data ever provided.
And better data means better profits. It's that simple. This is iPacket value.
Driven by belief.
Driven by integrity.
And driven by data.
If you're a dealer and you haven't attended the Washington Conference, you need to come.
Local activity is good, but you got to be able to get the bigger pictures. There's so much stuff going on. It's such a complex landscape. You got to have multiple brains involved in figuring things out.
It's the best place to really get a deep dive into the issues of the industry.
Getting dealers to realize what's happening on a federal level for all dealers and how all dealers are being impacted by laws and regulations helps them, I think, be better leaders at our association.
I think it's extremely important for dealers to participate in these sort of things because of the challenges that we're up against as an industry.
Whether it be GMs, whether it be service managers, whether it be sales managers.
You know, it's very important to have a voice and a say. And if you don't participate in these sort of things, then you don't get a say.
It is the easiest way to facilitate visits, get briefed on the issues that are at hand, and to make a major impact.
I think being able to meet with the congressional members in their offices has been a good experience to kind of see their side of the world, to see the staff side of the world.
It's a great experience. It's rewarding, I think, for all of our dealers, and it's just a fantastic opportunity for them to really participate in advocacy at the federal level.
This is all relationships. This is all meeting people from other states, meeting people from your state you may not have known before, getting in front of people that are making these decisions and are influencing these decisions.
You need to be involved, and whether that's at your state level or whether that's coming here at the federal level, you have to be playing the game.
Every day, local dealerships keep America moving. Moving to work, moving to school, moving to play. Every day, local dealerships keep America working, employing more than 1 million hardworking Americans in good-paying careers in sales, service, and management. Paying an average salary of over $70,000, with exciting opportunities to advance into management, regardless of whether they chose to pursue a college degree. Every day, local dealerships keep America growing, investing more than $200 billion in land, buildings, and infrastructure in their local communities, creating jobs and rejuvenating cities and towns. Every day, local dealerships help keep America diverse and dynamic, with workforces that reflect the communities they serve, where minorities and women continue to account for a growing portion of the talent base, harnessing the latest innovative industry technologies, from EVs to zero-emission vehicles. Every day, local dealerships keep Main Street thriving, succeeding only when their communities prosper, unlike Wall Street or faraway big corporations. Providing 15% of local tax revenue, giving to local charities like hospitals and schools. Every day, local dealerships compete to earn your business, providing greater choice, access, and accountability, and making the customer experience simpler and more streamlined. Personalizing the process of purchasing a vehicle. Local careers, local businesses, local communities, local dealerships. Committed to the American communities we are proud and privileged to serve and to call home.
We know the problems your dealership is facing. Your customers are reaching out and dealers are not responding. I'm Pam, the AI customer experience platform for car dealerships. I handle inbound and outbound conversations across sales, service, and parts.
That is slick. I feel like we're definitely missing something, and this could be the answer to.
With natural, human-like conversations and real-time scheduling, I keep your digital doors open, more appointments booked, better CSI, more revenue captured. This is always on customer experience. Book a demo and meet Pam.
It's always great to be here in New York, a city like no other. With the Javits Convention Center, we're excited to be here and excited on what this year's going to bring.
It's a one-of-a-kind event.
It's absolutely one of the two, I would say, hallmark events in our industry. Obviously, number one is NADA show, but number two is the Auto Forum.
This is one of my most looked forward to events of the year. Just one of the greatest opportunities to get real inside information on our industry.
The speakers that come to Auto Forum consistently every year are the folks you want to listen to for what's going on.
It's an opportunity to connect with the OEMs, share ideas, share thoughts, to get information from both sides, try and collaborate and improve both of our businesses. It's vitally critical to the success for both the OEM and the dealer partners. I mean, being surrounded by incredibly talented people in the OEM side of things, as well as industry experts, gives me just an inside look at what's going on inside the industry.
It's the only place you can come where you can see all of that at one time.
Don't let closing time limit your sales. With over half of in-market car buyers shopping out of hours, make sure you capture intent, even when your dealership is closed. Trust App lets you accept deposits and sell vehicles directly through your website, 24/7. Close more website deals, gain high-intent leads, and generate more revenue from a faster inventory turnover with Trust App.